Chapter 13:19. Night, the sky was dotted with stars. It looked like the Milky Way was streaking across the horizon, Apollo's house. Wu Yan was lying on his bed in a room. He looked at the cold ceiling. After a while, he raised his hand. On that hand, a strange drop of blood was floating above his hand in an extremely strange manner, drifting up and down. Young blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor, special item. A special blood extracted from the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor when he was young. Due to the extraction by the system, it has a magical effect. If consumed by a vampire who relies on blood as their foundation, it can strengthen the vampire's ability. If consumed by a vampire's true ancestor, it can raise the level of the vampire by 1 level. Note, due to the extraction by the system, it can only be effective if consumed by the system's user. The effective range is before level 90. When the user reaches level 89, the consumption will be ineffective. This drop of blood is the one Wu Yan obtained from Ai Ku. It is also the prerequisite for Wu Yan to complete the second dungeon quest. The extraction process was very smooth. At least, it was much smoother than when he asked the Dragon Mother for a drop of blood. Wu Yan only used a table of delicious dishes to make Ai Ku happy. She agreed to Wu Yan's request for a drop of blood and let Wu Yan extract it from her body. Wu Yan's second dungeon quest was successfully completed. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 61100 item points, 180000 ability points, 51,000 summoning points, 81,000 level, 85, Dungeon World, Star Carvings Dragon Knight Dungeon Quest, Acquire. Quest 1, Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade Mode. Using the ability of the angel, the Zafkiel, he used the bullet of 12, Yod, the Zafkiel. Bet. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she obtained a drop of the original blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Quest reward, 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, completed. Mission 2, obtain a drop of infant blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. Quest reward, 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, completed. Mission 3, obtain a drop of awakening blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. Quest reward, 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. At present, there was only one instance dungeon quest left to complete Wu Yan's quest in this world. Then, he would be able to move about freely in this world. The third instance dungeon quest still required Wu Yan to obtain blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family, which was Yak. However, unlike the previous 2 instances, this instance dungeon quest required Wu Yan to obtain a drop of blood from Yak when she enters the awakening period. However, when is Yak's awakening period? When is this awakening period? Wu Yan had no idea at all, therefore, this instance dungeon quest could only be temporarily put aside and be dealt with in the future. However, Wu Yan had to continue paying attention to Yak. Although he didn't know when Yak would enter the so-called awakening period, Wu Yan could only wait. Looking at the drop of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood floating in his palm, Wu Yan sighed. There were 2 reasons for the sigh. Firstly, it was a pity that the effect of the Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood was the same as the original blood of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. After all, Wu Yan was hoping that this drop of blood would have the effect of allowing him to enter the demigod rank. Now it seems that entering the demigod rank was not as easy as he thought. Therefore, Wu Yan sighed. Secondly, he was confused about what happened during the day and sighed. Putting away the drop of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood, Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. In his mind, Sylvia's face, which had turned pale due to excessive fear, appeared. When she heard that her sister was about to come to Ansari City, Sylvia was not happy at all. Instead, she was terrified. Isn't this a little too suspicious? Sylvia's reaction really puzzled Wu Yan. If Sylvia's expression was hatred, it was disgust. Then, Wu Yan wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, the Wangs were always scheming against each other due to their background and environment. There was also the heir to the throne and other factors that made the relationship between the Wangs not harmonious even if they were siblings. That had been played out many times in TV dramas. Because of this, Sylvia and Veronica's relationship was not good. Wu Yan could understand. However, Sylvia's reaction wasn't hatred or disgust. It was fear, and it was extreme fear. This puzzled Wu Yan. Could it be that Veronica had done something to Sylvia? Thinking until here, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh again and murmur. What the hell is going on? Why don't I answer for Lord Rune? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the room, making Wu Yan's whole body tremble, and he reflexively jumped up from the bed. Next, Wu Yan saw Corset standing beside the bed in her usual court-maid uniform looking at him with a mischievous expression. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled in response. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Corset, please, next time use a normal way to appear, okay? Then I won't be able to come in, this is the boys' dormitory. Corset winked mischievously and a playful expression appeared on her face. I saw that Lord Rune seemed to be troubled, that's why I came to care about him. Isn't Lord Rune happy? The one who should be troubled is your master, who should be hiding in the quilt and trembling right now, right? Wu Yan laid back down on the bed. Corset sat on the edge of the bed without any hesitation. She looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Lord Rune really cares about Her Royal Highness. Now, do maids gossip too? I'm just curious about Lord Rune's feelings, then it's called gossip. So be it. Cosette smiled indifferently, but soon after, he let out a sigh. Actually, the reason why Her Royal Highness behaved that way is all because of Her Royal Highness Veronica. Wu Yan immediately turned his eyes to Corset. Her Royal Highness Veronica once failed in the infant ceremony. Corset's face became expressionless. In order to make up for her shortcoming of not being able to become a dragon breeder, Her Highness Veronica has been training herself since she was young and developed a combative personality. However, because Her Highness Veronica has great expectations for Her Highness Princess, in order to prevent Her Highness Princess from becoming weak when she fails to be selected, Her Highness Veronica has done a lot of training for Her Highness Princess when Her Highness was still young. Training? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. You're not going to say that it's because Sylvia was trained by Veronica, that's why she was afraid of Veronica and reacted that way, right? Lord Rune underestimated Her Royal Highness Veronica's training. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's cruel. Corset became serious. Not only did Her Royal Highness Veronica had to push her into the lake, but she also had to go to dangerous cliffs to retrieve specific items. She even had to go to a well-known haunted forest to train her courage while trying to survive. Wu Yan's heart twitched when he heard that. By the way, I was the one who pretended to be a ghost in the forest. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. That's why Her Royal Highness Veronica is traumatized by Her Royal Highness Veronica. Corset didn't realize that she was also responsible and sighed. That's why Her Royal Highness Veronica acted that way, really. I don't know what to say. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Corset suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed Wu Yan's cheek. Wu Yan's mouth opened into an O shape. This is the benefit Lord Rune requested. Corset winked mischievously and whispered. If possible, Lord Rune, I hope you can help Her Royal Highness Veronica like last time. Wu Yan looked at Corset in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. If you kiss the other side, then I'll agree. Lord Rune, you really don't know how to take advantage of others. Cosette was also startled. Then, with a wry smile, he moved his face closer to her once again. Chapter 1320. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Epona House. On the top floor of Epona House, Sylvia was wearing a white, revealing nightgown that barely covered half of her breasts and only reached her thighs. She was lying on her bed with a pair of ice-blue eyes that were filled with disappointment. Today, all the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy got a holiday. Because, the first princess of Lorea Knight's kingdom, Veronica Loriaman, would be visiting Ansari City today. Veronica Lorea Knight. This is a rather legendary figure. As the princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorea, in theory, she was the first in line to inherit the throne of the Night Kingdom of Lorea. However, this princess did not hide in a greenhouse all day long, enjoying the flattery of others and living a luxurious life like other princesses. Instead, she chose to become a brave and skilled female general on the battlefield. In the past, Veronica personally led the army and intervened in the disputes all over the Aruxtran continent. The number of times she went to the battlefield and quelled the flames of war was not few. It is said that when she went to war for the first time, she was only 12 years old. Although she wasn't able to become a dragon nurturer during the youngling ritual, Veronica chose to train her body, hone her sword skills, and become a general on the battlefield. Moreover, her performance was extremely heroic, and could even be described as brave and ferocious. It is said that whenever Veronica waved the sword in her hand on the battlefield, there would be 3 heads flying in the sky at the same time. Is this true or not? No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Even those who have seen it with their own eyes did not stand up for this matter. However, Veronica is indeed a brave and good fighter. Until now, she has never lost a battle and has never lost a battle. Her talent in military can be said to be number 1 in the entire Lorea Knight's kingdom. The sword skills that she has honed over the years can be said to be invincible. There is even a rumor that Veronica once used the sword in her hand to repel a winged lizard. Winged lizard. That is a ferocious large lizard. It is a close relative of the dragon race's earth dragon. In terms of combat strength, some weak dragons may not be its match. Veronica is not a holy sky dragon knight that can equip the holy knight armor. She is not even a dragon cultivator, yet she can do this. How strong is her combat strength? One can only imagine. And these are the achievements that Veronica had when she was in her teens. Now, Veronica's fame is still the same, but her combat strength is definitely much higher. Such a brave female warrior made the citizens of Lorea Knight's kingdom admire Veronica. Her position in the hearts of the citizens Knight's kingdom's people's heart is far from Sylvia, who was still a student, can compare to her. People even thought Veronica's eyes. It was because the mother of dragons felt that Veronica's eyes were too scary when she was only 7 years old. Of course, there was no way to verify this. The famous Veronica was known as the Iron Blood Valkyrie. It refers to her powerful combat strength and ruthless mentality on the battlefield. Plus, she is the princess of the royal family. Such an existence is about to come to Ansari City. The upper echelons of Ansari City have already prepared a welcoming ceremony. Naturally, the Ansari Dragon Academy's board of directors, student council, and various high-ranking officials are also included. Under such circumstances, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was also on holiday. Now, the relevant personnel of the academy should be there to welcome Veronica's arrival. Sylvia, on the other hand, was still in her pajamas and lying on her bed. Her heart was struggling to the extreme. Logically speaking, as Veronica's sister, the 4th princess of the royal family, and the student council's disciplinary committee member, Sylvia must be there no matter what. But the fear of Veronica in her heart overcame her reason. Sylvia can only lie on her bed, struggling in her heart and feeling disheartened by her current state. In the end, am I still a coward? Sylvia laughed self-deprecatingly, her hand involuntarily touching the star carving on her chest. This star carving, and even Lancelot, were given to Sylvia by someone else. Originally, Sylvia should have failed in the youngling ceremony. But in the end, She met a benefactor and received his help to obtain a youngling, becoming a dragon cultivator. Sylvia doesn't know why that big brother of hers also had a youngling that only the mother of dragons can entrust to him and even gave it to her. But when Sylvia expressed her gratitude to him, she already made a decision in her heart. She won't let him down. But now, such a cowardly person like her would only stain the big brother who had bestowed her with such a great favor. Sylvia can even imagine the disappointment on his face when he sees her current state. This made Sylvia's heart tighten. No. Sylvia clenched her teeth and sat up. At least. I have to face it bravely. That's right. Sylvia's voice suddenly rang out in the originally empty room, causing the resolute expression on Sylvia's face to collapse. She held back her tears and covered her eyes in fear. What are you doing? Then, a speechless voice entered Sylvia's ears. Only then did Sylvia realize how familiar that voice was. She raised her head and looked at the source of the voice. In the next moment, Sylvia saw, Wu Yan is standing beside her with a helpless expression on his face. You. Sylvia was stunned. Why are you here? Nothing, it's nothing. Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked down at Sylvia. I'm just here to see how the great fourth princess is a coward. Sylvia raised an eyebrow but quickly deflated. After all, what Wu Yan said was the truth. I don't want to teach you a lesson anymore. Wu Yan closed his eyes. I just want to ask you, are you really willing to live under Veronica's shadow for the rest of your life? Sylvia opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but when she remembered what Veronica did to her, her voice seemed to be stuck in her throat and she couldn't force it out. Didn't you already decide to train yourself after joining the student council? Wu Yan looked at Sylvia with disdain, causing Sylvia's heart to skip a beat. She felt a faint sense of fear. This wasn't the first time Wu Yan taught Sylvia a lesson. Every time, he hit the bullseye and Sylvia was convinced in the end. That's why even though Sylvia didn't say it out loud, she was still afraid of Wu Yan. This kind of fear was different from the fear she felt towards Veronica. If Veronica was the devil to Sylvia, then Wu Yan was her teacher. When a teacher is teaching a student a lesson, the student would naturally feel more or less afraid. In the past, you were unreasonable and loved to go down a dead end. I also taught you a lesson. Now, you have changed very well. In the speech in the auditorium, you won the recognition of everyone for the first time. You are no longer alone. With the student union and us by your side, what do you have to be afraid of? Wu Yan relaxed his tone. Have you forgotten about the corpse dragon incident? Didn't that prove that the thing you fear in your heart is nothing more than that? Sister Veronica is different. Sylvia weakly retorted, but Wu Yan's expression turned cold and she closed her eyes in fear. You also said that Lancelot was no match for the corpse ash dragon the last time he faced it. What happened? Sylvia remained silent. Looking at Sylvia's silence, Wu Yan sighed and extended his hand toward Sylvia. Here you go. Wu Yan said to Sylvia, who is still in a daze. Hold it. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Then, you don't have to be afraid anymore, right? Sylvia's eyes shone with a strange light. She looked at the hand in front of her and blushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment before finally putting her hand on his. Wu Yan chuckled, it was a very seductive laugh. But, can you please change your clothes first? Sylvia blinked her eyes in confusion. Only then did she realize that she was still wearing her revealing pajamas. Other than her upper body being slightly exposed, her entire pair of voluptuous breasts that should be exposed were completely exposed. Her underwear was also exposed. The next moment, the room was filled with sorrowful cries. Chapter 1321. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the first school building. Today, Princess Veronica, who had come to Ansari City to express her condolences, would use this place as her first stop on her visit to Ansari City. Early in the morning, led by the mayor of Ansari and the dean of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, there were more than 20 important figures from the city council, the academy council, and the student union as well as the upper echelons. They formed a welcoming group and lined up in front of the first school building entrance, waiting for Veronica's arrival. Among these people, Yashur and Yak, who were members of the student council, were also present. The student council president, Lebeka, stood at the very front and was even in front of the mayor of Ansari City and the dean of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Like the leader of the welcoming party, she stood with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Her body emitted a radiance that made people not dare to look straight at her. It could be said that this welcoming party of about 20 people had gathered the most representative figures of the entire Ansari state. Who knows how many years it had been since the Ansari city had set up such a welcoming party to welcome the guest. However, since the other party is the first princess of Lorium knighthood, it is not too much to have such a grand occasion. However, it is obvious that this is the first time Yashur has participated in such a gathering of important figures. His face was filled with nervousness that was difficult to dispel, and his forehead was covered with a small amount of sweat. It made him feel like the temperature around him had risen a lot. In order to divert his attention, Yashur could only take a deep breath. Taking advantage of the fact that Veronica has yet to arrive, he talked to Yak, who was much calmer than him. Yak, are you really going to welcome Princess Veronica as a member of the welcoming party? What? Yak glanced at Yashur. Her attitude was as bad as always. Do you have a problem with that? And no. Yashur quickly shook his head. But haven't you always looked down on humans? Why would you want to welcome Princess Veronica? Humph. Yak snorted. She put her hands on her hips. Since you are all participating, as a member of the holy and noble dragon clan, isn't it shameful to be left behind by you? What kind of reasoning is that? Yashur couldn't help but sweat. However, with the bombardment of Yak's bandit theory, the tension in Yashur's heart eased a lot. He looked around and furrowed his brows. By the way, even Yak is here. Was it really okay if the princess didn't come? Upon hearing Yashur's words, Lebeka smiled bitterly without turning her head. You saw how scared she was before. We can't force her to participate, can we? That's true. Yashur also showed a helpless expression. It's just that I keep feeling that this is very inappropriate. After all, the one who came is my own sister, you don't have to worry about that. Corset, who had appeared behind Lebeka and Yashur at some point in time, ignored their shocked expressions. He smiled faintly. Her Highness will definitely come. Corset. Seeing Corset's mysterious smile, Lebeka became uncertain. Are you confident? Of course. Corset said meaningfully. I have a trump card too. Trump card? Lebeka and Yashur both flinched. If he shows up, Her Highness the Princess will definitely come. Cosette could not help but touch his lips as he muttered. Otherwise, my payment will be in vain, him? They didn't hear the rest of Corset's words. Yashur scratched his head, clearly not understanding who this him was. Lebeka, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. She looked around and smiled helplessly. I see, I almost forgot that he isn't here yet. Yashur and Yak looked at each other when they saw that Lebeka seemed to have realized something. Just as they were about to ask, a voice interrupted them. He's here. At the same time, everyone present could feel that the surrounding light was gradually dimming. A huge shadow covered the sunlight that was pouring down from the sky and descended upon this world. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Soon after, their eyes widened in succession. At the end of the azure sky, a huge shadow that seemed to be able to blot out the sun slowly appeared and imprinted itself into everyone's eyes. It's a warship in the sky. A dragon-shaped warship in the sky. It looked like a holy dragon that had evolved from an earth dragon, a pterosaur, and a water dragon. However, it was at least 100 times larger than the largest dragon in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Gufran. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could blot out the sun in Lebeka and the others' field of vision. The warship in the sky was a silver-white color that flickered with a silver luster, like cold steel. It was surrounded by bright red lines and covered with white armor. Its appearance was extremely magnificent, and around the space warship were clearly visible cannons, making its magnificent appearance full of deterrence. At this time, at the rear engine of the dragon-shaped warship, a huge magic array was replacing the function of the engine. It was constantly emitting different kinds of magic fluctuations, allowing the entire warship to fly forward stably. Clearly, it's because of it that this huge thing can fly in the sky. Around the dragon-shaped space battleship, there were several dragons that seemed to be acting as guards surrounding it. On top of the dragons, there were riders wearing armor with knight swords at their waists. Those dragons are all holy dragons. That also meant that those who rode the holy dragon were at least dragon knights. No way, right? Looking at the heaven-devouring mechanical dragons and the luxurious dragon knights in the sky, Yashu's face was filled with shock. Even Yak was stunned on the spot, unable to react. As for those big shots in Ansari City and Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, after they reacted, they seemed to know something and began to make a racket. It's appeared. That's Her Highness Princess Veronica's warship, right? It's just like a warship made by the Sepharos Empire. Although I've heard of it, I didn't expect our Loria Kingdom of Knights to be able to make something like that. That's too admirable. That's Her Highness Princess Veronica's warship. Seeing that Yashur and Yak still haven't recovered from their shock, Lebeka said in a deep voice. Magic warship, Sylvanus. Sire. Vanuz. Yashu and Yak mumbled and finally came back to their senses. In the sky, Sylvanus began to descend slowly under the guidance of the leading dragon knight team. Like a gliding dragon, he landed steadily on the open space at the front entrance of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's first schoolhouse and instantly occupied the entire open space. The dragon knights who were acting as guards also landed on the ground on their respective sacred dragons and maintained their initial formation. The riders dismounted from their mounts, raised the knight swords at their waists, and stood quietly like a ceremonial army. The murderous aura emanating from their bodies made everyone hold their breaths. In particular, among the numerous dragon knights, there was a handsome rider leading them. He was also equipped with a set of armor that fluctuated with magic power. Holy Knight armor. That's a holy sky dragon knight. Lebeka stood there solemnly. Her Highness Princess Veronica has arrived. Almost at the same time as Lebeka's voice sounded, Sylvanus's cabin door slowly opened with a pleasant sliding sound. Under everyone's gaze, a silhouette appeared at that spot. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha, the iron boots clashed with the ground, creating a clear and crisp sound of footsteps that traveled into everyone's ears. Behind Sylvanus's cabin door, a figure was slowly exposed in the air with the sound of iron boots hitting the ground that could make one's heart beat in sync with it. It was only now that everyone saw the true appearance of the rumored iron-blooded Valkyrie. Her dazzling blonde hair flickered under the sunlight, like a golden waterfall falling down vertically, reflecting each other's brilliance together with her fair skin. Exposed armor covered her body. It looked like a school swimsuit made of armor. She had a cape on her back and iron boots that reached her thighs. Her shoulders, arms, and waist were all covered in armor. But the key point was her eyes. They were extremely sharp. Like an eagle gazing at its prey from the sky. Chapter 13:22. Looking at Veronica, who was standing at the entrance of the Sylvanus battleship and gradually walking down the ladder, the members of the welcoming group, including Yaksu and Yak, didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Wearing armor, Veronica, who was walking down with a clanging sound, emitted a terrifying pressure. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly able to see through everything in her sight. In addition to her reputation for being decisive in killing, her boldness was not something Sylvia could compare to. Only when she reached the ground did Veronica raise her head, revealing her eagle-like sharp sword eyes. Her mighty and loud voice reverberated. "Thank you for welcoming me, thank you for your hard work." While speaking, Veronica raised her hand and made a gesture of dispensing with formalities. This gesture caused the cloak on her body to flip up, revealing her heavy and dazzling armor. At this moment, Yashu, Yak and the others discovered. Veronica's hand, which was hidden under the cloak, was holding a huge great sword. It was this great sword that caused Veronica's title of Iron Blood Valkyrie to resound throughout the Knight's Kingdom of Lorraine. While everyone present was shocked by Veronica's oppressive aura, there were two people who remained calm throughout the whole process. One was Rebecca. The other was Cosette. As if wanting to break the heavy silence, Rebecca stood up. She respectfully placed her hand in front of her chest and performed a noble salute. "Long time no see, Your Highness Princess Veronica." Veronica shifted her sharp gaze away from the surrounding people and looked at Rebecca. She raised her eyebrows. "Oh? Isn't this Rebecca?" "Yes. Yes." Under Veronica's sharp gaze, Rebecca calmly revealed a smile. "Rebecca? Randall represents the people of Ansari City to thank Your Highness Princess Veronica for personally coming to visit. This is only a small matter. For something like this to happen in the territory of the Knight's Kingdom, I am also worried." Veronica waved her arm and then closely looked at Rebecca. "I did not expect this. Until now, you are still wasting your time in this kind of academy." She was different from Sylvia, who was still a student. Veronica was the real princess who held the real power. Due to her reputation for bravery and battle prowess, as well as her unparalleled martial skills, the country's most glorious and prestigious Loriman Holy Dragon Knights were directly under Veronica's command. Even the guards who came with Veronica to Ansari City were members of Loriman's Holy Dragon Knights. As for the Holy Sky Dragon Knight wearing the Holy Knight armor, the Holy Sky Dragon Knight. He was the captain of Veronica's personal guard. In the entire Loriman's Holy Dragon Knights, only 10% of the members were Holy Dragon Knights. There was only one Holy Heavenly Dragon Knight by Veronica's side. One could imagine how precious a Holy Heavenly Dragon Knight was. Rebecca was a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. Not only was she at the most youthful and beautiful stage of her life, her strength was not below the captain of the personal guard. Veronica, who advocated martial arts, naturally couldn't bear to see such a precious battle force with talent and strength wasted in the academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was wasting her time. "With your strength, you won't be able to learn anything in this academy. You are qualified to be the teacher of any dragon cultivator or dragon knight. Yet, you are still playing the game of being a student?" Veronica said with a bold and sincere tone. "You should join my Loriman's Holy Dragon Knights as soon as possible. Don't waste your strength and talent. Thank you for your appreciation, Princess Veronica." Rebecca smiled elegantly. Her smile disintegrated Veronica's boldness. "But I just want to enjoy my life as a student. About joining the Holy Dragon Knights, let's talk about it later, really." Even though Veronica expected this response from Rebecca, she still felt helpless. "Forget it. Anyway, you're already in the 3rd year of the advanced course. You'll graduate soon. I can still afford to wait. When the time comes, don't run away anymore. You have to give me a definite answer, and you." Veronica suddenly turned around. Her gaze shot to a corner like an arrow. It landed on Cosette, who was wearing a palace-made uniform with a leisurely smile on her face. "You should be tired of playing house as a maid, Cosette." Veronica looked straight at Cosette. Many people looked at each other in confusion. They could understand why Veronica valued Rebecca. After all, Rebecca was a rare Holy Heavenly Dragon Knight. She was very precious. But what was the matter with this maid? An outstanding talent like you can help me even more than Rebecca. Veronica ignored the stunned expressions of the people around her and said matter-of-factly. Someone like you is actually willing to be a maid. I am more confused than Rebecca, who wants to continue being a student. The Shirley family was originally a maid family. In a more natural manner than Rebecca, Cosette respectfully lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed to Veronica. And the person I serve has already been decided. Veronica frowned and snorted when she heard Cosette's words, which were tantamount to rejection. Both of you are like this. I really don't understand why you don't put your talents to good use. Especially you, Cosette. I don't even know what's so attractive about the so-called girl that you're serving, about that. Cosette blinked his eyes and said meaningfully. I believe your Highness Veronica should know better than me, humph. Veronica turned her head and remained silent. At the side, Yashur looked at Veronica confronting Cosette, and a trace of admiration finally emerged in his heart. Although he didn't understand what was so special about Cosette, he was sure that Cosette wasn't an ordinary maid. The person you serve. Aiko tilted her head in confusion. She ignored everyone at the scene and her voice echoed clearly in the air. The person she serves. Is it Sylvia or Rohan? Yak. Yak ignored everyone's words. Yashur was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly covered Yak's mouth and blocked her words. Rohan? Veronica was startled. She looked at Cosette in surprise. Could it be that other than serving Sylvia, you've served other people as well? Yak. Cosette immediately closed his eyes, lowered his head, and remained silent, tacitly agreeing to it. Interesting. Veronica didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she showed an interested expression. You've rejected countless invitations from royalty and even me since you were young. You only have eyes for Sylvia. Now you're serving someone else. How interesting. Then, where is he? Veronica began to look around. Let me see what kind of ability someone who can subdue even you has. He. Cosette showed a complicated expression. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but another voice interrupted her. Royal sister, his trembling voice echoed in the air, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Sylvia, in her uniform, stood at the entrance of the first school dormitory. She walked over with trembling steps and a stiff expression on her pretty face. Beside Sylvia was Wu Yan, who was also in uniform. He looked at Cosette and winked. Cosette couldn't help but smile. Sylvia. Veronica narrowed her eyes when she saw Sylvia appear in front of her. Her sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. Sylvia was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Veronica's gaze sharpened when she saw Sylvia's pathetic performance in front of everyone. She suddenly raised the great sword in her hand and mercilessly slashed at Sylvia amidst the horrified expressions of the bystanders. Sylvia's pupils constricted. Just as she was about to scream, a figure appeared in her vision and stood in front of her. Veronica stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of Sylvia. Her greatsword abruptly stopped in its tracks. However, the moment Veronica's greatsword stopped, another longsword shot through the air and stabbed at Wu Yan. Chapter 1323. Whoosh! Wu Yan's fringe fluttered in the wind as he stood in front of Sylvia. Wu Yan's expression froze when he saw Veronica's greatsword coming at him. Without any warning, Wu Yan tilted his body to the side and he reached out with his hand towards the knight's sword that is coming at him with a sharp sound of breaking wind. His sword collided with the knight's sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, a ferocious qi burst out from Wu Yan's body. It blew in all directions, waking up the members of the welcoming party who didn't know what to do due to the sudden development of the situation. At this time, the crowd finally saw the scene. The captain of the personal guard, the Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight, who was supposed to be guarding Veronica, picked up his sword and maintained a stabbing posture as he came to Veronica's side. Wu Yan used 2 of his fingers to block the knight's sword. He blocked the knight's sword with 2 fingers. You. The guard captain didn't expect this outcome. He looked at Wu Yan with a shocked expression. Not only the captain, even Veronica, Sylvia, Lebecca, Cosette, Yashur, Yak and the others were shocked. That wasn't an ordinary captain of the guards but a holy sky dragon knight equipped with the holy knight armor. Although he didn't use the holy knight armor's greatest strength, he still didn't use the holy knight armor. He was only using an ordinary knight's sword, but he was able to block the attack of a Saint Sky Dragon Knight with 2 fingers. Wasn't that shocking enough? Only Wu Yan knows why he was able to block the attack so easily. That's because the attack wasn't meant to hurt him. This personal guard captain should stop his attack right before the knight's sword is about to reach his throat, in other words. He was just trying to intimidate him. Unfortunately, the captain underestimated Wu Yan. Humph. Snapping out of his shock, the captain of the personal guard's face sank as he tightened his grip on the knight's sword. The holy knight armor on his body surged with a majestic magic power. In the next moment, the ordinary-looking knight's sword was instantly covered by magic power. With a sharp gust of wind, it twisted and broke free from Wu Yan's fingers. Once again, it stabbed towards Wu Yan. However, this time, the knight's sword of the captain of the guards carried traces of killing intent. It's clear that the captain doesn't plan to stop this attack and will directly stab into Wu Yan's body. Of course, the captain didn't aim for Wu Yan's throat but Wu Yan's shoulder. Sensing the gust of wind coming towards him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fist and smashed it against the sharp knight's sword. Bang! With a muffled sound, the guard captain's magic-infused knight's sword shattered under Wu Yan's punch before it exploded into pieces. Wu Yan's tightly clenched fist didn't change its momentum. With a sonic boom, it passed through the fragments of the knight's sword and heavily smashed towards the captain who was holding the broken sword. Although the opponent didn't kill him with his second attack, he didn't show any mercy either. Then, Wu Yan doesn't need to show any mercy. Seeing the sonic boom and the heavy fist smashing towards his head, the captain had goosebumps all over his body. His pupils shrunk and his heart was filled with disbelief. His attack, which had been infused with magic, was actually shattered by the opponent's punch together with his weapon. How is this possible? Not only is the opponent a student, he's also not a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. He doesn't have a Saint Knight armor and his attack doesn't carry any magic. The huge fist continued to enlarge in the captain's eyes. The captain also knew that now wasn't the time to think about this. He quickly turned his head to the side. The fist that came out of the broken pieces of the knight's sword brushed past the captain's shoulder and past his ear. The fierce wind from the fist made the captain's face burn with pain. This stinging pain stimulated the anger in the captain's heart at the same time. I can't even deal with a student. With this thought in mind, the captain tightened his grip on his sword and swung his body. He used the broken sword in his hand as a club and fiercely smashed it towards Wu Yan. Seeing the opponent's reaction, Wu Yan was slightly surprised but he still turned his body to the side and clenched his other hand into a fist. Facing the hilt of the broken sword falling from the sky, he met it head-on without any explanation. Boom! A shockwave swept out from between the fist and the hilt of the broken sword, swaying in the air. However, without the knight's sword, the captain who was skilled in sword skills was no match for Wu Yan who had a strong body and battle techniques. With a pang, the broken sword in the captain's hand was smashed into pieces. The fierce shockwave passed through the captain's arm and surged into his body. Humph! The guard captain groaned. His body was pushed back by the impact and landed on the ground not far away. He took a few steps back awkwardly. He only stopped after the impact was neutralized by the holy knight armor on his body. He looked up at Wu Yan who is still standing in front of Sylvia. The captain had a serious expression on his face. Lebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, Cosette, Yashur, Yak, and the others were also more and more shocked. In just a short period of time, before anyone could even stop them, the two people who were in conflict had engaged in such a soul-stirring close combat. Although they didn't have time to stop it, they saw the two collide. That short confrontation just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If one of them was careless, one would have a hole in his body and the other would have been punched by the other. In the end, it would have ended with one of them being injured. Such a dangerous battle had ended in a short period of time with both sides evenly matched. One could imagine just how dangerous it was. At this thought, everyone looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. They didn't think that a student would be able to fight a Saint Sky Dragon Knight equipped with the Saint Knight armor. It was simply inconceivable. After all, compared to Lebecca, this guard captain had been on the battlefield more than once, and he had killed more than once. The other party's strength might be on par with Lebecca's, but in a true battle, the experienced captain of the personal guard would definitely be the one to obtain victory at the cost of some injuries. Wu Yan, on the other hand, managed to fight to a standstill in this short exchange. Although the captain of the personal guards didn't use his intrinsic magic device in this battle, the uniformed student didn't have a weapon in his hand either. He didn't even have a holy knight's armor. He was completely relying on his body to fight. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Even Lebecca, Cosette, Yashur, and Yak who were familiar with Wu Yan couldn't help but be shocked by Wu Yan's combat prowess. Amazing. Yashur muttered absent-mindedly. Too amazing. That guy, is he really human? AI Ku was also on the verge of going crazy. With that kind of physical ability, he can't be of the same race as me, right? Roland. Lebecca couldn't help but laugh. As expected, there are still many secrets. Lord Roland. Cosette slowly recovered and smiled. As expected of my trump card. That student. On the side, Veronica, who could also fight without the Saint Knight armor, looked at Wu Yan with a different gaze. Very strong. He might be stronger than Cosette and me. Roland. Sylvia's icy blue eyes were filled with ripples. Wu Yan, he's fighting for her sake. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Sylvia couldn't hide her emotions when she recalled what Wu Yan said to her in the room. He really is protecting me. Protecting me like a coward who doesn't even dare to face my royal sister. Looking at Wu Yan's back, Sylvia suddenly felt like she saw the back of the big brother who left during the youth ceremony when she was 7 years old. Ripples spread through her heart and didn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 13:24. Everyone was silent. The guard captain looked ahead and Wu Yan met his gaze as well. Their eyes met in an instant. However, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint of light while the captain had a serious expression on his face. Gulian? Mark Gaia, level 70, level 70? Early level 8? Wu Yan's expression turned more serious. Currently, all of Wu Yan's abilities have been sealed, all that's left is his physical prowess and infinite arms refinement. The amount of power he can use right now is around the level of a tier 8. If he really fought with the captain of the personal guards called Gulian, he would probably still be evenly matched like before. Of course, once the battle starts, every factor will become the key to victory. Wu Yan has the body of a true ancestor. Even if he doesn't have the immortal body, he still has a lot of stamina left in him. In an evenly matched fight like this, he is sure to emerge victorious. Moreover, Wu Yan can remove the seal on his body at any time. When the time comes, dealing with someone who just entered level 8 will be a piece of cake. Even if he doesn't completely remove the seal, he only needs to extract a bit of mana from the seal, use a spell, or use a superpower. Winning against Gulian is just a matter of time. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much. Gulian. At most, it will make Wu Yan, who has his power sealed, get serious. Unfortunately, the other party doesn't think so. You. Gu Lian looked at Wu Yan with an emotionless pair of eyes as he questioned him in a cold tone. Who are you? Me? Wu Yan grinned. He tossed the sword shard in his hand that he smashed into the ground. As you can see, I am just a student, is that so? Gu Lian nodded indifferently. Soon after, his eyes turned cold once again. However, no matter who you are, I will not allow you to offend Her Highness Veronica. Finished. Gu Lian reached out his hand. Above. A magic formation rippled. Devil sword of swift wind and swift thunder. As Gu Lian spoke, dazzling lights radiated from the magic array. Cracks spread across the magic array, making it look like a spiderweb. It spread out. Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Gu Lian. He finally decided to use the inherent magic equipment of the Holy Knight armor. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneered. He waved his hand. The fragment of the knight's sword in his hand shot out violently, hitting the knight's sword at the waist of one of Veronica's personal guards. Pa! The guard didn't even have time to react. The knight's sword flew out of the scabbard and flew towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan held it in his hand. With a slight tilt of his body, the knight's sword in his hand suddenly vibrated, creating a circle of ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the atmosphere gradually rotated and strangely jumped away. The surging airflow condensed on the knight's sword and formed a halo. The air currents swirled around Wu Yan's sword as if they have a mind of their own. As the air currents swirled around Wu Yan's sword glowed brighter and brighter. Everyone around him had a look of shock on their faces. That's a pure sword skill? Veronica's eyes widened in shock. That man has such a miraculous sword skill? Veronica called Wu Yan a man instead of a student. Is he going to use that move? Lebecca and Corset raised their hands to block the strong wind caused by the rapid flow of air. Their expressions were grave. A sense of crisis emerged in Gu Lian's heart. This time, he realized it too. He underestimated this student who dared to face him head-on. Putting away the contempt in his heart, Gu Lian mobilized all the magic power of the Holy Knight armor on his body and gathered it all into the intrinsic magic device that was about to condense. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. He also accelerated the airflow around him to increase the power of chaotic return to horizon dance. The surging magic power and the turbulent airflow worked together in this space, forming a dense air force. Whether it was the welcoming party or the personal guards, they all retreated step by step with faces full of horror. Wu Yan and Gu Lian narrowed their eyes at the same time. Just as one of them was about to unleash a sure-kill skill, while the other was about to take out his intrinsic magic device and unleash his full power, Veronica stopped watching. With a leap, Veronica arrived between Wu Yan and Gu Lian. She opened her palms and faced the two who are going all out with their palms. All of you, stop. Wu Yan and Gu Lian were shocked when they saw Veronica jumping out of nowhere. They quickly cancelled their attacks and calmed down their magic power and the turbulence around them. Roland. Lebecca and the others sighed in relief. Sylvia ran to Wu Yan's side and looked at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Wu Yan shook his head and told Sylvia not to worry before looking at Veronica. Unexpectedly, Veronica also looked at him with an interested expression on her face. What's your name? Roland? Randall. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment before giving an answer. He glanced at Lebecca and smiled mischievously. Lebecca? Lord Randall's guard? Lebecca smiled bitterly when she heard that. Lebecca's guard? Veronica paused and Wu Yan shrugged. Well, I'm on leave now. I'm temporarily acting as the cowardly princess's guard. Sylvia lowered her head in shame when she heard the words cowardly princess. Is that so? Veronica took a deep look at Sylvia before turning to Gu Lian. Gu Lian, you can leave for now, Your Highness Veronica. Gu Lian frowned. But, this Roland? Randall just offended you. It's not considered offending. Veronica waved her hand nonchalantly. Didn't you hear him say he's the cowardly princess's guard? He only intervened because I attacked Sylvia. Not only can we not blame him, we have to reward him for his loyalty. Gu Lian's frown deepened. But, what? Veronica's sharp eyes were filled with an unquestionable determination. You have a problem with that? No, I've offended you. Gu Lian's heart clenched. He quickly bowed and apologized before leaving. However, before he left, Gu Lian took a deep look at Wu Yan. I didn't expect such a surprise in Ansari City. Veronica looked at Wu Yan. She glanced at the star carving on the back of Wu Yan's hand before asking. You're a dragon cultivator, right? Wu Yan nodded. Veronica's lips slowly curled up. A dragon cultivator actually managed to train your body to such a degree. You're not bad. Do you want to join my Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? Everyone was shocked when they heard Veronica's words. Join Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? That was the glory that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Even Wu Yan was stunned by the sudden invitation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm sorry, Your Highness Veronica. I don't have any plans to leave the academy yet, rejected? The surrounding people widened their eyes once again. Veronica's smile disappeared. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Why do all of you want to stay in such a greenhouse? Is this place that good? With that, Veronica looked at Lebecca. Lebecca, your guard has such abilities. Don't you want him to reach a higher level? Lebecca smiled helplessly. She whispered something into Veronica's ear. Veronica's eyes lit up. Then, let's talk inside. Veronica glanced at the surroundings, looked at Gu Lian, and then pointed at the stunned Yashur. Gu Lian, capture that brat for me. Yes, Your Highness. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Lian leaped out and grabbed Yashio, placing him on his shoulder. What are you doing? Only then did Yashio react, and he hurriedly struggled. Go in. Ignoring Yashur's struggle, Veronica left all the people in the welcoming group and personal guards present and walked towards the school building. Wu Yan, Sylvia, Lebecca, Cosette, and the others exchanged glances with each other. They didn't know what to say. Her Royal Highness, the First Princess, is truly capable of doing things her own way. Chapter 1325. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, the first school building, with Veronica at the front. Julian, who was carrying the struggling Yashur, stood at the back. Wu Yan, Lebecca, Sylvia, Corset and the others followed behind Veronica. The 7 of them walked through the hallway of the first school building and headed towards the guest room. Along the way, except for Gu Lian, the rest of Veronica's personal guards dispersed silently. They must have gone to check if there were any suspicious people in the school and secretly protected Veronica. After all, unlike Sylvia, Veronica had been on the battlefield for a long time. Her illustrious achievements had brought about the hatred of her enemies. Countless people wanted to get rid of Veronica as soon as possible. Therefore, Veronica's safety couldn't be taken lightly. Because, if they were not careful, this princess with the title of Iron Blood Valkyrie would lose her life. Losing such a valiant Valkyrie like Veronica would be a huge loss to the entire Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon. It could even cause unrest in the kingdom. Although she was unwilling to admit it, Sylvia did vaguely mention to Wu Yan that the current Lorimon Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon was a good-for-nothing. There was nothing outstanding about him. Other than being born in the royal family and having the royal bloodline, the Night King was useless. The princess had already passed away many years ago. The second and third princesses also lacked interest in the kingdom due to their own personalities and hobbies. They were not even in Lorimon Knight's kingdom. Sylvia, the fourth princess, was only a student. She could not share the burden of the kingdom's affairs. Under such circumstances, it could be said that right now, the entire Knight's kingdom of Lorimon was supported by Veronica alone. One could imagine what would happen to Lorimon Knight's kingdom if Veronica were to die. In the kingdom, Veronica's importance could be said to be the greatest, even above the Night King. It was also because of this that Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights became Veronica's direct knights. Her personal guards were also carefully selected from Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. From a certain perspective, Gulian acting rashly because of Wu Yan's rebuttal was not only a display of Gulian's loyalty to Veronica, it also proved that Veronica's authority could not be undermined. It was obviously not Veronica's first visit to the Ansari Dragon Academy. Although they were guests, Veronica took the lead and led everyone to the door of the reception room. She pushed the door open and walked in. Because the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy was a Dragon Cultivator Academy, status was very special. Naturally, many royal family and nobles from home and country and abroad would come to visit here to visit. Because of this reason, the guest room in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy could only be described with the word gorgeous. It was much more luxurious than Sylvia's royal room. Veronica boldly walked to the sofa and lifted her cloak. She waving her, she wo. Tie that boy to chair. Yes. Gulian answered expressionlessly. Ignoring the struggling Yashur, he threw him to a chair nearby and tied him up. You. What are you trying to do? Yashur wanted to cry but had no tears. He used up all his strength. He tried to resist with all his might. Unfortunately, for Gulian, who had been through hundreds of battles and was equipped with holy knight armor, this resistance was basically nothing. Hey! You guys! What are you trying to do to my watchdog? Almost at the same time that Yashur was tied to the chair, Yak rushed in while gasping for breath. Like an angry cat, she glared fiercely at Gulian, and the hair all over her body stood up. Yak! Seeing Yak rush in and care about him, Yashur was moved. But in the next moment, Yashur's emotions disappeared because of Yak's words. Even if you want to make a move on him, you have to get my permission first. You only need to say a word and I will give it to you. What are you doing here? To give me the final blow? Yashur's face was full of tears. Seeing Yashio and Yak starting to quarrel in front of Veronica, Gulian's cold face wrinkled deeper and deeper. But since Veronica herself didn't say anything, he didn't do anything either. Sigh. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. Without asking for Veronica's permission, he sat down under Gulian and Veronica's gaze and waved at Corset. Corset, black tea. Yes. Corset answered naturally. With her usual playful smile, she began to make black tea. This scene is actually not very strange. Since Corset was in charge of Wu Yan's breakfast, almost every morning Wu Yan would ask for a cup of black tea. Corset didn't refuse, so over time, she got used to it. However, Veronica was stunned when she saw this scene, which had become a part of her nature. You. Veronica's hawk-like sharp eyes shifted to Wu Yan. Don't tell me the other person Corset is serving is you. Corset's hand paused in the middle of making black tea. Wu Yan also frowned in confusion. It's too much to say that she served me. Corset only took care of me for a short period of time, is that so? Veronica gave Corset a meaningful look. Then, she looked at Wu Yan and nodded. She didn't ask any further questions. Sylvia. Yes, yes. Sylvia's delicate body trembled violently as she stuttered in response. Veronica narrowed her eyes and sneered. I have already read the report of the corpse dragon attack. Sylvia, don't you have anything to say to me? I. Sylvia's breathing became a little hurried. It seemed like her fear of Veronica wasn't just a little bit big. Veronica didn't seem to expect Sylvia to answer, so she continued with her own explanation. When the corpse ash dragon first appeared, Lebeka was the first to stand up and protect the Ansari kingdom from being destroyed by the corpse ash dragon. The mysterious holy dragon knight that appeared later also dealt with the corpse ash dragon almost perfectly and dispersed it. During this process, there were witnesses who saw Lancelot taking over Lebeka and suppressing the corpse ash dragon with his amazing dragon riding skills. He almost defeated it with his own hands. From this point alone, as Lancelot's master, Sylvia, you are indeed worthy of praise, that. But, Sylvia. Just as Sylvia was about to step forward to explain, Veronica interrupted her with a cold voice and said, "Don't worry about it. I don't believe you have such ability." Sylvia choked on her words. Her delicate body trembled and her eyes dimmed. "You." Seeing that Veronica had actually denied the ability of his own sister, Yashua's heart was burning with rage. He wanted to flare up, but Gulien, who was by the side, was staring at him coldly, causing him to not dare to move. Wu Yan looked at this scene indifferently. He didn't say anything. He accepted the black tea from the silent corset. While drinking, he tapped the table rhythmically. "Compared to believing you can defeat the corpse dragon with your own strength, I'd rather believe someone else is riding your fall." Veronica said coldly. "Don't tell me there's someone who can ride someone else's fall and use Lancelot to suppress the corpse dragon? And you're just watching helplessly from the side, aren't you?" Sylvia's pretty face instantly turned pale. She was right. Veronica was right about everything. "Looks like I was right." Veronica didn't hide her disappointment. "Even if you have the title of Dragon Knight, you're still a coward. You've ruined the reputation of the royal family of knights." Veronica's words pierced Sylvia's heart like a sharp arrow. Her knees went weak and she wanted to kneel on the spot. However, a nonchalant voice reverberated in Sylvia's ears. "If you can't even take the insults, how will you mature?" Sylvia's heart skipped a beat. She used all her strength to support her body and stood on the spot with great difficulty. Wu Yan, the initiator, couldn't help but smile. Veronica's eyes also flashed with subtle praise. Chapter 1326. Well, it's not like you haven't improved at all. Veronica looked at Sylvia, who was biting her lips to prevent her legs from falling to the ground. She retracted the praise in her eyes and looked at Wu Yan. "Your words are quite effective as a guardian, I'm just talking to myself. I won't flatter her just because she's a princess." Wu Yan looked at Veronica with a faint smile. "So, if you want to recruit me, you better think it through. Even if you're the Iron Valkyrie, if you make a mistake, I'll still slap you." Ha ha ha. Gulian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, while Veronica laughed out loud. "I'll be happy if that's the case. Very good, I lack people like you by my side. How about it? You really won't consider joining me?" "Well, we'll see." Wu Yan felt a headache coming on when he saw Veronica not only wasn't angry, but she also seemed to be more interested in him. "Alright, let's stop here." Veronica stopped laughing and crossed her legs. She looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze that was full of oppression. "I'm sure all of you know what I'm doing. I didn't come to Ansari just to express my condolences." Lebeka, who had been quietly watching the development of the situation, lifted her head. "So, you're here to investigate the truth behind the corpse dragon incident?" "Yes." Veronica's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "It's as the report said. The corpse dragon is an academic system that combines magicite and engineering. In other words, magicite engineering is a product made from the ashes of a dead dragon, right?" "Yes." Lebeka nodded. She glanced at Yashu, who was silently asking Yak for help but was ignored by Yak. In the corpse ash dragon incident, Yashu obtained the holy knight armor that Yak presented to him. With his special talent, he was able to ride the corpse ash dragon and connected his consciousness with the corpse ash dragon. That was how he obtained the information about the corpse ash dragon. The information explained the origin of the corpse ash dragon. Special talent? Veronica turned to look at Yashu. Does this nobody who doesn't seem to have any special talents? He can ride any dragon. Lebecca answered. It's the same for Loon. Both he and Yashu have the special ability to ride other people's dragons. Oh? Veronica's eyes lit up. He slowly smiled. I guessed it right. There really are people in this world who can ride other people's dragons. Then, who was the one who rode Lancelot and suppressed the corpse grey dragon? It's Luo Ang. Lebecca also laughed. Loon is known as the horseman of the Protoss in the academy. His dragon riding skills are unparalleled in the world. In this world, no one can surpass him purely in dragon riding skills. Gul Yen glanced at Wu Yen when he heard Lebecca. Veronica pursed her lips. To be able to fight evenly with Gul Yen with a mortal body, and to have extraordinary sword skills, it's not too surprising that he can have such achievements in the dragon riding technique. However, I feel like it's a waste to keep you in the academy. The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yen. In return, Wu Yen gave her a non-committal look. Veronica felt a little bored. In that case, the identity of the mastermind behind this attack should be obvious, right? If I'm not mistaken. Lebecca narrowed her eyes. Magical engineering has always been the pride of the Sepharo's empire. So, the mastermind behind the corpse grey dragon incident. It's very likely the Imperial Army. As Lebecca spoke, the atmosphere in the guest room turned heavy. After all, the Sepharo's empire and the Shepron kingdom were in a state of truce. Now that the empire had attacked a vassal state of the Shepron kingdom, it was very likely that the two countries would go to war again. On the day of the corpse grey dragon incident, Loon discovered a suspicious person who claimed to be from the empire. He took the item used to create and control the corpse grey dragon from the other party. Lebecca revealed another shocking piece of information, causing a bloody smile to appear on Veronica's face. In other words, we have evidence of the Empire's people attacking an important city within our borders? Yes. Lebecca's eyes lit up. Thanks to this, we can use it to our advantage and demand an explanation from the Empire. No matter what the outcome is, it will be beneficial for us. Very good. Veronica's face lit up with satisfaction. However, Wu Yen, who had been drinking his black tea, poured a bucket of cold water on her. The result of this will definitely be a split in the end. Veronica, Lebecca, Sylvia, Corset, Yashur, Yak, and Jirian were all stunned. Break up? Veronica frowned. What do you mean? I do have the item that the Empire's people used to create and control the corpse grey dragon. Wu Yen put down the teacup in his hand and asked. But who among us can prove this point? Everyone was startled and seemed to have understood something. Wu Yen shrugged. That's right. In the end, that sword still belongs to someone else. We have no way of controlling it at all. Even if we can prove that it's a product of the Empire's magical engineering, we won't be able to use its effects. The Empire can easily cover it up by saying that the Knights' Kingdom somehow got their hands on something that belongs to the Empire and insult them. Also, don't forget that the corpse grey dragon is still a dragon. Wu Yen looked at everyone who was in deep thought. Everyone in the world knows that the Lorimon knighthood is the dragon-breeding nation. The mother of dragons loves the knighthood so much that she only gave the knighthood the right to control dragons. But now, a dragon is causing trouble in the dragon-breeding nation. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the knighthood did something wrong and made the dragon go crazy. The Empire doesn't have the right to become the dragon-breeding kingdom. They don't have the ability to control any dragons. Wu Yen shook his head. Therefore, even if you say that the Empire controlled a dead dragon to cause trouble in the knighthood kingdom, no one will believe you. This. Everyone looked at each other and laughed bitterly. I have to say, what you said makes a lot of sense. Veronica snorted unwillingly. Looks like we can only continue investigating this attack and see if we can find any evidence. Veronica looked at Wu Yan after she said that. Then, where's the sword? It's still in my hands. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. I've tried all sorts of methods, but I still can't find a way to revive a dead dragon. If you have an expert over there, I'll give this sword to you. If you can find a way to control it, then the people of the Empire will have nothing to say, right? All right. Then it's settled. Veronica nodded decisively and stood up. I've rushed all the way to Ansari. I should go take a bath. Veronica looked at Rebecca and Sylvia. Rebecca, Sylvia, you two come as well. Yes. Why yes. The two were startled at first, then one nodded in agreement while the other trembled in fear. Oh, right. Veronica looked at Wu Yan. You come with me. Cough cough cough. Wu Yan coughed the tea back into the teacup. Corset started patting him on the back in a panic. He looked at Veronica with a shocked expression. What did you just say? What? You don't even dare to take a bath with me? Veronica said with a matter-of-fact expression. If that's the case, my evaluation of you will have to be lowered. Don't dare? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It doesn't look like I'm at a disadvantage, does it? Why wouldn't I dare? All right then. That's it then. Veronica was as decisive as ever. She waved at Gul Yan as she walked out. Gul Yan, take that kid to the training ground for a bit. Even if it's a rushed paladin armor and there's a time limit, it's still a valuable asset. Yes. Yes, my ass. Seeing that Gul Yan had agreed, Yashu grew agitated. What do you think? Gul Yan ignored Yashu and carried him outside. Yashu yelled and chased after him. Wu Yan pursed his lips and stood up with a sigh. Rebecca and Sylvia followed behind Wu Yan. Their expressions were unnatural and their heartbeats quickened. After all, they're going to take a bath together. Chapter 1327. Sylvanus. Veronica led Wu Yan, Rebecca, Sylvia, and Cosette to the interior of the battleship. They all walked towards the bathroom with mixed feelings. According to Veronica, the only one who remained calm the entire time, Sylvanus had a spacious bathroom that was suitable for many people to bathe in. Thus, a group of people rushed toward the bathroom with complicated expressions. In terms of size, Sylvanus was about the same size as Fraxinus, but he was much more cautious than Fraxinus. Unlike Fraxinus, who had a permanent Terratio Tori, Sylvanus had to rely on its own defense. Therefore, not only was Sylvanus equipped with multiple magic cannons, but the hull of the ship was also extremely sturdy, allowing it to withstand quite a lot of impact. The interior and the surroundings of the battleship were filled with personal guards, standing guard at intervals. If anyone wanted to break into Sylvanus, they would have to more or less consider their own abilities. It was also because of this that Veronica wanted to return to Sylvanus to take a bath. It wasn't that the Ansari Dragon Academy didn't have a spacious bathroom. There were even a lot of bathrooms that were bigger than the one in Sylvanus. But for Veronica, there shouldn't be any other place safer than Sylvanus's ship. After all, many rebels had their eyes on Veronica's life. Veronica's strength wasn't to be underestimated, so she wasn't afraid of some rebels trying to assassinate her. But bathing was different, she had to remove all her armor. Veronica wore armor all year round. To her, armor wasn't just a form of beauty, it also gave her a sense of security. Without it, Veronica felt her fighting strength drop. Therefore, only when taking a bath would Veronica more or less put away her strong woman side and accept the careful protection of others. Of course, the decrease in combat power was just Veronica's psychological effect. The armor was not the paladin armor, it was just ordinary armor. It couldn't increase Veronica's fighting strength, at most it would let her take a few more hits in battle. Not long after, the 5 of them arrived at the bathroom inside the Sylvanus battleship. You don't have to be so reserved. Veronica hung her great sword to the side. It's too bad we can't relax in the bathroom, so let's all go. While speaking, Veronica began to remove the armor on her body. His fair and healthy skin tone with a tinge of dark was slowly exposed to the air. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He couldn't help but turn his head and look to the side. What he saw made him uneasy. Lebecca and Sylvia were standing in front of Wu Yan. One of them had a slightly red face and an unnatural expression in her eyes. The other's face was completely red, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Even Lebecca was troubled by the fact that she was bathing with a man out of the blue, not to mention Sylvia, who had always been shy. If it wasn't for Veronica leading the way, Sylvia would have gone berserk. Veronica, who was completely naked, looked at the motionless trio and raised an eyebrow. What? Are you dissatisfied with something? And no. Under Veronica's fierce gaze, Sylvia was the first to retreat. She clenched her teeth and turned around as if she was going to throw caution to the wind. Corset, clothes, yes. Corset blinked at Wu Yan with interest before walking to Sylvia with a smile and helping her take off her clothes. Sigh. Lebecca sighed. She rolled her eyes at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Well, it's a rare opportunity, you should enjoy it. She didn't turn around like Sylvia did. Instead, she started taking off her clothes in front of Wu Yan. The unnatural look on her face and eyes disappeared as if they were never there in the first place. Looking at the 3 white and tender bodies burning hot in his field of vision, those 3 pairs of voluptuous breasts gradually exposed to the air, he couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. With a bitter expression, he started taking off his clothes. However, he did it with his back turned. Otherwise, a certain part of his body that had already expanded its presence would definitely greet the group of young girls, unwilling to be left out. Fortunately, the bathroom in Sylvanus was indeed frighteningly large. Apart from the bathtub that was the size and shape of a hot spring, there were also plants that looked like a tropical rainforest around it. It was said that these plants could release a fragrance that calmed one's mind and soothed one's mood. Being in such a bathroom, even Sylvia, who had a towel wrapped tightly around her body, couldn't help but let down her guard. She even dared to take off her towel while soaking in the water. The surroundings were filled with hot smoke, causing one's vision to become blurry. The hot water had also become murky due to the special bathing agent. If one were to soak in the water, one would not have to worry about being seen by others. As such, Sylvia was able to relax and soak herself in the water. Even Lebecca had dispelled the last bit of strange feeling in her heart and returned to her usual heroic self. Veronica was also a true tomboy, and she didn't care about trifling matters at all. She didn't mind at all that her naked body was exposed to the eyes of the opposite sex. Only Wu Yan was the one soaking in the water. His expression was unsettled. Isn't that nonsense? Although he couldn't see what was under the water, Lebecca and Sylvia's figures were simply too voluptuous. They couldn't be covered no matter how hard he tried, and more than half of them were floating above the water. Looking at the 2 pairs of seductive semicircles blushing under the influence of the heat, their master is also exuding an irresistible seduction. Wu Yan's heart felt bitter. Wasn't it torturing him to be able to see but not be able to eat? Compared to Lebecca and Sylvia, Veronica's figure was also very alluring. However, her unfeminine personality didn't cause any ripples in Wu Yan's heart. Instead, he was able to face her calmly. Apart from the 3 girls who stepped into the water, Corset was also present. Kneeling on a dazzling marble, Corset poured the bathing agent into the water while glancing at Wu Yan with her purple eyes. Her eyes were filled with amusement. When Wu Yan looked at Cosette, Cosette didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, She grinned slyly and opened her mouth to say something without making a sound. I didn't expect Lord Rune's figure to be so good as well. Wu Yan got pissed off when he read Corsette's words from her mouth. He replied with a silent reply. One day, I'll strip you naked and admire your figure. Corsette raised her eyebrows. She wasn't shy and looked at Wu Yan with a provocative gaze. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Looking at Corsette calmly pouring the bathing agent while unscrupulously looking at his figure, Wu Yan helplessly face-bombed and admitted defeat. While Wu Yan and Corsette were having a seemingly insignificant silent conversation, Veronica suddenly spoke. Sylvia. Veronica looked straight at Sylvia. A smile slowly appeared on her face as if she was staring at her prey. I have a marriage matter to discuss with you. Marriage? Sylvia was stunned. Marriage? Corsette turned her head and looked over. Marriage? Lebecca was also stunned. Marriage? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. The two simple and easy to understand words echoed in the bathroom. No one seemed to understand the meaning of these two words in the first place. By the time they reacted, the atmosphere in the room had become heavy. Maybe to others, marriage was something worth celebrating, but to them, marriage was something worth celebrating. However, for Sylvia, as a member of the Wang family, this was no small matter. Wu Yan didn't know why Veronica said such a thing at this time. However, if this so-called marriage was related to national affairs, then wouldn't Sylvia become a sacrifice for the Wang family? Chapter 1328. Along with Veronica's sudden words, the entire bathroom fell into a cold atmosphere. Even the fragrance that had been permeating the air seemed to have become a little faint. Even though the plants in the surroundings were able to release a pleasant fragrance, Sylvia no longer felt any sense of comfort when she smelled this fragrance. The only feeling that remained in her heart was heaviness. At that moment, Sylvia forced a smile. Royal sister. Are you joking? Joking? Veronica smirked at Sylvia. Have you ever seen me crack a joke? Sylvia finally started to panic when she saw the genuine expression on Veronica's face. Marriage. Lebecca frowned. Isn't this too sudden? Sudden? Veronica shook her head. It's a little sudden for all of you who are still students in the academy, but Sylvia is already 16 years old. Getting married and having children at this age should be a very normal thing, right? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel sorrowful when he heard Veronica. Veronica seemed to be older than Sylvia. She should be at least 20 years old. Why didn't Veronica get married and have children? Your Highness Veronica, why do you want Sylvia to get married all of a sudden? Lebecca asked in confusion. Logically speaking, there's no need for her to get married at 16, right? That's true. However, there are only benefits to having Sylvia get married now. Veronica said in a ruthless tone. Or rather, she explained from a bystander's point of view. Currently, the situation of the knight's royal family isn't looking good. You all know that the one sitting on the throne is a good-for-nothing. My two sisters don't care about the survival of the knight's kingdom at all. They didn't even send their condolences. I'm the only one supporting the royal family. Speaking of this, Veronica let out a rare sigh. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't die, I will definitely protect this country. However, the biggest problem is that the current Lorimon Wang family doesn't even have a single male in my generation. Veronica narrowed her eyes. The only male. He lost his life because of those boring things again. Lebecca, Sylvia, and even Cosette's expressions changed upon hearing Veronica's words. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw the changes in the girls' expressions. The only male that Veronica mentioned was her and Sylvia's eldest brother, the Prince of the Knights of Lorimon, Julius Caesar. Lorimon. However, this prince named Julius was already dead. He was already dead. Moreover, he was sentenced to death by the Knight Kingdom of Lorraine. The Knight Empire of Lorea is the dragon-breeding empire. To the Knight Empire of Lorea, dragons are extremely precious existences. As the only kingdom blessed by the Mother of Dragons, it was the only kingdom that could coexist with dragons. The Knight's kingdom placed great importance on their friendship with dragons and viewed them as treasures. Thus, it was strictly forbidden to harm dragons. Severe cases could even result in death. And Julius had committed the greatest taboo of all taboo: dragon slaying. He killed Fall, who was destined to accompany him for the rest of his life. This was the greatest crime in the Knight's kingdom. Even as the prince of the Knight's kingdom, the Lorimon royal family couldn't protect him. Thus, Julius was directly executed and died under the guillotine. To the people of the Knight's kingdom, the name Julius was taboo. Now that Veronica had mentioned Julius in front of everyone, everyone felt an unimaginable weight in their hearts. To the royal family of knights, Julius has become a disgrace. Veronica's tone was extremely harsh at that moment. It's also because of him that our family fell to such a state. Royal brother must have his own reasons. Sylvia couldn't control her emotions and defended herself. No one would kill their own Fall for no reason. Royal brother must have his own reasons. Reasons? Veronica muttered, then looked at Sylvia with a cold smile. That does sound like something you would say. After all, your relationship with Julius is the best among us siblings. Since that's the case, you should be happy. Happy? Yes. That's right. Veronica's lips curled up. Because your betrothal partner is Julius' good friend, one of the people you used to admire the most. Marcus Gaia. Wah. Sylvia's heart stopped for a moment. Marcus Gaia? Lebecca and Corset looked at each other and fell silent. With Grelian's identity as a Saint Sky Dragon Knight and Veronica's personal guard captain, his marriage with Sylvia could be considered as a well-matched couple. However, Sylvia's expression was extremely unsightly. What? Veronica coldly looked at Sylvia, causing Sylvia to tremble. Is there something you're unhappy about? Sylvia bit her lip and hesitated as she looked at Veronica, who was looking at her coldly. After a long while, she mustered up her courage. Royal sister, I've already decided to pursue the sacred knight armor and become a sacred dragon knight. I don't want to get married so early. Become a sacred dragon knight? Veronica's eyes widened. She laughed out loud as if she heard something funny. You're just a coward who's afraid of your own sister and could only watch from the sidelines during the corpse dragon's attack. You want to become a sacred dragon knight? Sylvia lowered her head. Her expression was hidden under her bangs, and her expression could not be seen clearly. However, Sylvia's shoulders were trembling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Humph. Veronica coldly snorted. The talents of a dragon breeder are very likely to be passed on to the next generation. You are a dragon knight, and Gulien is a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. The offspring of the two of you are indeed very likely to become a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. Therefore, instead of hoping that you can become a Saint Sky Dragon Knight, you might as well hope that your child can become a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. Such harsh and heartless words made Sylvia's eyes turn misty. Even Lebecca and Corset could not stand it any longer and turned their heads away. Veronica recalled something and she turned around with a smile. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen, who had been silent all this while. Aren't you this cowardly princess's guardian? Don't you want to say something? Lebecca, Corset, and Sylvia raised their heads and looked at Wu Yen. No matter what I say, Her Highness Veronica will be able to find an example to refute me. After all, Sylvia's performance is there. What else can I say? Wu Yen suddenly smiled when he saw everyone's eyes on him. So, instead of talking, why don't we let the facts speak for themselves? Facts? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Your Highness Veronica, don't you think that Sylvia is useless? Wu Yan didn't give up until he made a shocking suggestion. If that's the case, why don't you compare Sylvia with a Dragon Knight, in your so-called Lorimon Holy Dragon Knight Legion? What did you say? Even Veronica couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Not to mention Veronica, even Sylvia, Lebecca, and Cosette were shocked. Roland. Sylvia couldn't care less that she wasn't wearing anything. She stood up immediately. You're joking, right? How could I possibly defeat a Dragon Knight of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights? Wu Yan ignored Sylvia and looked at Veronica. Veronica looked back at him and laughed. Isn't it interesting? Veronica rolled her eyes. Then, why don't you join us? Me? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be stunned. I'm also very interested in how strong you are. Veronica had an excited smile on her face. I'll arrange an important opponent for you. What do you think? How about? Looking at Veronica's amused grin, Wu Yan grinned as well. All right. I'm fine with it. Then it's settled. Sylvia didn't know what to do when she saw Wu Yan and Veronica coming to an agreement. Chapter 1329. Just like that, Wu Yan and Veronica decided on a duel between Sylvia and a Dragon Knight from the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights without Sylvia's consent. Naturally, this included the duel between Wu Yan and a Dragon Knight from the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. And the time of the duel was 3 days later at the Imperial competition. The so-called Imperial competition referred to the competition of dragon riding skills. There was a tradition in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Whenever the royal family came to visit the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, they would choose a day to have a ball game performance. There were many types of game performances. Some were similar to soccer, some were similar to basketball, and some were similar to cricket, rugby, and volleyball. The only difference was that these games all had a basic requirement. That is, one must ride a dragon in order to perform. Therefore, this kind of ball game was also known as the Dragon Riding Ball Game, or the Dragon Riding Competition, and the performance in front of the royal family was known as the Imperial Competition. To put it bluntly, it was to let the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy ride their own fall in front of the royals and nobles and play a game of basketball with dragons as the driving force. Originally, the Imperial tournament was held on the second day of the royal family's visit to the Ansari Academy. However, due to the sudden mention of a duel, Veronica insisted on it. Veronica specifically ordered that the competition would be held 3 days later. This would give both sides time to prepare. Thus, the 2 duels to be held in the Imperial competition 3 days later were settled. Veronica didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it. Rather, it should be said that she was more inclined to blow this matter up so that the 2 duels would be more interesting. Therefore, Veronica also gave the order for the 2 duels to be held in front of the Imperial competition. Let the Academy prepare. Come to think of it, the Academy would spread the news, right? At that time, the 4th Princess of Lorimon will duel with a member of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights and, the Academy's Dragon Riding Genius will duel with a member of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights would definitely attract all the citizens of Ansari City who loved to watch a good show. One could only imagine how grand the Imperial tournament would be. However, for Sylvia, one of the parties involved, this definitely wasn't a good thing. It started when they walked out of the bathroom in Sylvanus. On the way, Sylvia was silent the entire time. She glanced at Wu Yan who is walking in front of her and then at Cosette who is following behind her. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Cosette are the only ones on the way out of Sylvanus. Veronica asked Lebecca to stay behind. They were discussing the details of the corpse dragon incident. Veronica originally wanted Wu Yan to participate. After all, not only was Wu Yan strong, he also gave Veronica a heads-up in the previous discussion. He wouldn't cower just because of Veronica's status. Veronica's speech was very unscrupulous and organized, but it was also very organized. Wu Yan's help was indeed great. Moreover, Wu Yan was very active in the corpse dragon incident. However, Wu Yan refused Veronica's invitation to stay. The reason was naturally because of the cowardly princess following behind him. He had made such a difficult decision for Sylvia so hastily. Sylvia must have a lot of questions and uneasiness right now, right? Just as Wu Yan expected, Sylvia couldn't wait to ask the moment they walked out of Sylvanus. Why? It was a simple 3 words, but Sylvia voiced out all her thoughts. Why do you want me to duel with Royal Sister's Dragon Knight Legion? Lorimen's knighthood is the dragon-breeding nation. Therefore, the knighthood of this nation is different from that of other nations. In Lorimen's knighthood, the knights in the knighthood are all dragon knights who have a dragon as their mate. Among the knighthood, Lorimen's Holy Dragon Knight Legion is the strongest and most glorious one. In other words, Lorimen's Holy Dragon Knight Legion's Dragon Knight Legion is ranked at the top of all dragon knights. The Legion commander of Lorimen's Holy Dragon Knight Legion even has the reputation of being the strongest in the world in one-on-one duels. Under such circumstances, even if it's not a Holy Dragon Knight, it's easy to imagine how strong a Dragon Knight Legion's Dragon Knight Legion is. Sylvia is very strong. At the mere age of 16, Lancelot has already grown into a holy dragon. Even though she's still a young dragon, she's already a dragon knight that everyone respects. But no matter how strong she is, she's still a student and Lancelot is still a young dragon. Compared to the dragon knights who had fully grown up and had the ability to join the strongest knights in the kingdom of Lorien, the difference was not just a little bit. Perhaps when it came to Lancelot, who was also a holy dragon, might be behind in terms of growth rate, but his power shouldn't be too far off from However, when it came to the ability of a rider, Sylvia was definitely immature. In that case, Fall's strength should be above Lancelot's. Even if Fall is weaker than Lancelot, Sylvia still won't be able to win. This is something that Wu Yan has proven more than once by having the weak defeat the strong. That was why Sylvia didn't even need to guess the outcome of a duel between her and the Dragon Knight of Lorien's Holy Dragon Knight Legion. Sylvia doesn't understand why Wu Yan wants her to duel a Dragon Knight Legion's Dragon Knight Legion. She doesn't believe that Wu Yan doesn't know her strength, nor does she believe that Wu Yan doesn't know that her chances of winning are minuscule. Yet, Wu Yan still made such a decision. It really puzzles her. Wu Yan stopped in front of her and slowly turned around to face Sylvia. His wine-red eyes shone with a profound light under the moonlight. Sylvia and Corset almost lost themselves in them. What else can I do? Wu Yan let out a long breath and rubbed his forehead. Do you want to marry that Jirian? No. Of course I don't. Even though Jirian was the person she idolized when she was young, Sylvia denied it so quickly and decisively that it shocked even herself. Although Sir Gul Yen is an outstanding knight and a respected, holy heavenly dragon knight, I do not have any intention of marrying him. Isn't that enough? Wu Yan turned around and continued walking towards the dormitory. Sylvia and Corset hurriedly followed after him. Didn't your sister doubt your ability, deny your dreams, and think that you're useless? That's why she wants to use you as a tool to reproduce? Wu Yan said without turning around. Then, other than proving your ability in front of her, proving that you have the qualifications to fulfill your dreams, do you have any other way? But. Sylvia clenched her fists, unwilling to give up. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to win against the Dragon Knight Legion under my sister's command, this again. Wu Yan sneered. Every time, you use impossible as an excuse. To you, just because your opponent is stronger than you, you can only stop moving forward? Hearing this, heart-wrenching sadness surfaced in Sylvia's eyes, and her voice became downcast. Then, do you think I have a chance of winning? Right now, I don't have a chance at all. Sylvia laughed at herself when she heard Wu Yan's words. However, Wu Yan's next words stunned her. But I don't know after 3 days, this. Sylvia was confused. What do you mean? Lancelot may still be in his infancy, but he's still a holy dragon. His strength shouldn't be much weaker than his opponent. The key lies in you, the rider. Wu Yan glanced at Sylvia and his lips curled up. Do you want to control your own fate? Control my own fate. Sylvia's eyes flashed and her face was filled with determination. Of course. Since that's the case, leave it to me. Wu Yan suddenly turned around. A smile that made Sylvia's heart tremble appeared on his face. In 3 days, I'll let you experience what it's like to become stronger. Of course, there's also the taste of hell. Chapter 1330. Sylvanus. Veronica and Lebecca stood side by side in the center, looking at the huge sword hanging on the wall in front of them with grim expressions. The entire sword was pitch black in color. The huge body and hilt of the sword were covered with blood-red veins that made one's hair stand on end. They emitted a blood-like luster, as if they were alive. Inside the veins, traces of blood-like light were flowing like water. This great sword is the one Wu Yan snatched from Mikatos. It can resurrect dead dragons, it can create corpse dragons, and it's a product of magicite engineering. Is this the giant sword that can control the corpse grey dragon? Even the fearless Veronica was looking at the giant sword in front of her with fear in her eyes. The sword itself seems to be made of precious metal, but those red veins. Yes. Lebecca nodded solemnly. They are all made of dragon chi magnificent crystals. As expected. Veronica's expression darkened. Dragon chi crystals. That was a special crystal that only dragons could produce. Almost every dragon in the dragon race would secrete crystals that contained magic power at regular intervals. These crystals were known as Dragon Chi Splendor crystals. Because the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal contained some excess magic power in the bodies of the dragons of the dragon race. People also began to make use of these Dragon Chi Magnificent crystals. Those who held the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal could use the magic power contained within to cast dragon magic that only the dragon race could cast. At the same time, they could also do some things that only magic could do. For example, Veronica's aerial battleship was powered by the special Dragon Chi crystals. It was also because of this that the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal might only be a physiological substance that was secreted regularly to the dragon race, just like the metabolism of humans. Normally, they might not even take a look at it, but to humans, it was a very important thing. Dragon Chi Splendor crystal was an extremely precious magic-conducting item. Knight Loriaman's kingdom had many production lines that relied on the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal. Some nobles even used dragon crystals as a status symbol or a way to flaunt their wealth. Usually, the nobles would have some luxurious decorations in their residences. For example, chandeliers. They all used the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystals to provide the light. As a result, to the knighthood kingdom, the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal was a precious item that they absolutely could not lack. However, it was also because of the large amount of dragon crystals that they could use and convenience. The other countries also coveted the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystals. After all, unlike the dragons that only contracted with citizens of Night of Nights, dragon crystals could be used by almost anyone. Although the dragon magic cast using dragon crystals would not be as powerful as those cast by dragons themselves, it was still much more powerful than using human power. In addition to the various convenient effects, who wouldn't want to obtain the Dragon Chi Magnificent crystal? Now, the various factions of the Uruxtran continent would regularly come to Loriaman to purchase large amounts of dragon crystals. As the sovereign nation of Loriaman, the kingdom of Sheplon even requested a regular tribute of dragon crystals. Even the Sepharo's empire secretly obtained dragon crystals from various channels. That was why they had the opportunity to fuse dragon magicite with their own machinery and develop magicite engineering. That was why Veronica's expression was so ugly when she saw the veins made of dragon essence on the giant sword that she used to attack Ansari. There was nothing more unpleasant than having one's country's proud product being used by a hostile country and causing harm to one's own country. However, although Veronica was very assertive and a martial artist, it did not mean that her brain was made of muscle. Otherwise, how could she support the entire Knight of Loriaman? After a while, Veronica suppressed her emotions and calmed down. Has someone already analyzed the structure of this giant sword? There are specialists in the academy who have studied the structure of the sword. Lebecca replied before shaking her head. The experts are already analyzing the function of the veins made from the Dragon Chi magnificent crystal. However, the progress of the engineering research is not enough, that's inevitable. Veronica did not blame Lebecca for her incompetence. She nodded in understanding. Magic engineering is the specialty of the Knight's Kingdom. However, engineering is the domain of the Empire. Regarding engineering, the Knight's Kingdom basically knows nothing about it. It's only natural that such a result would occur. Veronica looked at Lebecca. Leave this sword to me. I will arrange for someone to study it. Understood. Lebecca replied. Then, let's put the matter of the corpse dragon aside for now and wait for the progress. Veronica's tense expression relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. Hey, Lebecca, what do you think of the duel in 3 days? This. Lebecca hesitated for a moment before speaking with some uncertainty. Is Princess Veronica referring to Sylvia or Lune? Both sides. Veronica waved her cloak and sat on the sofa. To be honest, compared to Sylvia, I'm more curious about that Lune kid. Veronica's eyes glinted. He's on par with Gul Yen, who's equipped with the Holy Knight armor with his own strength. He has the special ability to ride other people's dragons and the dragon riding skill that even you call unparalleled. Other than that, he's also a dragon breeder. We still don't know how powerful Fall is, and it's still a secret as to what level he's at. He's a man full of mysteries, he's not simple. Hearing this, Rebecca was stunned. Veronica was a proud and arrogant person. This could be seen from the way she mercilessly denied her own sister. To be able to gain the recognition of the proud and arrogant Veronica was definitely an incomparably glorious thing. However, no one has ever been able to make Veronica call someone not simple. Even the commander of the world's strongest Loriaman Holy Dragon Knights under Veronica's command. Although Veronica valued him highly, she didn't give him such a serious evaluation. From a certain point of view, Wu Yen received a different kind of honor. Strangely enough, Lebecca felt that it was only right and proper at the same time. Even she felt that Wu Yen was worthy of such an evaluation. Therefore, Lebecca could only smile helplessly at Veronica's words. Actually, I'm also curious about how many secrets he's hiding. Veronica paused for a moment and said in surprise, but isn't he your guard? It's a long story. This so-called guard is nothing more than a cover-up. Lebecca sighed. I've only met him recently. I gave him the name Rune, but I don't even know his real name, identity, or background. I thought I could get some information if I kept him by my side, but every time I thought he finally revealed something, he would reveal an even more shocking secret the next time I met him. I'm ashamed to say this. If he hadn't fought Captain Jirian today, I wouldn't have known he had such frightening strength. Lebecca's tone turned complicated. I only had a sliver of hope for him at first, wondering if he had a potential that even I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Only now do I realize that his abilities have far exceeded my expectations. So mysterious? Veronica narrowed her eyes. Looks like I'll have to prepare a strong opponent for him this time. Does your highness plan to have Captain Jirian fight? No. Veronica shook her head. Although Jirian's strength is unquestionable, I think it's still not enough to force that brat to reveal everything. After saying that, Veronica suddenly laughed out loud. I plan to have her fight. Her. Rebecca was taken aback and her expression changed. Could it be? Humph. Veronica snorted, her eyes filled with excitement. That brat, what kind of shocking ability can he display? Let's wait and see. Chapter 1331. The next day, in the 7th Dragon's dormitory. In front of Lancelot's dragon house, Wu Yan stood at the door while Sylvia stood in front of Wu Yan. She looked like a student about to be taught by a knowledgeable professor. Or perhaps it should be said that she looked like a student participating in military training. Her body was ramrod straight and her face was solemn. Looking at this strange scene, Cosette, who was holding a plate with a teapot and teacups, couldn't help laughing. However, she didn't dare to laugh out loud on this occasion, so she could only try her best to hold it in. For the first time in her life, Cosette felt that she was having a hard time. However, no matter how Cosette felt, the two people involved were indeed very serious. We only have 3 days, so we don't have much time to waste. So, I'll cut to the chase and get straight to the point. With his height advantage, Wu Yan looked down at Sylvia and began to explain. You are a top student of the academy. You should know the source of a dragon knight's power, right? Yes. Sylvia answered solemnly like a student in school. Both dragon breeders and dragon knights have 2 sources of power. One is the strength of fall, and the other is the skills of the rider. When the 2 aspects are combined, they are the power of a dragon breeder or dragon knight. Only dragon knights have the ability of holy knight armor. Correct. Wu Yan clapped his hands. In other words, if you want to increase your power in a short time, you can only do it from 2 aspects. The first is the growth of Lancelot's own power. Wu Yan patted Lancelot's head. If Lancelot can grow, then, even if the rider's ability doesn't change, his overall power will increase. But the growth of a dragon is not only related to its master's care, but also its bloodline and talent. Wu Yan shook his head. Lancelot is far superior to ordinary dragons in terms of both bloodline and talent. Coupled with your meticulous care, it's clear how quickly he's maturing. But now, we only have 3 days. 3 days is not enough for Lancelot to grow much. Wu Yan looked straight at Sylvia. Therefore, we can only start from the second aspect, and that is the rider. Here it comes. Sylvia couldn't help but gulp as she recalled Wu Yan's devilish grin and the words, "Taste of hell," he said last night. Sylvia, who was timid by nature, couldn't help but feel nervous. In these 3 days, instead of saying that it's a special training for you and Lancelot, it's better to say that it's a special training for you. Wu Yan held Lancelot's reins absent-mindedly and walked out of the dragon house. Come with me. Seeing Wu Yan lead Lancelot out of the dragon house, Sylvia hurriedly followed. Cosette also walked leisurely. She followed behind the 2 to the empty space outside the dragon house. In order for you to win the duel in 3 days, I will teach you my dragon riding technique. The moment they arrived at the clearing, Wu Yan tossed out such a sentence, making Sylvia feel a burst of joy. Wu Yan's dragon riding technique. That was an existence that Rebecca called invincible. Although it was only 3 days, Sylvia definitely couldn't learn much of Wu Yan's dragon riding technique. But if she could learn a move or 2, it was definitely something worth celebrating. After all, Wu Yan had many experiences of using his magical dragon riding technique to let the weak win against the strong. If she could learn that magical dragon riding technique, she might be able to let Lancelot win against the strong. That might be possible. Just as Sylvia's fighting spirit began to rise, Wu Yan extinguished it with a single sentence. However, before I teach you dragon riding technique, we have another matter to attend to. another matter? Sylvia was slightly taken aback. Seeing Sylvia's confused expression, Wu Yan hinted. Do you still remember the flying speed that Lancelot displayed when he was dealing with the corpse ash dragon? Sylvia reflexively recalled the time when Wu Yan brought her to ride Lancelot. She also recalled the time when Wu Yan brought her to ride Lancelot. She also recalled the terrifying flying speed back then. Could it be? Sylvia shuddered. The dragon riding technique you're going to teach me is the flying method Lancelot used back then? What kind of dragon riding technique is that? However, not only did Wu Yan deny it, he even curled his lips in disdain. That's just a layer of mana covering Lancelot's body, changing the shape of the mana covering Lancelot's body, reducing the air resistance to Lancelot to 0 and giving Lancelot a push instead. As long as Lancelot remembers the shape of the mana at that time, even without a rider, Lancelot will be able to fly at the same speed. Wu Yan stroked Lancelot's dragon horn, causing Lancelot to act coquettishly. Last night, I rode Lancelot again and let Lancelot fly at the same speed. Now, Lancelot has remembered the shape of the mana. Even without me riding it, it will be able to fly at the same speed at any time. Sylvia was touched by Abel's words. It turned out that when she was sleeping, he had already thought of everything and made all the necessary preparations. He helped me so much, I can't let him down. With such conviction, Sylvia became serious. Then, what should I do? Very simple. Wu Yan once again revealed that smile that made Sylvia tremble in fear. Then, Wu Yan's next sentence sent Sylvia to hell. With Lancelot's speed, it will definitely increase your chances of winning by more than one level. However, you still can't get used to that speed, right? The corner of Wu Yan's mouth slowly rose. So, before learning the dragon riding technique, you must get used to Lancelot's speed and be able to control it at that speed. Wah! Sylvia was instantly terrified. Even now, Sylvia could still remember that time when she sat on Lancelot's back, the centrifugal force that almost scraped her body apart, and the extreme discomfort and nausea that came along with the extreme speed. Did he have to get used to that kind of speed and control Lancelot as he wished? No, no, no. Sylvia shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh. Wu Yan seemed to have predicted Sylvia's reaction and asked without a change in expression. What's the reason? That's too dangerous. Sylvia's face was a little pale. Let's not talk about whether I can get used to that speed for now, but if I accidentally fall off the dragon's back during practice, that's not something that can be resolved with just some injuries, right? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan used a bright expression to take out something from his back. It was a rope. A bad premonition surfaced in Sylvia's heart, and a chill ran down her spine. Sylvia took a step back and asked with a fearful expression. You. What are you trying to do? Do you even need to ask? Wu Yan revealed a dazzling expression. Unfortunately, this expression was no different from a devil's to Sylvia. Of course, what made Sylvia think that Wu Yan was a devil was Wu Yan's words. I'll tie you to Lancelot's back so that you won't be in danger of falling off. I. Sylvia's teeth began to chatter. I suddenly remembered. I still have something to do, trying to escape. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Sylvia's limbs were held by someone. Sylvia couldn't help but be shocked. Cosette. It's you. Your Highness, Lord Roland is doing this for your own good. Cosette's face had the same dazzling smile as Wu Yan's. For the sake of your Highness, I can only offend this lowly maid, you just think it's fun. Sylvia struggled with all her might. Let me go. Don't worry. Wu Yan grabbed the rope and approached with a ferocious expression. I'll be very gentle, I won't hurt you. Sylvia's pretty face turned ghastly pale in an instant. Then, Wu Yan pounced on her. No, a sorrowful cry echoed through the sky. Chapter 1332. Woo! A sorrowful wail that would make anyone who heard it cry reverberated throughout the seventh dragon house. It sounded like the cry of a ghost in the middle of the night. Whoosh! A sharp sound accompanied by a sorrowful wail echoed throughout the sky. A streak of light flashed through the sky above the seventh dragon house, causing a series of incessant shrieks. At the doorstep of the seventh dragon house, Wu Yan and Corset were drinking black tea and munching on pastries. The sorrowful wail that reverberated throughout the sky seemed to be adding to their enjoyment. It was a very pleasant sight. Looking up, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Sylvia, who was tied to the back of Lancelot's dragon and screaming with her eyes closed. As expected of the princess. She's been screaming for an entire hour and her voice is still so loud. It's a pity that she's not singing the high notes. That's true. Cosette wasn't worried about his master at all. He looked at Sylvia, who was screaming in the sky with a big smile on his face. Her Highness seems to be very happy. If Sylvia or anyone else heard this, they would definitely stay away from Corset and never dare to approach her again. What is bad? That is bad. What is bad taste? That is bad taste. Corset proved to everyone in the world that in this world, there was no one who could help her. There was actually a maid who would feel happy for her mistress' misfortune. He didn't know he had a maid who was both capable and good-looking. But a powerful maid with a very bad taste. Would that be a good thing for Sylvia? Of course, if Veronica was here, she would definitely admit that she was inferior. Even though Veronica also gave Sylvia hellish special training when she was young, Sylvia wasn't that bad. At the very least, she wasn't so bad as to leisurely drink black tea and eat pastries while Sylvia's life was in danger. However, after watching Sylvia scream for an hour in the sky, Wu Yan got bored of it. She's a real demon, no doubt, so he casually mentioned it. Speaking of which, aren't there 5 holy dragons in the 7th dragon house? Why do I only see Lancelot and Guffrin every time I come here? Ha! Corset was admiring her mistress' tragic experience. Corset was also nonchalant in her reply. Apart from Guffrin and Lancelot, the other 2 holy dragons seem to always be by their master's side. They rarely stay in the dragon house. One of the holy dragons' master has been skipping classes and hasn't even been to the academy that many times. Therefore, Lancelot's master has been skipping classes. So, Lancelot and Lancelot are the most common holy dragons. You haven't even been to the academy that many times? Wu was slightly surprised. It's truly a miracle that such a person was able to nurture his fall into a holy dragon and become a dragon knight. Although he hasn't been to the academy many times, he's not a student with low grades. Cosette explained with great interest. I heard that this student often skips his classes and school activities. She once aroused the dissatisfaction of many people in the academy. However, her grades are always among the best. Her ranking has never fallen out of the top 5 in the year. So, even the teachers, instructors, and the dean can't do anything about it. That's amazing. Wu Yan curled his lips. Then, he thought of something and looked at Corset. You said the other 2 holy dragons rarely stay in the dragon house? Yes. What about the other one? Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Aren't there 5 holy dragons in the academy? What about the other one? This. Corset finally stopped admiring her mistress' embarrassment and looked at Wu Yan. The remaining holy dragon has always been in the 7th dragon house. It's always been in the 7th dragon house. Wu Yan didn't feel relieved after hearing Corset's words. Instead, he became more suspicious. Then why haven't I seen it? That's because it's always in its dragon room. Cosette picked up the tea set and filled Wu Yan's cup with black tea as he explained. Ever since it entered the dragon house, the holy dragon has never come out. Never? This time, Wu Yan was curious. Why is that? Did its mistress go out? Didn't bring it with her? No matter how far away it is, there's no dragon cultivator who doesn't bring their fall with them, right? Corset laughed and tilted her head. Actually, I'm not very sure either. I only know that the holy dragon has been staying in the dragon's room for a period of time and has never gone out. Moreover, other than Long Ding who brought it food and helped it clean its territory, it chased away anyone who approached it. That's strange. Wu Yan rubbed his chin with a frown. It's so strange. Didn't its mistress come to see it? I'm not sure. I was just curious when I first heard about it, so I did a little investigation. I didn't go too deep. Corset said in a way that didn't fit her image as a maid. But I heard that the holy dragon situation isn't good. Oh? Wu Yan looked at Corset. How should I put it? I don't know the exact reason. Corset pursed her lips and said with uncertainty, but I heard that its body is getting weaker and weaker. Usually, it doesn't move except when it eats. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. His curiosity was piqued. It has been staying in the dragon house for no reason. It doesn't go out. It doesn't do anything except eat. Its body is getting weaker and weaker. This is too strange. A holy dragon's behavior is so abnormal. Logically speaking, such a thing should be enough to make the entire Ansari Kingdom's dragon riding academy restless. After all, dragons are precious existences. The Night Kingdom values dragons very much. Let alone a holy dragon, its mistress should be more anxious than anyone else. However, in the academy, this kind of thing is considered a big deal. Wu Yan stayed here for a month and he didn't even hear a little bit about it. There are only two explanations for this. Either the reason for this holy dragon's abnormal behavior can't be known to outsiders, so the academy has completely blocked the news. Either that, or Shenglong had been acting strangely for some time, and no one in the academy knew the reason for it. Currently, they were still searching for it, and as time passed, even if there were people in the academy who knew about it, not many would mention it. However, regardless of the reason, this holy dragon was acting so strangely and there was no news of its master at all. Wasn't this a little too suspicious? Most importantly, even as a member of the student council, I don't know about such a serious thing happening in the academy. Come to think of it, this problem must have existed before I came to the academy. Don't tell me even you don't know the details. Wu Yan couldn't help but ask Corset curiously. Isn't your Shirley family specialized in espionage technology? With Corset's ability, you should be able to investigate this matter in minutes, right? Shirley family's espionage technology and combat ability exist to assist and protect the Knight Royal family. Corset couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wu Yan. Although the holy dragon's abnormal behavior is very concerning, it doesn't do any harm to Her Highness, nor does it have any impact. I've only heard about it and investigated it a little. I didn't delve too deeply into it, so how could I know the details? At this point, Corset looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. Her cute face slowly inched closer to Wu Yan's face. Lord Lune. Corset's purple eyes stared at Wu Yan. She suddenly laughed. You don't think I'm the kind of person who would use my ability to do something like peeping because of a little curiosity or gossip, do you? Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed and his eyes began to drift. How could that be? Corset reached out her hand and held Wu Yan's cheek, making him face her. Please look into my eyes when you speak. Corset's cute face was so close to his, Wu Yan's heartstrings were fiercely touched. I'll go see that holy dragon. Resisting the urge to kiss her, Wu Yan shook off Corset's hand and ran into the dragon house like he's escaping from something. Wu Yan didn't see that at this moment, Corset's face was also flushed. Chapter 1333. Wu Yan, who rushed into the dragon house, slammed the door shut with a bang. He leaned against the door with cold sweat dripping down his face. That maid. I really can't underestimate her, recalling the cute face that was less than 10 centimeters away from him less than a minute ago. Wu Yan couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. I actually ended up like this because I got too close to a girl's face. What the hell is wrong with me? Wu Yan has a lot of girls around him and all of them have stunning looks. Even though Cosette is also very cute, she's still lacking compared to Ikaros, who's breathtakingly beautiful. In front of Ikaros, Wu Yan sometimes behaved in an unbearable manner, but as time passed, he got used to it. He even thought that his immunity should have increased by quite a bit. Who knew that under such circumstances, he still behaved in such a pathetic manner? It's no wonder Ikaros thought he's abnormal. Ho! Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Wu Yan calmed the inexplicable tension in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the interior of the dragon house. The 7th dragon house of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy is dedicated to the holy dragons. Therefore, the 7th dragon house can be said to be the most sacred place in the entire academy. There are only 5 holy dragons residing in this dragon house. However, the 7th dragon house is the largest, tallest, and most luxurious building of the 7 dragon houses of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. From the outside, the 7th dragon house looks like an extremely luxurious villa. From the inside, the structure of the 7th dragon house is actually quite simple. After entering through the main entrance, they stood at the entrance. The first thing they saw was a spacious open space. The ground was made of precious blue marble. The place is specially decorated in gold. It's monotonous but not perfunctory. It's very tasteful. In front of the open space, there's a row of dragon houses against the wall. The dragon rooms that were arranged side by side were just empty rooms. Apart from the fact that they occupied a larger area than normal rooms, there was nothing special about them. There was even a water tank inside. The holy dragons that resided inside replenished their water supply from the water trough. As for food, the dragons were responsible for providing it on time. Because each dragon room only had a small door that could only cover about 1/5 of the area, no one would think of locking the dragon up. Therefore, even if one stood at the door of the dragon house, they would not be able to see through it. Wu Yan could also clearly see the situation in each dragon room. The first thing that caught Wu Yan's attention was Guflin, who is sitting in the center of the 7th dragon house. He's sitting in the most spacious dragon room of the 7th dragon house. As the strongest holy dragon in the academy, as well as Lebecca's holy dragon knight, Guflin could be said to be the most eye-catching dragon in the entire academy. There was no one who could compare to him. His enormous body, which could be ranked at the forefront of the entire dragon clan, could not be ignored. After all, in the dragon clan. Basically, if there were no surprises, size represented a dragon's strength. The larger a dragon was, the greater its growth potential, the more power it accumulated and the stronger it would be. That's why most people's understanding of a dragon's strength was based on their size. Guflin's size was ranked at the top of the dragon clan, so there was no doubt about its strength. Compared to Guflin's enormous body, even the dragon room of the 7th dragon house, which was designed to fit an adult dragon's body, felt a lot smaller. It didn't fit Guflin. Roar. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze on it, Guflin opened its eyes. When it saw Wu Yan standing in front of the dragon house, a trace of joy flashed through its solemn dragon eyes. It then let out a joyful roar. To Guflin, Wu Yan was not only the only other person it acknowledged aside from Lebecca who could ride on its back, he was also its benefactor, who took care of its meals every day and provided it with delicacies several hundred times more delicious than before. In Guflin's heart, Wu Yan's position might not be as high as Lebecca's, who had already received the holy knight armor from Guflin and swore to be its master. However, Wu Yan was the person Guflin was most willing to get close to. If Lebecca were here, Guflin would obediently lower its head to show its submission. However, if Wu Yan were here, Guflin would roar in a way that didn't match its image to show its closeness. This made Lebecca extremely jealous. After all, she wasn't someone who liked to be above others. Rather than simply submitting, she wanted Gufflin to be closer to her. Of course, Rebecca was still alright. Sylvia was the one who suffered. Unlike Gufflin, who had already presented his holy knight armor and swore to be his master, Lancelot, who hadn't presented his armor to Sylvia, was much closer to Wu Yan than Gufflin. Similarly, because Lancelot hadn't presented his holy knight armor to Sylvia, it meant that Sylvia wasn't worthy enough for Lancelot to pledge his everything to her. Her loyalty wasn't as high as Gufflin's towards Rebecca. Therefore, to Lancelot, Wu Yan's position in his heart might even be higher than Sylvia's. Fortunately, Sylvia didn't know about this. Otherwise, she would have suffered a heavy blow. At this thought, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile and beckon Gufflin over. "It's not time to eat yet. Rest first. When it's time to eat, I'll bring you something good to eat." Roar. Gufflin let out another roar of joy before obediently lying on the ground and sleeping comfortably. It seemed that he was looking forward to Wu Yan's cooking. Dragons were able to eat 5 meals a day, and they had a special desire for delicious food. As an incredibly intelligent species, dragons weren't only capable of creating holy knight armor and researching dragon-related magic. Their desire for beautiful things far surpassed that of humans. In the hearts of dragons like Gufflin and Lancelot, Wu Yan's cooking was the pursuit of good food. Shaking his head, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He then began to look around the dragon house. Lancelot was accompanying Sylvia in her special training outside. Corset had also said that the other 2 holy dragons were always by their master's side and rarely entered the 7th dragon house. Thus, in the entire 7th dragon house, other than Gufflin, there should only be that holy dragon with abnormal behavior left. In the quiet 7th dragon house, Wu Yan could clearly hear that other than Gufflin, there was also a relatively weak breathing sound echoing in this space. Following this breathing sound, Wu Yan walked to the innermost part of the 7th dragon house and arrived at a rather remote dragon house. The next moment, he saw, in this dragon house, a dragon was lying on the ground. It was a holy dragon about the same size as Lancelot. It was obvious that it was still in its infancy. It had the same white fur as Lancelot, but it had a faint purple glow. It looked like a purplish-white color and was much more elegant. The dragon's horns were extremely well developed, just like those of a buck. They were sharp, but not rough. A pair of purple dragon eyes without pupils were suffused with a rich luster, adding a bit of ferocity to its elegance, but it was not too frightening. Clearly, this was an extremely extraordinary holy dragon. Even though it was still in its infancy, one could still feel the immense pressure from its body that only holy dragons of the dragon race possessed. However, this sacred dragon, which should have exuded immense pressure, was currently lying limply on the ground, looking listless. Even its white fur, which was glowing with a purple glow, seemed to have dimmed significantly. Its purple eyes were filled with weakness, without any luster. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan immediately frowned. It's as Corset said, this dragon situation is not good. Although he didn't know what happened to this dragon, Wu Yan could clearly sense that its aura was gradually weakening. From the looks of it, it probably won't be long before this dragon's life comes to an end. Staring at the weak holy dragon, Wu Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a flash of light. Wu Yan lifted his foot and walked towards the holy dragon in the dragon house. When Wu Yan was 5 meters away from the holy dragon, it suddenly turned its head and looked at Wu Yan. The pair of purple dragon eyes were filled with warning. Chapter 1334. Gawain, level 62. Wu Yan stared at the holy dragon Gawain, who was giving him a warning look. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Gawain. "I don't mean any harm, I just wanted to check on you." The dragon race possessed a dragon seed memory that could provide every dragon with knowledge accumulated over thousands upon thousands of years. That was why the dragon race was known as an extremely intelligent race. Every dragon possessed the accumulated knowledge of the dragon race from the moment they were born. And in the dragon species memory of the dragon race, there would definitely be records of the human language. Although the dragon race couldn't rely on it to speak the human language, it would be easy for them to understand the human language. That was why Gawain could definitely understand Wu Yan's words. However, even after Wu Yan finished speaking, Gawain still looked at him with vigilance. There was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. If someone else approached Gawain, with Gawain's previous behavior, he would have roared and scared them away. However, Gawain could feel a trace of pressure from Wu Yan's body that was different from ordinary people. It was the pressure from the bloodline. It was because of the true ancestor bloodline's pressure on the dragon race's bloodline that Wu Yan was able to obtain the dragon race's approval and become an existence that could ride any dragon. In the past, relying on this, Wu Yan could be said to have never failed in riding a dragon. Ordinary dragons felt that Wu Yan's life force was superior to theirs. That was why they would straightforwardly submit to him. The holy dragon could resist the bloodline pressure from Wu Yan. However, the dragon race was also a race that valued bloodlines greatly. Even if they weren't of the same race, they would still give a certain amount of respect to existences whose bloodline far surpassed theirs. Take Gufflin for example. To the dragon race, it was clearly the biggest taboo to allow someone other than their master to ride on their back. Many people had died because of this in the past. However, Gufflin still gave Wu Yan a chance to gain its approval. After some comparison, it approved of Wu Yan as its mount. Because Lancelot was a dragon whelp, his resistance to Wu Yan's aura was not as strong as Guffrin's. Moreover, with the help of delicious food, Lancelot's resistance to Wu Yan had plummeted. In the end, in addition to Wu Yan's teachings to its master, Lancelot very straightforwardly agreed to let Wu Yan ride it. Although Gawain was a holy dragon, he was still in his infancy, just like Lancelot. His resistance to Wu Yan's bloodline pressure shouldn't be stronger than Gufflin's. But Wu Yan didn't show any intention of riding it. He had merely approached, but the other party had given him an undisguised warning. Could it be that this holy dragon called Gawain had a dragon bloodline of a higher level than Gufflin and Lancelot's? Was that why he was able to ignore the pressure from his bloodline like Yak? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Wu Yan immediately rejected it. Because he saw it. In Gawain's eyes, which were filled with warning, there was also a trace of fear and respect. It was clear that Gawain also respected Wu Yan's bloodline pressure. But he still gave Wu Yan a warning. This proved that even though Gawain was respectful, he still didn't want Wu Yan to get close to him. That was why Gawain didn't even give existences of a higher level a chance to get close to him. This was a dragon with quite a personality, and also a difficult one to deal with. Almost instantly, Wu Yan had such an impression of Gawain. However, this only aroused Wu Yan's competitive spirit. Taming a holy dragon that clearly respected him but didn't want him to get close to him. It forcefully resisted his bloodline pressure, and even showed obvious hostility. This was a very unique holy dragon. Wasn't this very interesting? Moreover, he didn't want to harm him. He only wanted to see how he was doing and find out the reason why he was so weak. When the time came, Wu Yan wouldn't mind giving him a hand. With that in mind, Wu Yan ignored the warning in Gawain's eyes. With a smile, he continued to approach Gawain. Roar! At this moment, the warning, respect, and fear in Gawain's eyes all turned into pure hostility. Roar! Gawain's originally listless appearance instantly disappeared. He stood up abruptly and placed his four limbs on the ground. He raised his large dragon head and let out a warning roar at Wu Yan. The ferocious roar stirred up a dense shockwave that reverberated in all directions of Gawain's room. It caused the ceiling to tremble slightly and dust particles to fall down. From Gawain's roar, Wu Yan could sense his intentions. If you come any closer, I will attack. That was Gawain's intention. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed. With a smile on his face, he ignored Gawain's warning and finally stepped into Gawain's room. A fierce glint flashed across Gawain's dragon eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed throughout the room. A blurry black shadow that caused the atmosphere to tremble violently flew out and viciously whipped towards Wu Yan, who had just walked into the room. That was Gawain's tail. Bang! A muffled sound that sounded like a direct hit to the heart rang out. A cloud of smoke exploded in a corner of the room and rose into the air. Seeing that his attack seemed to be effective, Gawain exerted a bit of force and immediately tried to pull back his tail. However, an extremely strong force restricted his dragon tail and prevented him from pulling it back. Gawain's dragon eyes suddenly widened. He raised a dragon claw and forcefully smashed it towards the center of the rising cloud of smoke. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. This time, Gawain's attack scattered the cloud of smoke in all directions, exposing the situation within to the air and allowing Gawain to clearly see his current situation. He saw that the dragon tail he had just wildly swung out was tightly grasped by a relatively thin and small hand. The force that restricted his dragon tail came from this small hand. The dragon claw he had just smashed down was lifted up high by another hand as if it was supporting the heavens and earth, blocking it. Gawain's dragon eyes trembled. His immature mind was momentarily stunned by this unrealistic scene. With one hand grabbing Gawain's dragon tail and the other raised to block Gawain's sharp front claw, Wu Yan raised his head and met Gawain's eyes. "I've said it before, I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to check on your situation." Roar! Gawain growled, his voice filled with intimidation. He didn't care about Wu Yan's kindness at all. Seeing this, Wu Yan furrowed his brows and said in confusion, "I'm not even trying to ride you. Why are you so hostile?" Roar! For a moment, a trace of hesitation appeared in Gawain's voice. However, it quickly became the same as before, filled with intimidation. It was as if he was condescending and saying, "If you don't leave now, I won't be merciful anymore." Heh! Seeing Gawain growling at him, Wu Yan sneered. "You're young, but your temper is quite big." Gawain was enraged when he heard this. Roar! A ferocious roar shook the atmosphere. Gawain opened his mouth wide and a light blue magic formation suddenly appeared in front of his dragon mouth. It carried a dense magic fluctuation as it slightly rotated. Wu Yan's expression froze. Inside the magic formation, a frightening amount of magic power stirred up a storm. Dragon breath that contained terrifying wind pressure and heat burst out like flames. It tore through space and went straight for Wu Yan without giving him a chance to explain himself. Seeing the dragon's breath rushing towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned cold. He suddenly tightened his grip on Gawain's dragon tail and claws, causing the veins on his hands to bulge. Then, Wu Yan fiercely pulled on the dragon tail and claws in his hands and lifted. Roar! Gawain let out a roar that caught him off guard. That was because his 3-meter-tall body was lifted into the air by Wu Yan. Gawain's huge body was lifted into the air as if he was falling down. His mouth, which was spitting out dragon breath, was involuntarily facing upwards. The dragon breath that was shooting out was deflected as Gawain fell on his back. It shot upwards and landed on top of the dragon room with a bang. Ha! Lifting Gawain's huge body, Wu Yan roared and used all his strength to grab Gawain's dragon tail and claws. He lifted them high above his head and smashed them down with all his might. Boom! A muffled sound like a drum echoed in the dragon room, followed by Gawain's painful groan. Chapter 1335. Boom! Ugh! With a muffled sound, the floor of the dragon room cracked inch by inch. Gawain let out a pained whimper and lay on the ground. Layers of smoke and dust covered his body. Roar! Feeling the pain from all over his body, Gawain groaned from the bottom of his heart. Anger involuntarily rose in his heart. As a member of the dragon race, he was actually defeated by a human? Even if this human seemed to have a higher bloodline than him, was he so weak that he couldn't even compete with him in strength? How was that possible? Gawain climbed up from the ground with anger in his heart. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that something was wrong. On Gawain's chest, the person who had just put him down was standing there, looking down at him disdainfully. His wine-red eyes were filled with a sense of oppression that made Gawain's heart palpitate. I wasn't kidding when I said you had a bad temper. Standing on Gawain's chest, Wu Yan slowly raised the corners of his mouth. How is it? Have you calmed down? If you've calmed down, let's talk. With that, Wu Yan let his consciousness take root along his feet and enter Gawain's body. He attempted to connect with Gawain's consciousness as a rider and see if he could obtain any information from it. Gawain could clearly sense Wu Yan's consciousness spreading into his body. He realized that the other party wanted to ride him as a rider. Gawain's dragon eyes opened wide and he began to struggle wildly. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, carrying a strong sense of unyielding will as it reverberated in the air of the dragon room. Gawain's consciousness fiercely rejected Wu Yan's consciousness, rejecting it and not allowing it to connect with his consciousness. At the same time, he began to struggle. Unfortunately, just as Gawain had the thought to struggle, Wu Yan, who was standing on his chest, suddenly stomped down with great force. Gawain was heavily trampled under his feet. Gawain was of the dragon race. Furthermore, he had the powerful physical strength of a sacred dragon. He was unable to resist. As if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his body, Gawain only felt that his body had become incomparably heavy. He couldn't even lift his body. His limbs could only move about randomly. He couldn't move his body even an inch, let alone get up. The consciousness with Wu Yan as the source was drilling into Gawain's consciousness. Once it succeeded, then, Gawain would truly be ridden. Roar! Gawain raised his head and roared. Not only was his voice unyielding, but it was also louder than any of the previous roars. With a hum, a barrier-like magic array shot out from above Gawain's body and instantly expanded to the size of Gawain's body. A wave of magic power suddenly erupted from Gawain's body, rolling into a thin film that covered Gawain's entire body. Wu Yan, who was thinking of a way to merge his consciousness with Gawain's, immediately felt a strong repulsive force violently acting on his body. It was as if an invisible wall had suddenly slammed into him, violently slamming into his chest. Bang! Caught off guard by this repulsive force, Wu Yan's body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible hammer. His feet brushed past Gawain's chest, and he was sent flying backwards. Wu Yan forcefully planted his feet on Gawain's body to prevent him from flying into the air. He exerted a little force and stabilized his body as he retreated. He stopped dangerously on Gawain's body and didn't fly backwards. Roar! Gawain roared angrily. A wave of magic power erupted from his body again, thickening the thin film of magic power and increasing the repulsive force acting on Wu Yan. Wu Yan clenched his teeth. He forcibly endured the invisible impact from the film on Gawain's body while looking up at the magic array rippling above him. His expression became rather displeased. A reflective defensive spell? This was an advanced magic that could only be cast by dragons of the Holy Dragon clan. Although its defensive power wasn't as strong as a simple hexagon barrier, once it successfully blocked an attack from the outside, it would be able to reflect part of the attack. Presumably, Gawain was using Wu Yan's power to restrain him from getting up to rebound onto Wu Yan. That was why Wu Yan seemed to have been hit by an invisible attack and almost flew out of Gawain's body. Perhaps Gawain even saw Wu Yan's consciousness as an attack and reflected it back onto himself. Humph! Wu Yan snorted coldly. He exerted force with his feet and firmly planted himself on Gawain's body like the roots of an old tree. If you think that's enough to make me stop, then you're underestimating me too much. With that, Wu Yan ignored the repulsive force on his body. He closed his eyes and divided his attention into two parts. One focused on his feet, ignoring the rebounding force, and only focused on stabilizing himself on Gawain's body. The other focused on his own consciousness as a rider. Like water seeping into a rock, it flowed through the cracks in Gawain's rock and merged into Gawain's consciousness. Gawain's roar was tinged with fear. Originally, if a rider wanted to merge with a dragon's consciousness, the dragon had to open its heart to the rider and accept the merging of the rider's consciousness. Otherwise, even if the rider risked the great taboo of the dragon race to ride another dragon, he wouldn't be able to successfully control it. Yushu had the talent of a genius dragon tamer, and could ride any dragon. This proved that the dragons he rode all opened their hearts to him and accepted the merging of his consciousness. As for the specific reason, Wu Yan didn't know. However, Wu Yan knew why he could ride all dragons. He used the pressure from his bloodline to make the dragons pay their respects and accept him of their own accord. However, if that was the case, the holy dragons that could more or less resist Wu Yan's pressure would also pay their respects. However, because of their resistance, they wouldn't easily accept Wu Yan's ride. For example, Gyvlin and Lancelot had to go through a lot of trouble before accepting Wu Yan's ride. Gawain didn't accept Wu Yan's offer to ride him. He also didn't open his heart to Wu Yan and accept Wu Yan's consciousness as a rider. However, the pressure from his bloodline made Gawain truly respect Wu Yan. Therefore, it gave Wu Yan an opportunity to take advantage of it. For example, dragons were extremely resistant to riders who weren't their master riding them. Therefore, when another rider rode them, their consciousness would condense into a rock, and the rider's consciousness wouldn't be able to merge with it. Gawain was the same. Because he rejected Wu Yan's consciousness, his consciousness also condensed into a rock. However, out of respect for Wu Yan, the stone had cracks that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If a dragon didn't open its heart to its rider, the rider wouldn't be able to control the dragon. However, because of this crack in Gawain's consciousness, although Wu Yan didn't successfully merge with his consciousness and control Gawain, he obtained a part of Gawain's memories from the depths of his consciousness, just like Yaxu did when he controlled the corpse ash dragon. Thus, Wu Yan saw a scene of Gawain flying freely in the sky. Soaring in the sky, Gawain flew at an extremely terrifying speed, following an extremely strange trajectory. It was as if he was dancing. As Gawain flew, scattered light particles seemed to be released from his body. They followed Gawain's flight path and outlined streaks of flashing light in the sky. The crisscrossing streaks of light gradually increased in number, forming a diagram. It was a magic formation shaped like a star carving. The magic formation seemed to have been drawn directly in the air, following Gawain's flight and drawing streaks of light, gradually becoming complete. However, at this moment, a figure fell from Gawain's back. Gawain abruptly stopped his flying figure and turned his head around. However, the figure that fell from his back had already landed helplessly on the ground. Gawain could only watch in despair as the figure fell. In the sky, the magic formation that was almost complete exploded like fireworks, turning into starlight and gradually dissipating. Fortunately, the figure that fell from Gawain's back didn't suffer any major injuries, only some superficial wounds. However, since then, the figure had developed a fear of riding on Gawain's back. Afraid that the figure would insist on riding him under such circumstances, Gawain began to refuse. The scene was cut off. Chapter 1336. The memory fragments replayed clearly in his mind. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Gawain, who was still struggling at his feet. His expression changed slightly. In the end, he sighed and withdrew his consciousness from Gawain's body. Ugh! Gawain was startled when he sensed Wu Yan withdrawing his consciousness. He stopped struggling and raised his head, meeting Wu Yan's gaze. Heh! Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He shrugged and jumped down from Gawain's body, landing on the ground. Gawain came to his senses and hurriedly got up from the ground. He landed on all fours, wisps of magic flowing through his body. He stared at Wu Yan with vigilance and doubt. Gawain didn't understand. This mysterious existence seemed to have surpassed him in power. Why would he suddenly give up? As long as Gawain didn't open his heart to Wu Yan and accept Wu Yan's consciousness, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to control him. However, Gawain was well aware of his own situation. He couldn't beat him. If that was the case, there was no reason for him to give up. Even if he couldn't control him for the time being, who knew when he'd give in if he persisted? Of course, Gawain had made his own decision. He definitely wouldn't give in. Could it be that he gave up because he knew he wouldn't give in? Seeing the doubt in Gawain's eyes, Wu Yan sighed. He stretched out his hand. Gawain was slightly stunned. Gawain was stunned. You've had a hard time as well. Hearing this, Gawain was stunned once more, and then he fell silent. This sentence sounded a little strange, but Gawain unexpectedly understood it. Maybe this person already knows about my situation. Just as Gawain had guessed, Wu Yan had learned why Gawain had become so weak from the memory fragments in the depths of Gawain's consciousness. The reason why he'd stayed in the dragon house. Simply put, Gawain was refusing his master's ride. The reason was naturally related to the memory fragment from before. From that memory fragment, Wu Yan learned that Gawain's master seemed to be carrying Gawain through some kind of strange training. This exercise was the magic circle that Gawain had drawn in the sky in the memory fragment. Wu Yan didn't know what that magic array was. Gawain and his master were practicing something, but this practice seemed to require a terrifying flying speed and trajectory. Apart from the flying method that Lancelot had mastered to change the shape of magic power, that speed was undoubtedly the fastest flying speed that Wu Yan had ever seen. Not to mention the fact that it required an extremely fast flight speed. Gawain was also able to fly according to the flight trajectory in a posture and angle that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because of this, an accident happened. Gawain's master fell off Gawain's back. Although Gawain's master was lucky enough to only suffer some light injuries in that accident, Gawain's master was lucky enough to only suffer some minor injuries. However, falling from Gao Wenlong's back had left a psychological shadow on Gao Wenlong's master, and it had a great impact on his heart. So, ever since Gawain's master fell off Gawain's back, Gawain's master had always been afraid of Gawain. A horseman is afraid of riding his own par. Ignoring the impact that this would have on Gawain, it was obvious that a rider was afraid of his par. If he continued to ride Gawain, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. If he continued to ride Gawain while traumatized, the same thing would definitely happen again. The first time, he was lucky and only suffered some light injuries. What about the second time? The third time? If he continued to ride Gawain while in that state of mind, Gawain's master would sooner or later be seriously injured or even killed. Therefore, to protect his master, Gawain began to refuse his master and no longer allowed him to ride him. That was where the problem came from. Due to the virtuous dragon magic, Abayan, dragons were able to contract with humans and obtain a slim chance of survival. However, this also caused dragons to be restricted in many aspects. After all, the contract between a dragon and a human was to recognize the contractor as the master and obtain a channel to replenish star essence to survive. If the dragon could wantonly disobey the orders of the contractor, then what was the point of the human contracting with the dragon? Therefore, after contracting with humans, dragons could no longer disobey their master's orders. If dragons disobeyed their master, then the star essence channel established by the star carvings would automatically be cut off. Dragons would no longer be able to replenish their star essence from their master. Therefore, ever since Gawain began to refuse his master's ride, the star essence channel between Gawain and his master was cut off. Gawain could no longer obtain star essence from his master. Star essence was a type of energy that life forms could not lack. It was precisely because dragons lost the ability to be self-sufficient that they needed to contract with humans to obtain a slim chance of survival. Without the supply of star essence, Gawain naturally grew weaker and weaker. When the remaining star essence in his body was completely used up, Gawain would only have one path left to take. Die. Stroking the fur on Gawain's neck, Wu Yan sighed. I didn't expect you to be such a good person with such a bad temper. No, a good dragon. Gawain snorted and turned his head away, making Wu Yan laugh inwardly. This bad-tempered dragon actually knows how to feel shy. I roughly understand your reason. Wu Yan pursed his lips. But if you're so weak, why are you still resisting my will? Am I not qualified to ride you? Roar. Roar. Gawain raised his head proudly and let out a soft roar. Wu Yan did not understand Gawain's language, but judging from Gawain's proud appearance, Wu Yan could roughly guess what he was trying to say. Apart from your master, no one else can ride on your back. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. His hand on Gawain's neck changed from caressing to strangling, slowly tightening his grip. You really are arrogant. Roar. Gawain let out a painful roar, his dragon head began to shake. Unfortunately, in terms of physical strength, even a holy dragon like him could not compare to Wu Yan, a true ancestor who had been baptized by the magical pond water. Struggling would only increase his pain. Gawain immediately looked at Wu Yan, begging for mercy. You should have done this from the start. Wu Yan smiled in satisfaction. He loosened his grip on Gawain's neck. He hesitated for a bit before continuing. He hesitated for a moment, then said softly, but you should know that if this continues, only death will await you. Gawain lowered his head, but he quickly raised it again. His purple eyes without pupils were filled with determination, silently expressing his choice. For the sake of his master's safety, he would not regret it even if he used up all his star essence and died. You're just a young dragon, but you have such willpower. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why don't you have a good talk with your master? That way, you should be able to solve the problem better, right? Gawain said nothing. Gawain remained silent. He only shook his huge dragon head, seemingly a little sad. All right, this is between you and your master. It's not my place to interfere. Wu Yan patted Gawain's neck and walked up to him, meeting his purple eyes. However, since I've encountered such a situation, I can't just watch you die without doing anything. With that, Wu Yan reached out his hands, placed them between Gawain's dragon heads, and closed his eyes. To be honest, Wu Yan couldn't do anything about Gawain's condition. After all, Gawain wasn't sick or injured. The only reason he was so weak was because he couldn't replenish the star essence in his body, losing the energy needed to sustain his life. Thus, even if Wu Yan had the vast knowledge from the 103,000 demon books and the ability of the angel's holiness, he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, it wasn't completely impossible. Under Gawain's confused gaze, Wu Yan suddenly undid all the seals on his body. His overwhelming magic, superpowers, and other abilities all returned to his body in an instant. The next moment, specks of starlight appeared around Wu Yan. Surprisingly, it was a star essence. Gawain's eyes widened. This can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, but it should be able to prolong your life. Wu Yan looked straight at Gawain. That's all I can do. Gawain immediately looked gratefully at Wu Yan, closed his eyes, and absorbed the star essence around him. Chapter 1337. Ever since then, Sylvia's training ground had been fixed at the empty space in front of the seventh dragon's hut. While Wu Yan was helping Sylvia with her training, he would also enter the dragon's hut every day and remove the seal on his body for a limited time. He used his body's constitution, which had become extremely attractive to star essences after the star essences went berserk when he first arrived in this world, to supply star essences to Gawain. Of course, this method could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. The star essences that Gawain needed to survive weren't something that could be supplied by the star essences in the air that had been attracted by Wu Yan. Wu Yan was only doing this to prolong Gawain's life. But if he didn't do anything, Gawain's life would only last for 1 or 2 months at most. With Wu Yan's help, Gawain might be able to live for another 1 or 2 years. So, it was better than doing nothing. Apart from that, Wu Yan would also make some special dishes every day to maintain Gawain's life as much as possible. After all, in this world, all life forms needed star essence in their bodies to survive. The food that humans and dragons ate, such as meat and vegetables, were all originally living beings, so there was more or less star essence in their bodies. Wu Yan purposely chose some food that contained a lot of star essences. He made them into dishes to provide Gawain with his daily meals. This way, Gawain's life would be slightly prolonged. However, this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Looking at Gawain, who lay motionless in the dragon's hut every day and would only move when he came, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this continued, Gawain would eventually meet his end. Should I take some action? To tell the truth, Wu Yan can't just watch this holy dragon die like this. It has a temper, it has a personality, and it's also very close to him. But Gawain didn't seem to want Wu Yan to meddle in his affairs. Wu Yan could only continue to give Gawain more star essence every day and provide him with food with a high star essence content. As for what he would do in the future, he could only take the next step. Let's take this step. Just like that, 3 days slowly passed. Dusk began to replace the azure blue sky, and night was about to fall. When the sky brightened again, it would be the start of the imperial competition. Similarly, it was also the day of the duel between Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Lorea's holy dragon knights. Sylvia was panting heavily on Lancelot's back in front of the 7th dragon's hut. Her icy blue eyes rippled with fatigue, but at the same time, there was uncontrollable joy. He took a closer look. In the empty space in front of Sylvia and Lancelot, there was a path that looked as if it had been forcefully crushed by something. A huge ravine that was 4 to 5 meters wide was extending into the distance, and there was no end in sight. Looking at this terrifying ravine, Corset's eyes were filled with shock. Wu Yan looked at Sylvia and Lancelot with a smile on his face. Looks like we made it in time. Sylvia nodded her head hard. She looked at the huge ravine that continued to extend forward with Lancelot as the source. She tightened her grip on the reins, and her eyes shone with a light that was completely different from her weak self from 3 days ago. There was even a hint of confidence in her eyes. With Lancelot's flying speed in this, I might really be able to win. I've already given you the conditions for victory. Wu Yan didn't deny Sylvia's words and shrugged. But that doesn't mean you'll definitely win. In the end, whether you can win or not will still depend on yourself. I understand. You've already helped me enough. Sylvia's expression turned solemn. She flipped over and got off Lancelot's back. She walked in front of Wu Yan, took a deep breath, and then bowed deeply. Thank you, Roland. You brat. Wu Yan didn't avoid Sylvia, who gave him the most formal greeting. Instead, he accepted it with a helpless expression on his face. You're the 4th princess, and I'm only a guard. If others see you like this, it won't do you any good. This has nothing to do with identity. Sylvia's face was full of seriousness, and her tone was also very solemn. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to struggle a little in the hands of my royal sister. Moreover, you've given me the opportunity and capital to control my own fate. Your kindness is not something that can be repaid with just a simple gratitude. You don't have to take it to heart. I simply can't stand Veronica's actions and your depressed appearance. Wu Yan first glanced at Sylvia, then at Corset. He couldn't help but touch his cheek and a smile hung on his face. Furthermore, it's not like I don't have any benefits. Seeing Wu Yan touch his cheek with a meaningful expression, Corset's charming face revealed a reproachful expression, causing Sylvia to be somewhat puzzled. Benefits? What do you mean? Well, don't mind it. Wu Yan shrugged, then walked in front of Lancelot and patted its neck. You have to work harder tomorrow. I've spent a lot of effort on you, so don't embarrass me, roar. Lancelot growled, its head held high, as if to say, that's impossible. Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Corset couldn't help but laugh. Then. Roland, what about you? After laughing, Sylvia looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment. I haven't seen you do anything in the past 3 days, don't you need to prepare? What do I need to prepare? Wu Yan was rather annoyed. Do you want me to undergo special training like you? It's impossible for me to improve even a little bit in 3 days. Then you should at least consider some countermeasures. Sylvia shuddered. Royal sister isn't a kind-hearted person. You've already exposed your strength in your battle with Sir Gulien 3 days ago. Royal sister will definitely make some difficult decisions for you because of that. You have to be careful, with that person's bad taste, it's not impossible. Despite saying that, Wu Yan didn't seem to care about it at all. However, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward? Sylvia and Corset looked at each other in confusion. Confusion was written all over their faces. What kind of opponent will Veronica arrange for me? Wu Yan's eyes flashed with shrewdness, the corner of his mouth raised. She should know that ordinary Saint Sky Dragon Knights are no match for me, so I'm looking forward to what kind of person she will send to be my opponent. Sylvia and Corset looked at each other. It was as Wu Yan said, an ordinary Saint Dragon Knight was no match for him. Wu Yan didn't even have a Saint Knight's armor, yet he was able to fight Gulien to a standstill. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan didn't even need to send Fall out. He just needed to ride Gufflin and the two of them together would be enough to give Gulien a run for his money. Why was he only able to fight? The Saint Knight's armor was a piece of magical equipment created by Boer. The armor's magical power came from the same source as Boer's. When riding Boer, the Saint Dragon Knight could infuse the armor's magical power back into Boer's body to increase Boer's power. Just like Leibeka when fighting the Corpse Grey Dragon, Guffrin could completely suppress the Corpse Grey Dragon by fusing the armor's magical power with Guffrin's. Therefore, even if Wu Yan and Gulien were evenly matched, once Boer was added, Wu Yan would be slightly weaker than Gulien. But that was only if he was riding someone else's Fall. Sylvia and Corset didn't forget that Wu Yan also had his own Boer, a Dragon Knight. He might even be a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. If Wu Yan summoned his Boer would be slightly stronger than Guffrin and equipped with the Saint Knight's armor. Gulien would be no match for him. Sylvia and Corset couldn't help but look forward to it. They looked forward to tomorrow. Chapter 1338. The next day, early in the morning, the light blue sky hung high on the edge of the sky. There were no clouds in the clear blue sky for thousands of miles. The sunlight poured down like flowing water, but it didn't seem blazing. Instead, it made the people who were illuminated feel a touch of warmth and joy in their hearts. Today, the weather was beautiful, making the imperial competition that was supposed to come unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Oh, the cheers that resounded through the sky kept echoing in the arena of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy. It turned into an echo that kept going on and on. The audience seats in the arena had long been filled by the students, instructors, teachers of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy and the citizens of Ansari City. Even the standing seats were full of people, squeezing the audience seats of the entire arena until not even a drop of water could trickle through. As far as the eye could see, it was full of black heads. At the front of the arena, on the top of a wall, there were special seats specially prepared for the nobles who came to watch the imperial competition. Veronica sat on the only chair in the special seats and looked down. Her hawk-like sharp eyes swept across the arena below. On her mouth, a faint arc hung on Veronica's face. Obviously, Veronica was also looking forward to today's arrival. Of course, what Veronica was looking forward to was not this performance like the Imperial competition, but the duel after the competition. Or rather, today. 90% of the spectators who came to the arena of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy were here for the duel after the Imperial tournament. For the citizens of the Knights, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were the most glorious group. Naturally, as long as they were citizens of the Knights, there was no one who didn't have a vision for the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Now, the Academy's latecomer, who could be said to be the most famous dragon-riding genius in the first grade of the advanced course and the fourth princess of the Knights country, would duel with the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Who didn't want to see it? So, today's Imperial competition had instead become an entertainment. The duel after the competition was the theme that people were looking forward to. On the VIP seats, the captain of the guards, Gu Lian, who was equipped with the Holy Knight's armor all the time so that he could unleash his strongest combat power when he was protecting Veronica, stood beside her like a shadow. By the side. The rest of Veronica's personal guards also took Veronica as the center. They surrounded Veronica in the middle. Veronica, who was known as the Iron-Blooded Valkyrie, had many achievements, but she had made too many enemies, especially in such a public place. If someone wanted to kill Veronica, it was not impossible for them to sneak in among the audience and find an opportunity to kill her in one blow. Therefore, Gu Lian and the personal guards were already on high alert. They only hoped to be able to react in time if something happened. Other than Veronica, Gu Lian, and the personal guards, Wu Yan, Sylvia, Yashur, and Yak were also present. However, all four of them had different reactions. Wu Yan's expression was calm as he stood there casually, as if he didn't care about today's duel at all. Sylvia's body was tense, and her face was solemn. However, if one looked closely, they would see that her forehead was dripping with sweat. She was clearly nervous. Yak was similar to Wu Yan. She didn't care about today's competition and duel at all. She put on a haughty appearance. Yashur, on the other hand, stood there with a tired expression. His shoulders were slumped as if he had just experienced some extremely exhausting exercise and could collapse at any time. As for Lebecca, she was in the arena below, riding Guffrin. She was participating in this competition as a contestant. It was also because of the presence of the super-popular Lebecca that the audience didn't ignore the Imperial competition. Below, the competition was in progress. Lebecca and Guffrin were slaughtering their opponents, becoming the most beautiful scene in the arena. The audience cheered continuously, and their emotions were high. The atmosphere was very lively. However, this kind of atmosphere didn't raise Yashur's spirits at all. He still slumped his shoulders and stood there like a walking corpse, sighing in despair. Hearing Yashur's continuous sighs, Wu Yan, who was closest to him, couldn't help but feel annoyed. He looked at Yashur with a gaze full of annoyance. I thought I would be the least motivated person today. Now I know I was wrong. Yashur, I suddenly want to hit you, I want to too. Yak immediately supported him and pointed at Yashur's nose with a grimace. Can you still be considered a noble and holy subordinate of the dragon race? You're a disgrace to me, your master. So what if I'm a disgrace? However, when he heard Wu Yan and Yak's sarcasm, Yashur still looked as if his heart had given up. His back was dark. Try it yourselves. If you're dragged by someone else to train for 3 consecutive days, you'll end up like this too. After saying that, Yashur turned his resentful gaze to the expressionless Gu Lian. Obviously, the someone else he was talking about was Gu Lian. That's why I said you're a disgrace. So disgraceful. Yak roared as if she was exasperated at Yashur's failure to live up to her expectations. You clearly have the Holy Knight armor that I forged for you. You actually lost to a small personal guard. You're really useless. What, small personal guard? He's the captain of the personal guard. He's an authentic, holy sky dragon knight. Yashur went crazy when he heard Yak's words. And the holy knight armor that you forged was not only pieced together, it also has a time limit. How could you possibly win against that guy with facial paralysis? Ha! Yak widened her eyes and grabbed Yashur's neck. She exerted a lot of strength. You're just a guard dog. It's already a great honor to be able to obtain the holy knight armor that I benevolently forged for you. You actually dare to look down on it? I didn't. I didn't look down on it. Yashur struggled in pain. However, compared to Yak, who was a dragon, it was undoubtedly a foolish thing to do. Not long after, Yashur's eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground. Some kind of white cloud-like substance floated out of his mouth. He looked like he was about to ascend to the heavens. Looking at the two clowns fooling around, Wu Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Veronica smiled faintly at him. Look at you. You don't seem to be worried about the duel at all. Can I take it that you're looking down on my Lorimon holy dragon knights? Hearing Veronica's words, everyone turned their attention to Wu Yan. However, what they saw was Wu Yan's soft smile. Then, what should I do to show that I'm not looking down on Lorimon holy dragon knights? Veronica snorted. If you're too careless, be careful. You'll fall hard later. Actually, it's been a long time since I fell into someone else's hands. Wu Yan showed a provocative smile. So, if it's possible, please allow me to look forward to it, oh? Veronica took a deep look at Wu Yan and smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Sylvia, who has been nervous all this while, couldn't help but admire Wu Yan when she saw Wu Yan and Veronica going at each other's throats. Wu Yan was probably the only person in the entire Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights who could speak to the ruthless Valkyrie in such a manner. At the same time, Sylvia felt a deep sense of disappointment. As expected, his royal sister was only interested in the other duel, and did not have any expectations for him. While Sylvia was having such complicated thoughts, the competition in front of the stage came to an end. In the end, Rebecca's team obtained a complete victory, and the battle ended. It wasn't until the referee announced the victory that the audience erupted into cheers. Not only were these cheers celebrating their idol, Rebecca, they were also cheering for the main event that was about to unfold, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Veronica opened her eyes abruptly after all the contestants had left the arena. She stood up with a swish, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. In the next moment, a loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire place. Today, 2 students from the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy will challenge the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Hearing this, the entire place fell into a state of absolute silence. Wu Yan and Sylvia both flinched for a bit before gnashing their teeth in anger. It was clearly a duel, but when Veronica said it, it became a challenge. Come to think of it, the audience must be laughing at Wu Yan and Sylvia for overestimating themselves. This despicable guy. Chapter 1339. As the most famous and strongest knight order, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were all the top elites of the knighthood. They were also the most powerful military force of the knighthood. The knighthood of Lorimon was only a small country. Compared to a suzerain like the Shepron Kingdom and the Sipharos Empire that persisted in the Shepron Kingdom, the difference was not just a little bit. However, even so, no force in the Uruxtran continent would underestimate the knighthood of Lorimon. This was not only because the knighthood of Lorimon was the dragon-raising country and was protected by the Dragon Clan. They could use the power of the Dragon Clan and their strength could not be underestimated. The biggest reason was because of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. The power of the dragon clan was not something that could be resisted by humans, and the knighthood was the only country that could contract with the dragon clan. Under such circumstances, a knight order that gathered the most elite, holy dragon knights and dragon knights, even if they could not run amok in the Uruxtran continent, they would definitely not be afraid of any force. For example, in the war between the Shepron Kingdom and the Sipharos Empire 50 years ago, it was because of the participation of the knighthood of Lorimon that the Shepron Kingdom was able to contend against the Sipharos Empire. Otherwise, facing the Sipharos Empire that had developed mechanical engineering and even developed guns, even if the Shepron Kingdom was not destroyed, it was inevitable that they would be defeated. So, no one dared to underestimate the knighthood that was favored by the dragon clan, and no one dared to underestimate the Lorimon holy dragon knights that gathered the strongest holy dragon knights and dragon knights. Therefore, the Lorimon holy dragon knights were the target of all the citizens of the knighthood. Now, 2 first-year students who had not graduated from the Dragon Raising Academy actually wanted to challenge such the strongest knight order? Wasn't that the same as a student in a military police school wanting to challenge the elites of the strongest army, or a child wanting to challenge an adult? Therefore, the entire arena fell silent, and the spectators looked at each other in dismay. They were indeed here for the duel between Wu Yan, Sylvia, and the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. However, they did not know the reason for these 2 duels. Originally, the citizens of Ansari City and the students, teachers, and instructors of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy all thought that this was Veronica's way of showcasing the power of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. To encourage the citizens of Ansari who had just been attacked and to give them a sense of security, these 2 duels were planned. Who knew? In the end, it was actually a challenge, just like what Wu Yan and Sylvia thought. Wu Yan and Sylvia thought. Everyone present had the same thought. That would be overestimating his capabilities. Veronica continued to speak with a natural expression. First up is the first year of the advanced course class, Sylvia Green. Lorleman. Oh, although the audience was a little surprised by what had happened, it didn't stop them from looking forward to the duel. Almost at the same time, Veronica's voice fell. In the arena, passionate cheers of support resounded. Veronica sat back down and glanced at Sylvia. Sylvia, go on stage. She didn't have the attitude an elder sister should have towards her younger sister. Her words were like an order, causing Sylvia's body to slightly stiffen and the nervousness in her heart to surge out. It wasn't like Sylvia had never appeared in front of so many people before. She was already used to it and shouldn't be nervous. However, when she thought about how her demon sister was also looking at her and how she had to show her strength to her sister, Sylvia couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing Sylvia's body stiffen and not even taking a step forward, Veronica coldly snorted, causing Sylvia to tremble. She clenched her teeth and lifted her heavy steps and walked towards the arena. Seeing Sylvia was about to step out of the VIP seats, Wu Yan closed his eyes and helplessly smiled. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Wu Yan suddenly raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Sylvia's delicate butt. Pa! When the crisp sound of the slap sounded, the originally noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then, Yashu was stunned. Yak was stunned. Veronica was stunned. Everyone in the surrounding area was stunned. It's not just the others, even Sylvia who was about to step down froze up in an instant. She had a blank look on her face. Obviously, she was also struck dumb by Wu Yan's slap. Following that, her little face turned red from her neck all the way to her ears. Facing Sylvia's face that was so red that it was about to explode, Wu Yan nonchalantly retracted his hand and sighed. Not bad, quite soft, poof. Light smoke began to rise from Sylvia's head. The 4th princess of Lorraine's knighthood was actually slapped in the butt in front of so many people and was even taken liberties with. How could the prim and proper Sylvia not be ashamed and angry to the point of wanting to die? It's not over yet. Wu Yan licked his lips and revealed a rather sinister smile. If you lose later, then it won't be something that can be solved with a slap on the butt. Sylvia's entire face was so red that it looked like water was about to drip out. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of shame and anger. In the end, unable to withstand Wu Yan's teasing gaze, Sylvia escaped by summoning Lancelot and jumped into the arena. Looking at Sylvia, who jumped into the arena like she was fleeing for her life and landed on Lancelot's back, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all even though he endured the sharp gazes from the crowd. "You're really something." Veronica was the only one who spoke in admiration. After being slapped by you, all of Sylvia's nervousness disappeared. Now, she should be able to display her full strength. Hearing this, Yashu, Yak and the others were slightly startled and finally understood. No wonder Wu Yan dared to slap the fourth princesses but in front of the royal family. So he had this plan in mind. Seeing Sylvia riding on Lancelot's back with a blood-red face but no trace of nervousness, whether it was Yashu who was Wu Yan's friend or Gul Yan who didn't get along with Wu Yan, they all felt admiration for him. Because of this, no one noticed that Veronica's gaze towards Wu Yan contained traces of displeasure and envy. On the other side, Sylvia, who was filled with shame and indignation, welcomed her opponent. A roar that could suppress the cheers of the audience suddenly shook the arena. In a corner below the arena, a black shadow suddenly shot out and soared into the sky. It hovered in the air for a while before slowly descending and imprinting itself into everyone's eyes. It was a holy dragon that wasn't as big as Guthrum but was still a size larger than Lancelot. It was obvious that it was an adult holy dragon. On the holy dragon's back, a young man with a knight's sword sat there. He looked down and stared at Sylvia. "Your Highness Sylvia, please forgive me for not being able to dismount from my mount. Please allow me to salute you." The young man lowered his head and saluted her. "I'm a member of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights Dragon Knights. Walter Turner." "Walter? Walter Turner?" Sylvia's expression changed immediately. "Walter? Walter Turner?" In the VIP seats, Wu Yan frowned when he heard the name of Sylvia's opponent, the Dragon Knight, and the slight change in Sylvia's expression. He looked at Veronica who had a smug smile on her face. "This Walter Turner? Walter Turner, is very famous?" The smile on Veronica's face froze. Even Gul Yan couldn't help but glance at Wu Yan as if he was looking at an ignorant country bumpkin. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Yashu. "Yashu, who is he?" However, Yashu was also confused. I don't know either, you guys. You guys don't even know the current situation of the strongest Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights in the Knighthood Kingdom?" Veronica touched her forehead speechlessly. It was the first time she was upset. "Walter Turner? He graduated with the first place in the Ansari Dragon Academy. He's an elite who was qualified to join the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. You guys are from the Ansari Dragon Academy and you guys don't know about him?" Yashu looked awkward while Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. "Elite? How elite is he?" Veronica smirked. "He's ranked in the top 10 among all the Dragon Knights in the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights." Chapter 1340. Top 10. This time, Yashu's expression changed. "Top 10 among all the Dragon Knights in Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights? What does that mean?" This meant that even among all the Dragon Knights in the world, this Dragon Knight named Wall could at least be ranked in the top 20. Top 20 Dragon Knights in the world? Yashu shuddered and looked at Veronica angrily. "Your Highness Veronica, don't you think that this is too much?" "Too much?" Veronica glanced at Yashu. "How is it too much? How is it too much?" Yashu was so angry that he laughed. "Her Highness is just a first-year student who hasn't graduated yet. Don't you think it's too much to ask her to fight such a strong opponent? Is this what you mean by too much?" Veronica laughed. She laughed mockingly. "Do you know how strong Gul Yan was when he was in the first year of the advanced class? Gulian? Xiao looked at Gulian in disbelief. When Gulian was in the first year of the advanced class, he defeated the top 5 dragon knights in Loriman's Holy Dragon Knights as a dragon knight. Veronica said coldly. As for Lebecca, she became a Saint Sky Dragon Knight when she was in her first year in the advanced course class. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade, swept towards Sylvia, who was in the middle of the field. Veronica said coldly. As a member of the royal family of knights, I don't expect Sylvia to reach Lebecca's level, nor do I expect her to reach Julian's level. However, if she can't even defeat one of the top 10 dragon knights in Loriman's Holy Dragon Knights, I will only treat it as a joke if she wants to become a Holy Dragon Knight. You! Xiao was furious and rushed forward. Gulian suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao with killing intent in his eyes, causing him to freeze on the spot. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, offending the princess is a serious crime. Veronica turned her head noncommittally. She was about to look at the field, but she glanced at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. So, Wu Yan looked at the field with a faint smile. Veronica looked at him. Veronica narrowed her sharp eyes. You seem to have a lot of confidence in Sylvia? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he looked at Veronica with an amused expression. In other words, you don't have confidence in Sylvia? Veronica was speechless. She couldn't answer for a moment. Ma. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at the stage with an amused expression. Open your eyes and take a look at the performance of my temporary student. Veronica lowered her head thoughtfully, fell into deep thought, and murmured. A student taught at the last minute. Different from Wu Yan and Xiao who didn't know anything, Sylvia knew what kind of experience her opponent had and what kind of strength he had. Thus, Sylvia's expression instantly turned serious. Duel with the top 10 Dragon Knights of Loriman and the top 20 Dragon Knights in the world and win? Perhaps, in the past, this would be an impossible task. But now, thinking back to the past 3 days of special training, Sylvia smiled and the battle intent in her heart surged. Roar! Sensing the battle intent in Sylvia's heart, Lancelot raised his head and roared, causing Sylvia to laugh. Sylvia? Loriman, first year of the advanced class. Sylvia raised her head and looked at Wall. Her eyes shone brightly as she made such an introduction. Please enlighten me. Looking at Sylvia's eyes that were full of fighting spirit, Wall's originally relaxed mood suddenly sank. In the VIP seats, Veronica, Gulian, and the others were also surprised to see Sylvia like this. The entire audience erupted into loud cheers of support. I won't go easy on you, Wall solemnly declared. His intuition told him that if he didn't get serious, he would lose miserably. In the VIP seats, Veronica seemed to have the same feeling. Finally, a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. A smile appeared on her emotionless face as she waved her arm. Begin. Oh 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 oh. The audience went wild. Hein! Wall shouted sternly, and his eyes became sharp. The divine dragon named Hein let out a roar and soared into the sky. When it arrived above the arena, it unfurled its body, and a magic array with a geometric pattern appeared around it. At the same time, an airflow of mana surged out of the magic array. Sylvia's expression froze. In the next instant, the magic array above them suddenly exploded. Magical fireballs the size of a human head rained down like falling meteors. Lancelot. Looking at the falling fireballs, Sylvia clamped onto the dragon's back. The will of a rider clearly transmitted Sylvia's thoughts to Lancelot. Sensing Sylvia's will, Lancelot fiercely flapped his wings and retreated out of the range of the falling fireballs. Too naive. Wall sneered. The magic fireballs suddenly changed their trajectory just as they were about to hit the ground. With a loud whistling sound, they shot toward Sylvia from all directions like missiles. What? It seemed that even Sylvia didn't expect the magic fireballs to change their direction. By the time she reacted, the fireballs had covered her in all directions and there was no place to dodge. Lancelot. At that moment, Sylvia hurriedly pulled on the reins in her hand, and hexagonal defensive magical arrays suddenly appeared around Lancelot's body, protecting Sylvia and Lancelot like a sturdy wall. The fireballs immediately fell and bombarded the hexagonal defensive magic formation. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, intense flames covered Sylvia and Lancelot. Smoke and dust obscured the audience's vision and explosions sounded one after another. Roar. Although Lancelot's defensive magic array had blocked all of the fireballs, none of them had dealt any direct damage to him. However, despite being in the center of the explosion, Lancelot was still affected by the shockwaves. As if he had been struck by something, he was sent flying. Ah! Lancelot flew back and Sylvia, who was sitting on the dragon's back, almost lost her balance and fell off the dragon's back. Whether it was a dragon breeder who had yet to mature into a holy dragon, a dragon knight who had a holy dragon, or a dragon knight who had a holy knight armor, there was a basic rule in this type of formal duel. Once one fell off the dragon's back, one would lose. Therefore, the rider couldn't let go of the reins no matter what. Sylvia could only hold on tightly to the reins in her hands and try her best to endure the impact. She barely stabilized herself and stayed on Lancelot's back. As soon as they met, Sylvia almost fell off the dragon's back and lost. This caused an uproar among the audience, and it also made Veronica, who was sitting in the VIP seats, feel disappointed. However, this didn't affect Wall's mood. Hein! A cold and emotionless yell sounded and didn't give Sylvia any time to breathe. Holy Dragon Hein roared again and activated the geometric magic formation. The second wave of magic fireballs fell like a hot knife through butter and lit up the entire sky red. Sylvia was shocked and hurriedly pulled on the reins in her hands. Lancelot began to fly rapidly according to Sylvia's instructions, as if he was fleeing. He dodged the magical fireballs shooting at him and flew into the sky. Unfortunately, the magic fireball could change its trajectory and attack according to Wall and Hein's will. It flashed with hot flames and dragged a fiery tail behind it. In the sharp sound of the explosion, it rubbed against the atmosphere and mercilessly chased after Lancelot and shot towards Sylvia. At that moment, Sylvia and Lancelot could only miserably dodge the mana fireballs shooting towards them. They were like headless flies, blindly fleeing in the arena. Seeing this, Veronica's face was as gloomy as ice. In the end, is this all you've got? No one knew if Sylvia heard Veronica's voice, but she raised her head and looked at the VIP seats. However, Sylvia wasn't looking at Veronica. She was looking at Wu Yan with a calm face and a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Veronica and the others who saw Sylvia's reaction were stunned and looked at Wu Yan. With a single glance, they saw, Wu Yan nodded at Sylvia. Then, Sylvia smiled. Chapter 1341. Sylvia, who was sitting on the Lancelot dragon's back, smiled amidst the magical fireballs that filled the sky. Her smile stunned everyone on the spot. Sylvia's expression suddenly froze as she cried out in a delicate voice. Fly! Lancelot! Roar! Lancelot, who was fleeing in a sorry state, suddenly raised his head, and a bloody light that caused one's heart to palpitate flashed through his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a ferocious roar that resounded through the entire area, and it turned into an echoing echo. A violent magic power suddenly surged from Lancelot's body, instantly covering his entire body. It turned into a layer of film invisible to the naked eye and condensed into a rather peculiar shape. It had a sharp front and a rounded back. It was the shape of a bullet. Then, Lancelot disappeared. Yes. He disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of no less than 1,000 people at the scene, he disappeared without any warning. Then, in the next second, an ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. A meteor-like stream of light erupted from the magic power fireballs and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was above Wall and Hein. That was Sylvia, who was riding on Lancelot. Wall's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. In the special seats, Veronica suddenly stood up from her seat. Her eagle-like sharp eyes were filled with disbelief. Yashu, Yak, and Gulien widened their eyes. Their expressions changed rapidly. What kind of speed was that? While everyone present was astonished by Lancelot's speed, Sylvia's face was filled with determination as she swung the reins in her hand. Roar, along with Lancelot's roar, the magic power belonging to the dragon race abruptly exploded from Lancelot's body, which wasn't considered large compared to Hein's. The heatwave-like magic power surrounded Lancelot and condensed in front of him. Finally, it condensed into an ice-blue geometric pattern. That was a magic circle that spat out dragon breath attacks. The surging magic fluctuations acted on this space and spread out like ripples, awakening Wall, who was still immersed in Lancelot's terrifying speed. He realized that he was exposing his back to his opponent. Wall finally reacted. He hurriedly rode on Hein and spread out a hexagonal defensive magic shield. Go! Almost at the same time, Sylvia's resolute shout resounded throughout the entire arena. In the sky, a fiery magic power stream descended from the sky. It was like a waterfall crashing down. His eyes fell on Wall and Hein without any explanation. Bang! The violent shockwaves bombarded the hexagon defensive magic barrier without any reason. Smoke, fire, and wind instantly swept through the arena. It enveloped Wall and Hein. It also enveloped Sylvia and Lancelot. It was the same. It also enveloped the entire arena. In a short moment, the entire arena was covered in thick smoke. Traces of fire and magic power radiance spread in the smoke and dust, causing the atmosphere to tremble. And from the time Sylvia and Lancelot fled pathetically to the time they burst forth with terrifying speed and counterattack, filling the entire arena with smoke and flames, only a short 2 to 3 seconds had passed. The situation was completely reversed. Every spectator widened their eyes, trying to see through the smoke and dust. They all wanted to know if the fourth princess of the Lorimon Night King's family, who had obtained Fall, became a dragon breeder, and was promoted to a dragon knight, could defeat one of the top 10 dragon knights of Lorimon Night King's holy dragon knights when she was still a student. If she could, then in the future, the name Sylvia would not only represent the princess of the royal family, but also the supreme glory and glory. Just now, that speed. Looking at the rapidly changing situation in the arena, Yashu murmured as if he was in a dream. It seems similar to the speed that Lancelot showed when Roan fought the corpse-grey dragon. Roan? Veronica snapped back to reality and turned to look at Wu Yen. Her sharp eyes flashed brightly. Lancelot's unique speed. Is it because of you? Half and half. Wu Yen did not admit nor refute. His eyes were fixed on the arena as he answered without turning his head. I only gave you the method to use it. As for whether you can use it or not, it's up to Sylvia herself. Although it had only been 3 days and the process was extremely dismal, Sylvia had indeed successfully overcome the centrifugal force and discomfort brought about by Lancelot's terrifying speed. She was finally able to stay on Lancelot's back normally and control him as she pleased. However, the centrifugal force and influence brought about by Lancelot's special flying method was not something a human body could withstand. Sylvia might have gotten used to it, but she would still be affected if she sat on Lancelot's back for too long. After all, a proper ride did not allow such a despicable method as tying a rope to a dragon's back. Sylvia could only rely on her own efforts to hold onto the reins, balance herself, and withstand the impact of the air pressure so as not to be thrown off by Lancelot. It was just like a bullfight. It was very exhausting. Once her strength was exhausted, Sylvia would no longer be able to withstand the air pressure and centrifugal force to hold the reins. She could only fall off the dragon's back. Not to mention, in addition to this, staying in Lancelot's body as a mortal body would also have a mental and physical impact. Due to the undulating blood flow caused by extreme speed, fatigue of the five senses, and other effects, Sylvia would be slightly injured. It was even possible for her to faint. Therefore, Sylvia could only stay on Lancelot's back for about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Sylvia's body would begin to be affected. She would feel dizzy, her consciousness would become blurry, her breathing would become difficult, and her strength would be almost exhausted. She could basically admit defeat. That was why Sylvia still had time to look at Wu Yen while being attacked by magic fireballs. She wanted to get Wu Yen to agree to her using Lancelot's special flying method. 10 minutes. Sylvia had to defeat Wall in this period of time. Otherwise, she could only admit defeat. Sylvia. Veronica raised her eyes and looked at the arena. She clenched her fists, and her eyes bloomed with unconcealable anticipation. Let me see your growth, your possibilities. At the same time, the smoke and dust that covered the entire arena began to change. A gust of wind blew from the center of the smoke without warning and spread in all directions, causing the smoke that covered the entire arena to constantly change its shape. Two sonic booms caused by friction with the atmosphere reverberated from the smoke and dust and entered the ears of everyone present. Immediately, a corner above the smoke and dust suddenly protruded. A stream of light and an afterimage swiftly shot out from it and flew into the sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, Lancelot soared up at a terrifying speed, shooting straight into the sky. Hein, on the other hand, was barely able to keep up with him as he chased after him. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Hein's body was emitting light smoke, and he was in a rather sorry state. Wall's face was also a little ugly. Clearly, Lancelot's dragon breath earlier was not completely blocked. This made Wall full of anger, and he shouted loudly. Hein! Roar! Hein burst out a roar, opened his dragon mouth, and propped up a geometric magic array. A flame-like breath burst out and rushed toward Lancelot, who was flying straight into the sky. Lancelot! Not to be outdone, Sylvia tightened her grip on the reins. Lancelot immediately turned into a stream of light and rapidly turned around as if he had pierced through space. While avoiding the flame dragon breath that was chasing after him, he also appeared behind Wall and Hein as if he had teleported. Now! Following Sylvia's shout, Lancelot suddenly raised his head, and the magic power in his body surged out. He also propped up a magic array with a geometric pattern, and the flames of the dragon's breath appeared and rushed toward Hein. Wall's face changed slightly, and Hein, who reacted a little later, also deployed a hexagonal defensive barrier. Boom! The hexagonal defensive barrier was deployed at the critical moment, and the dragon breath hit it, and in the roar, there was a burst of fire. Roar! Hein's painful howl resounded in the arena. Chapter 1342. Under the impact of the dragon's breath, Hein let out a painful howl as he was blown away by the impact of the dragon's breath. He was like a kite with a broken string, almost falling to the ground. Looking at Hein, who almost fell to the ground, and Wall, who was struggling to support him, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. However, it didn't take long for all the exclamations to turn into cheers for Sylvia and Lancelot. This was an acknowledgement of Sylvia and Lancelot. Listening to the cheers that resounded through the sky from all directions, Sylvia felt an uncontrollable heat in her heart. She felt her body heat up and her blood was boiling. Sylvia couldn't help but tighten her grip on the reins as she looked at Wall and Hein's sorry state. If this goes on, it will work. He had a great chance of winning the duel with this dragon knight, ranked in the top 10 of Lorea's holy dragon knights. Sylvia's heart surged at the thought of this. She waved the reins and controlled Lancelot to descend slowly. She arrived above Wall and Hein and looked down at them condescendingly. Lord Wall. Sylvia's face had a determined expression that was completely different from the cowardly and uneasy expression she had when she first made the duel in front of Veronica. There was finally a touch of confidence in her voice. If you can't deal with Lancelot's speed, there's no point in continuing the duel. Hearing this, Wall glanced at Hein, who had begun to pant, and then looked at Sylvia, who was looking down at him condescendingly. He clenched his teeth tightly. As Sylvia said, if he couldn't deal with Lancelot's speed, he had no chance of winning at all. That speed was too fast, too terrifying. How could Lancelot have such speed? That kind of speed was definitely faster than all the dragons he had seen so far. There was no chance of winning. If he couldn't find a way to deal with that speed, there was absolutely no chance of winning. If there was a way to deal with that speed, then he could definitely win. With this thought in mind, Wall's mind spun rapidly in order to find a way to deal with Lancelot's speed. Wall did not know that his performance was exactly what Sylvia wanted. Sylvia was a family member and knew that she could only fight with Lancelot's speed for a very limited period of time. Now, after intimidating the other party, Sylvia took the opportunity to recover the stamina she had expended to stay on Lancelot's back. Her body slowly recovered to its peak condition so that she could extend the time she could use Lancelot's speed. Therefore, Sylvia was now bluffing. If he could make Wall admit defeat, that would be the best, but if not, in that case, it would be beneficial for me to buy some time to recover. It had to be said that Sylvia's thinking was very correct. Wall didn't know that Sylvia could only use Lancelot's speed for a limited time. He could only obediently fall into this neither big nor small trap. However, Sylvia's trap was different. But it didn't last long. After a while, Wall's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. I, Lorimon, am a dragon knight of the Holy Dragon Knights. I will never admit defeat before I use my last bit of strength. With this answer, Wall pulled the reins, and Hein roared, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. It came to the opposite side of Lancelot, facing him from afar. Your Highness Sylvia. Wall looked straight ahead and met Sylvia's gaze. If you want me to admit defeat, then defeat me fair and square. Great, the audience cheered. Sylvia also praised in her heart. She looked at War with admiration, took a deep breath, and once again returned to her battle state. If that's the case, then come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wall raised his head abruptly. He rode on Hein and rushed up to the sky above the entire arena. The will belonging to the horseman merged with Hein's will, allowing Wall's thoughts to be transmitted to Hein instantly. Hein opened his mouth and roared. He channeled the magic power in his body and constructed a geometric array to use magic. He let it spread out and covered the entire arena in a moment. Mana flowed into the magic array like a stream of water, causing a dazzling flash of light to erupt from the magic array. In the next moment, scorching fireballs shot out from the magic array and fiercely descended. That momentum actually covered the entire arena within the range of the attack. Don't underestimate me. Sylvia bit her lips hatefully as she watched Wall use his old trick. She steered Lancelot and turned into a stream of light. Like a spiraling belt of light, she drew a smooth trajectory in the arena and dodged the incoming fireballs as though she was chasing the stars and the moon. However, Hein's magic fireballs had an automatic tracking effect. Like Lancelot, they drew a long fiery tail across the space and chased after Sylvia. So annoying. Sylvia endured the wind pressure from Lancelot's rapid flight as she watched the magical fireballs coming at her from all directions. She gripped the reins tightly and stabilized her body. She used her will to control Lancelot with great difficulty and flew into the sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Sylvia, who was riding Lancelot into the sky, suddenly narrowed her eyes. It was because Wall, who was riding Hein, was flying at high speed and was above Lancelot in an instant. Got it. A victorious smile appeared on Wall's face, and he suddenly pulled the reins in his hand. Roar! Hein's murderous roar burst out, and the flickering magic array rippled and stood in front of Hein. Then, a fiery dragon breath that was as violent as magma shot out from the magic array. The dense firelight filled Sylvia's vision, causing her expression to change drastically. There were magic fireballs flying from all directions. Above the only way out, there was a fire dragon's breath falling from the sky. Sylvia had no way of dodging at all. Her face changed drastically, and her eyes trembled. Feeling the approaching fireballs and the high temperature of the fire dragon's breath, Sylvia's face hardened. Fight! Roar! Lancelot roared and rushed into the sky, and a ball of magic light exploded from his body. The magic array representing the dragon's breath rotated and rippled out, instantly blocking the direction of the fire dragon's breath. Wall sneered when he saw this. Lancelot's real difficulty was that unprecedented speed. Other than speed, Lancelot was no match for Hein in any other aspect. For a spell like the dragon's breath that purely converted magic power into a breath attack, the stronger the magic power, the stronger the power. Lancelot's magic power was no match for Hein's. If he were to compete with Hein's dragon's breath, he would definitely lose miserably. Wall felt that he could already see Lancelot covered in flames and falling down from the arena. Unfortunately, Wall did not see a cold glint flashing across Sylvia's ice-blue eyes. Roar! Lancelot suddenly roared, raised his head, and opened his dragon's mouth wide. In an instant, a violent gust of wind blew in the surrounding space, and visible streams of air rolled into the magic array in front of Lancelot like flowing water, covering it. The magic array suddenly rotated, and the surging streams of air wrapped around it, condensing into a halo on the magic array's wheel. What's that? Wall was stunned. Looking at the fire dragon's breath falling from the sky, Sylvia coldly shouted. Penetrating dragon's breath dance. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar accompanied by Sylvia's cold shout reverberated throughout the arena. Lancelot, who was surrounded by fireballs, exploded with a violent stream of air, blowing away all the magic fireballs that were sweeping toward him. A spiral dragon breath that had been compressed to the extreme and was spinning like a whirlpool suddenly shot out. It was mixed with a layer of dazzling halo that covered it as it soared into the sky and collided head-on with the flame dragon breath that was descending from the sky. Bang! The two dragons' breaths collided with each other, and magical flames appeared in midair, stirring up dense sparks that scattered in all directions. Bang! With a muffled sound, the spiral dragon's breath destroyed the fire dragon's breath as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, and continued to rush forward without slowing down. It shot upward, and to Wall's horror, it landed on Hein's body. Bang! Intense flames and deafening explosions engulfed the entire area. Chapter 1343. Bam! The spiral dragon breath with a dazzling edge hit Hein without any deviation, bringing about a loud bang and a strong flame. Violent waves of wind surged out like an explosion, engulfing the entire arena. The storm-like aftershock surged toward the audience like an invisible wave, blowing the audience off balance and causing them to cry out in surprise. Papers, hats, bottles and jars were flying everywhere. The arena was in chaos. In the VIP seats, Gul Yen and a group of personal guards all came in front of Veronica, using their bodies to withstand the wind and waves. They were also vigilant of their surroundings, not letting the thugs who were eyeing Veronica covetously take advantage of them. On the contrary, Veronica herself didn't care that someone would take the opportunity to assassinate her at this time. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. She stared at the center of the field with shock on her ruthless face. That dragon breath. Veronica stared blankly at Lancelot, who used the dance of penetrating dragon's breath, and Sylvia, who is riding on Lancelot's back. She clenched her fists and turned around. Her gaze landed on Wu Yen, who has remained calm since the beginning. "Is that another one of your tricks?" "Tricks?" Wu Yen shrugged when he heard Veronica's harsh comment. "I didn't just let Sylvia get used to Lancelot's speed in 3 days. If that happened, his speed would be broken. Sylvia would have no chance of winning." Looking at the center of the arena, Wu Yen smiled leisurely. "So, this trick became the key to Sylvia's comeback. In order to teach it to Sylvia, I spent a lot of effort. Unlike Lancelot's speed that only required her to get used to, the dance of the penetrating dragon breath was a dragon breath technique created from the chaotic return to horizon dance. If she wanted to use it, she would have to. Lancelot alone wouldn't be able to do it. There had to be a rider to steer the dragon and use the principles of the chaotic return to horizon dance through the connection of their wills. That's why if she wanted to use the dance of the penetrating dragon breath, Sylvia had to learn how to use the chaotic return to horizon dance. Fortunately, he only let Sylvia understand the chaotic return to horizon dance theory, not let her learn the chaotic return to horizon dance. Otherwise, with Sylvia's understanding of the sword and her powerless body, she might not be able to learn it even after 3 years. In short, Sylvia used 2 days to get used to Lancelot's speed. On the last day, Sylvia listened to Wu Yen explain the theory behind chaotic return to horizon waltz and tried to understand it by controlling Lancelot. Lancelot performed. However, even if that was the case, it also tormented Sylvia quite a bit. If not for the fact that Wu Yen had used the dance of the penetrating dragon breath on Lancelot and had a successful experience, saving Sylvia a lot of effort, there wouldn't have been enough time. Looking at Wu Yan's leisurely smile, Veronica was speechless for a long time. In the end, she gave an evaluation. The rider of the gods. He deserves the name. The wind and waves slowly calmed down. The flames in the sky also gradually dissipated. In the audience stands, the crowd looked at the flames that suddenly appeared in the sky and recalled the storm-like wind and waves. Their eyes and faces were filled with lingering fear. After calming down the commotion, the audience raised their heads and looked up. They stared at the gradually dissipating flames and held their breaths. They began to feel nervous. In the end, what was the result? With such feelings, in the silent atmosphere, the flames in the sky finally dissipated, revealing the situation inside. However, when the situation in the fire was imprinted in everyone's eyes, the audience at the scene burst into a unified cry of surprise. In the center of the dissipating flames in the sky, Hein's body was surrounded by layers of hexagonal barriers that belonged to advanced defensive magic. The barriers rippled with the light of the flames and mana that had not dissipated in time. It seemed that Hein had used defensive magic at the critical moment to block the dance of the penetrating dragon breath. Unfortunately, it did not completely block the attack. The evidence was that wisps of smoke were slowly rising from Hein's body. A part of its fur was even charred as if it had been burned by fire, emitting a charred smell. As for Hein himself, his body was hovering in the air unsteadily. From the looks of it, it was extremely difficult for him to even fly. Traces of blood seeped out from one of its wings and dyed one of its wings red. Hai Ying's ferocious dragon eyes were filled with pain. Obviously, Hein's defensive magic barrier could not completely block the dance of the penetrating dragon breath. The dance of the penetrating dragon breath still managed to injure it. As for Hyde's owner, Wall, he was lying on the back of Hyde's dragon. His body was also emitting light smoke. There were some charred marks on his body, and a lot of his armor was broken. His eyes were closed, and he was unconscious. He had fainted. The entire arena was silent. In the special seats, Veronica closed her eyes and remained silent. After a while, she opened her eyes again and stood up. The loud voice of the judge echoed in the arena. The winner is Sylvia Loriaman. Oh 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 oh. Everyone in the arena stood up as deafening cheers enveloped the entire arena. Roar! Lancelot also let out a roar full of joy. Sylvia, who was sitting on Lancelot's dragon back, was in a daze. She did not react for a long time. Looking at Wall, who had fainted, and Hein, who was barely hanging in the air, some of the people in charge of first aid had already ridden the dragons and rushed forward to catch them. There were also bursts of enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding audience, and Sylvia felt that it was unreal. I won. I won. I won against Loriaman, the top 10 Dragon Knight in the Holy Dragon Knight Legion. I won against the existence of the top 20 in the world. Did I really win? Sylvia asked herself again and again in her heart. She had a strong sense of unreality as she flew to the VIP seats under Lancelot's lead. Congratulations, Your Highness. Yashur rushed forward excitedly and yelled at Sylvia. You won. I won? Sylvia asked in a daze as she got down from the Lancelot dragon's back. Yashur nodded vigorously and Yak snorted softly. Although your opponent was just a small dragon, you won. I won. Sylvia repeated these 2 words. An indescribable ecstasy finally surged in her heart. Her icy blue eyes were filled with tears. Although Sylvia was timid at times and would show her weak and cowardly side, she was not to the extent of crying so easily. Right now, Sylvia was on the verge of tears. Everyone gave her a kind smile, including Wu Yan. Only Veronica snorted coldly. Don't you want to be a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight? What? You're so happy just because you won against a Dragon Knight? Whoa! Sylvia let out a strange cry. She shrunk her shoulders and the tears in her eyes disappeared. She subconsciously hid beside Wu Yan. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. Looks like there's still a lot of room for growth. She's still far from it. Veronica's mouth twitched, and her words caused Sylvia's heart to turn cold. She had been so excited about her victory just a moment ago, and all the joy in her heart disappeared. In the end, my sister still won't accept me? Sylvia started to feel disheartened as such thoughts arose in her mind. At this moment, Veronica glanced at Sylvia with a rare smile on her face. However, to be able to defeat Wall, you have indeed grown a lot. Veronica turned her back to Sylvia. Congratulations on your victory, Sylvia. Royal sister. Sylvia was once again stunned on the spot. Uncontrollable joy surged in her heart, causing her eyes to moisten once again. Don't celebrate too early. Without that boy's help, you couldn't have won. Veronica turned her head away sullenly. Before you can truly grow, my test for you will not be cancelled. After hearing Veronica's words, Sylvia didn't cower this time. Instead, she rubbed her eyes, puffed out her chest, and replied resolutely. Yes. Sister. Chapter 1344. Looking at Veronica, who is obviously not used to praising Sylvia, with an awkward expression, Wu Yan couldn't help but have an idea. Sylvia, who is brimming with energy and happiness because of Veronica's praise, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of something. Perhaps Veronica wasn't truly cold and heartless to Sylvia, but the exact opposite. Perhaps Veronica loved Sylvia very much. That was hard to say, come to think of it, no matter if it was on the first day, in the reception room, or in Sylvanus. Even though Veronica had always denied Sylvia, she never forced Sylvia to act according to her will. Instead, she gave Sylvia the chance to prove herself again and again. Didn't this prove that Veronica had high hopes for Sylvia as well? Otherwise, when Veronica saw that Sylvia had really defeated Wall, she wouldn't have resisted her discomfort and insisted on praising Sylvia. The first princess with the title of Iron-Blooded Valkyrie shouldn't be good at expressing her feelings. She could only say harsh words every time. But in fact, that was Veronica's clumsy way of showing concern for Sylvia. Veronica turned her head away with a sullen expression. She did not look at Sylvia, but there was not a hint of displeasure in her sharp eyes. Instead, there was a faint smile on her face which confirmed Wu Yan's guess. What? Wu Yan was speechless. After all this time, I went to teach Sylvia because I was displeased with Veronica's attitude. Is it completely meaningless? The reason why Wu Yan is so concerned about Sylvia is because of Corset's request. Secondly, he can't bear to see the princess disheartened. Thirdly, he can't bear to see Sylvia being ridiculed by Veronica, and he can't bear to see her like this. As a result, Veronica's mocking of Sylvia was just a clumsy way of showing concern for her. This made Wu Yan feel like he was overthinking things. You can't think like that. A beautiful figure with a sweet fragrance came to Wu Yan's side. The familiar voice attracted Wu Yan's attention. A beautiful face with a confident smile entered Wu Yan's vision. He was stunned. Rebecca? I'm sorry. It's because of the end of the Imperial tournament. I've wasted some time. Rebecca smiled helplessly before turning her gaze to Sylvia. For Sylvia. Without you, she wouldn't have dared to raise her head in front of Her Highness Veronica. Maybe. Wu Yan sighed and he grumbled. But I keep having the feeling that I've been cheated. It makes me feel indignant. Rebecca raised an eyebrow when she heard Wu Yan's words. I should be the one feeling angry. Wu Yan was taken aback. Why? Why? Rebecca's beautiful face showed an expression of unhappiness that had never appeared before, one that came from the bottom of her heart. You taught Sylvia, speed burst, and the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath, but not me. Tell me, should I be angry? You're a sacred dragon knight and you want me to teach you how to ride a dragon? Wu Yan chuckled and he started doubting her. By the way, what is this speed burst? It's Lancelot's terrifying way of using speed. Rebecca said matter-of-factly. How can such an amazing technique not have a name? So you gave it a name? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not an amazing technique. If you understand the theory, you can learn it even without my teaching. Is that so? Rebecca nodded in a contemplative manner. Then, she teased Wu Yan with a teasing tone. Then, can Lord Roland teach me the theory behind speed burst? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at her teasing tone. However, if he really did teach explosive speed to Rebecca, it should be a powerful aid to her, right? After all, unlike Sylvia who had a time limit, Rebecca didn't have to worry about the discomfort caused by centrifugal force and wind pressure. With the support of the Holy Knight armor, she could stay firmly on Guffrin's back no matter how bad her condition was. In other words, Rebecca didn't need to use any stamina to use speed burst. There was no limit to it and she could use it as she wished. Of course, that was under the condition that she was equipped with the armor. Stand down, Sylvia. Veronica dismissed Sylvia and she looked at Wu Yan. Her sharp eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'm really looking forward to the second duel. Hearing this, the entire VIP seating area instantly fell into silence. Everyone looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes and hearts were filled with anticipation. Wu Yan's strength had always been a mystery. Forget about his strength, even what his fall looked like, what level he was at, what his growth rate was, and so on were all complete mysteries. What Wu Yan displayed in front of everyone is the world's #1 dragon riding skill and the battle prowess he displayed during his fight with Gul Yan. Other than that, everything else is a mystery. Even Yashur and Yak couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious person, let alone Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others. If today's duel could make this mysterious existence reveal something, then it would definitely be worth it. Because of that, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia. Out of the two of them, one has been with Wu Yan the longest, so she knows him the best. The other one has been greatly influenced by Wu Yan. In just a month, be it in terms of strength or mentality, because of Wu Yan, she grew tremendously. Under these circumstances, Rebecca and Sylvia naturally wanted to understand Wu Yan. No. It should be said that Rebecca and Sylvia wanted to understand everything about Wu Yan. Don't worry. Perhaps she saw through Rebecca and Sylvia's thoughts, but Veronica curled her lips into a meaningful smile. The opponent I prepared for this kid is definitely strong enough to force him to show some things. Roar. Almost at the same time as Veronica's voice trailed off, a deafening roar descended from the sky above the arena like a storm, causing the air and ground to tremble. What? What's going on? In the audience seats of the arena, the spectators who were shocked by the sudden roar looked up at the sky with blank expressions. Look! Look over there! Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a corner of the sky. At the scene, everyone looked in that direction. Then they saw. On the other side of the sky, a dragon was gradually approaching. Whoosh, like a shooting star, the dragon flew over from the other side of the sky with a sharp piercing sound, shooting towards the direction of the arena. Whoosh! As the sharp piercing sound became louder and louder, the dragon's body became clearer and clearer. The whistling sound of a fierce wind also descended in this direction, bringing with it a strong wind that suddenly fell on the entire area. The spectators cried out in surprise once more. They braved the wind and looked up at the sky above the arena. Boom! The dragon that had shot over was in its most berserk state. Its speed did not decrease at all as it plummeted down, smashing into the center of the arena like a meteor and landing right in the middle. The ground shook violently and the rock layers cracked inch by inch. After the gust of wind, the spectators in the spectator stands were treated like an earthquake. Many of them fell to the ground. Only now did the spectators see the dragon's full appearance. It was a humongous holy dragon. In terms of size, even Guthrin was inferior to it. Unlike Gyuvlin, this holy dragon exuded an aura that made people shudder. If Guthrin was an indomitable divine beast, then this holy dragon was a ferocious beast that could devour heaven and earth. On top of the holy dragon's head was a figure. A figure that could make the heavens lose color, make the stars admit their inferiority, and make the entire arena fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 1345. Dazzling like stardust, the dazzling golden armor covered the beautiful figure that made people feel that it was blasphemous to even look at. It looked as if it was emitting some kind of sacred light that one could not bear to look at directly. It was both breathtaking and extremely attractive. Her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and her lake-like clear eyes sparkled like stars. Her heaven-shaking appearance was already indescribable. It could only be said that she did not belong to the human world, and could only exist in fantasy. The cloak on her back fluttered loudly in the wind, becoming the only sound that was still ringing in the arena at this moment. She clearly had a beauty that was worthy of being called a holy maiden and a figure that was praised as an angel. However, at this moment, the absolutely beautiful young lady standing on the mighty holy dragon's head exuded an oppressive feeling that only experts would have. Raising her head and looking around the entire arena, the beautiful young lady shot her gaze towards the VIP seats in the arena with an indifferent look on her face. In the next second, a crisp, heroic, and beautiful voice entered the ears of everyone present. "I'm not late, right?" Everyone was silent, looking at the beautiful girl who looked like a compassionate saintess and also like a noble knight who was fully equipped with the holy knight armor. Everyone in the audience seat looked at each other in bewilderment. Excitement that was difficult to control gradually appeared on their faces and eyes. Then, ooh, 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 ooh. The air above the entire arena was filled with fervent roars that sounded like stormy waves. That was right. It was fanaticism. It was as if he had seen the idol that he had admired since he was young, the god that he believed in. It was a fanaticism that was comparable to extreme fans and fanatics. Even Veronica, who was known as the iron-blooded Valkyrie and supported the entire Lorimon knighthood, did not receive such treatment. Looking at this scene in the special seats, Veronica was not surprised at all. Instead, she showed an expression as if it was only natural. At the side, Sylvia and Yashur were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. That. Sylvia stuttered as she pointed at the beautiful girl in the middle of the field. She didn't say anything for a long time. Could it be, she is? Yashur didn't seem to be as ignorant as before. It was obvious that he knew the other party's identity. A flabbergasted expression appeared on his face. As expected. Lebecca shook her head with a bitter smile. Her Highness Veronica really sent her out, Your Highness Veronica. Even Gulien's expression was unsettled. Is the so-called important opponent referring to this lord? Seeing that everyone, including the spectators, seemed to recognize the beautiful girl, Lebecca, who was still in the middle of the arena, and they could not help but look at each other. Hey! Lebecca and her Valkyrie. Who is that female? Why do you all have such exaggerated reactions? It's not. Before Yashur could answer, Lebecca sighed and said, Don't worry about it. Her holy saintess deserve to be. Her. Lebecca's words came out of her mouth. Wu Yan suddenly recalled a character he read about in the textbooks of the academy and he frowned. Her. Looks like you figured out her identity. Lebecca looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. She emphasized each and every word she said. Her. She's the commander of Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knights, the world's strongest. The Silent Knight Saintess, Yuzura. L. Sarvan. The world's strongest? Lebecca was shocked. Wu Yan swept his gaze over the beautiful girl in the middle of the field, his wine-red eyes flashed with intense interest. She's the strongest Holy Dragon Knight, the commander of Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knights, Yuzura? That's right. Veronica glanced at Wu Yan with a smile that isn't a smile. What do you think? This opponent is strong enough, right? Strong enough? This was not something that could be described with the word sufficient. As an opponent, Yuzura was someone that all dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even holy dragon knights wanted to surpass. She was also the strongest obstacle on the path to the top. The world's strongest, that wasn't just for show. Wu Yan's opponent was the world's strongest holy dragon knight. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with absurd emotions. Sister Royal. Isn't this a little too much? Sylvia was the first to speak as if she couldn't accept the outcome. Why you're sending Commander Yuzura? Can this still be considered a duel? Sylvia's meaning was clear. She almost said that Yuzura would be defeated as soon as she entered the arena. As the strongest holy heavenly dragon knight, Yuzura's strength was something that even other holy heavenly dragon knights couldn't compare to. It wasn't that Ursula had defeated all the holy sky dragon knights. If she only relied on defeating to stand at the top, then she wouldn't have been so legendary. Yuzura's true strength lay in the fact that no holy dragon knight had been able to injure her in a one-on-one duel. Yes, they couldn't even injure Yuzura. That was a kind of strength that bordered on despair. This is a little too much. Even Yashur couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Princess Veronica, are you trying to say that someone defeated Commander Yuzura in the first year of the advanced class? Veronica shot an indifferent glance at Sylvia and Yashur before replying. Then, let me ask you. If I don't send Yuzura, who else can I send? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Veronica narrowed her eyes as she looked at Wu Yan. Without the holy knight armor, this kid is already able to fight evenly with Gul Yen, who is equipped with the holy knight armor. In that case, why don't we boldly imagine, what if he's a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight? What would happen then? Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Gul Yen, who is already as strong as a Saint Dragon Knight in his normal state, is already one of the most powerful ones among all the Saint Dragon Knights. Then, how strong will he be after equipping the Holy Knight armor? Veronica stared at Wu Yan, who didn't say a word. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary as she continued to bombard Wu Yan. So, to be on the safe side, I asked Yuzhura to put down her work and come to Ansari Kingdom. It's not just because it's the most confident, it's also because I can't think of anyone else who can guarantee a 100% victory against this kid. Veronica's words reverberated clearly in the ears of the VIP seats. Her words set off waves of shock in everyone's heart. The way they looked at Wu Yan changed as well. If he really is a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight, then Veronica's guess might be correct. Other than Yuzhura, no one can guarantee a 100% victory against him. Realizing this point, the crowd finally realized just how strong this person could possibly be. The entire VIP seats were dead silent. No one spoke. They were all immersed in the phenomenon of Wu Yan's true strength. However, Wu Yan suddenly spoke. So, you're saying that I will definitely lose against Yuzhura? This time, it was Veronica's turn to be stunned. Could it be? Veronica hesitated and asked with uncertainty. You think you can win against Yuzhura? Against Yuzhura, can win. To this day, no one in the world dared to say this in a one-on-one fight against Yuzhura. As for those who spoke out, they were treated as pure jokes by others. Wu Yan glanced at everyone in the VIP seats. He didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth hooked up. In his heart, all the thoughts were condensed into 6 words. This is going to be interesting. Bang. In the VIP seats, Wu Yan stomped his foot on the ground. His body tensed up, and his entire body bounced off the VIP seats. He turned into a black shadow and shot into the arena. Guvlin. Roar! A roar exploded from the corner of the arena. Guvlin shot out like a red lightning bolt into the air. He caught the black shadow falling from the sky and shot into the arena. Guvlin's wings flapped, carrying a dense vortex of air pressure. He circled in a smooth trajectory and landed in the center of the arena. Ursula and the ferocious holy dragon were right across from each other. Chapter 1346. Yuzhura. L. Sarwin, level 79. Galahad, level 74. Standing in the middle of Guflin's dragon horns, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. With that kind of beauty, even if Ikaros were here, she would have a 50-50 chance of beating her. The saintess of the silent night. She's a knight. A saintess. That kind of beauty isn't something an average person can look up to. Only an angel like Ikaros can compare to her. Of course, in this arena, Wu Yan's looks aren't the only thing worth paying attention to. What's more important is Ursula's strength. Level 79. Peak of rank 8. Although they were both sacred sky dragon knights, Ursula's level was far above Leibeka and Gul Yan's by almost an entire level. No wonder she's the strongest in the world. No wonder no saintess dragon knight can hurt her. With her paladin armor and magic device, even if Galahad isn't included, even the world's strongest Elaine might not be Yuzhura's match. Naturally, Wu Yan won't be able to defeat her with all his abilities sealed. It's just as Veronica said, Yuzhura. He was definitely an opponent with enough strength to deal with him. On the other side, Ursula also cast her gaze over. Looking straight at Wu Yan, her eyes as clear as a lake revealed traces of emotion. You are my opponent? The quiet voice spread to every corner of the arena, causing everyone in the arena to subconsciously hold their breaths. They widened their eyes and focused on all the movements in the arena. But now, the audience isn't here to watch the duel. They're here to watch the saintess of the silent night. Maybe he sensed this. Wu Yan's expression turned into one of helplessness. He smiled faintly, and without anyone noticing, a nimble longsword appeared in his hand. That's Xianxia of the Holy Temple. He's facing a peak rank 8 opponent. Even if Wu Yan doesn't plan to undo the seal, he still opened it a little and took out Xianxia of the Holy Temple from the gate of Babylon. Rune? Randall. Wu Yan pointed Xianxia of the Holy Temple to the ground and looked at Yuzhura's beautiful eyes. Please advise me. Show me your full strength. Ursula replied straightforwardly. I won't show any mercy. The audience cheered when they heard Ursula's declaration. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yuzhura. Although he wasn't really a man of few words, his words were very straightforward, without the slightest bit of nonsense. No wonder she's called the Saintess of the Silent Night. Wu Yan could only give such an answer. Of course, I'll give it my all. In this state. The last sentence. Wu Yan didn't say it, but Yuzhura seemed to be dissatisfied. She furrowed her brows. If I'm not mistaken, the dragon you're riding should be Lebeka's fall, right? Yuzhura didn't sound dissatisfied at all, as if she was complaining about something. I don't know how you can ride someone else's fall, but if you're going to give it your all, you should at least summon your own, right? Riding other people's dragons is an amazing feat, but it's not to the point where the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights has to pay attention to it. That's why Yuzhura didn't know about Wu Yan's title as the Rider of the Gods. However, Ursula had recognized Lebeka's fall, which meant that Lebeka was the one that Ursula truly cared about. Perhaps Ursula didn't even know why Veronica had suddenly called her over to duel with a student of the academy. However, Yuzhura still declared that she would give it her all. She didn't look down on Wu Yan just because he was a student, which made Wu Yan have a good impression of Yuzhura. Don't worry, Captain Yuzhura. Wu Yan grinned as he lifted the Nyaton Xianxia. I'll see how it goes. Hearing this, the surrounding audience burst into an uproar. See how it goes? In other words, he has to see if Yuzhura has the right to summon fall? That's too arrogant. The audience was furious. Even Lebeka, Sylvia, and the others in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Only Ursula remained silent. Is that so? Ursula nodded in a monotonous tone. However, I'll still say the same thing. I won't show any mercy. After saying that, Ursula closed her eyes, and the holy knight armor on her body suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Show yourself. A two-dimensional divine sword. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled, and space rippled. Surging mana currents rose from Ursula's body like steam, condensing into a flashing magic array that illuminated the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze, even Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In the first clash, Ursula had actually used the intrinsic magic device. Just as she had said, she did not intend to be merciful at all. Ursula opened her beautiful eyes and stretched her hand forward. The glowing magic circle followed her palm and slowly slid down from top to bottom. In the next moment, a sword gradually appeared as the magic circle slid from top to bottom. It was an inconceivable sword. At first glance, only the hilt could be seen. The blade was nowhere to be seen. But upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a thin transparent wing-like object on the blade of the sword. It was flowing like a stream of water in an arc while emitting the radiance of magic. Yuzhura grabbed the hilt and swung it. A bright flash of sword light flashed in front of her, proving the existence of the sword. Its name is Fergalaha. As Yuzhura spoke, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at the divine sword called Fergalaha. He could clearly see that at the position where the Fergalaha was supposed to be, a magic power was flowing regularly at a very high frequency, causing the part of the sword body to flash with a faint brilliance. Fragalaha. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Nyandan Shana. An invisible blade? My Fragalaha isn't just a sword that can't be seen. The leader of the Holy Dragon Knights, Lorea, who was known as the Silent Knight Saintess, explained indifferently. It's a 2D divine sword. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero? Wu Yan looked at Yuzhura in surprise. In other words, the blade of the Fragalaha is completely flat. Yuzhura raised the 2D divine sword in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yan. No matter how hard the material is, the godly sword Fragalaha can cut it apart, even if it's holy knight armor. Wu Yan's face tensed up when he heard this. Wu Yan looked at Ursula and then at Fragalaha before he mumbled to himself. Looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Unfortunately, Yuzhura didn't give Wu Yan time to sigh. Let's begin. Leaving these words behind, Ursula suddenly raised his free hand. Roar! The holy dragon Galahad raised its head and roared. Its body, which was one size bigger than Guthrin, exploded with a powerful magical heat. Galahad stepped on the cracked ground with a heavy stomp. Like a heavy mountain, Galahad charged forward in a blur against the dense air pressure and the heavy sound of the sonic boom. Guthrin. Galahad was 30 meters away a second ago, but now it's only 20 meters away. Wu Yan didn't dare to be careless. He stomped on Guthrin's head and through the will of the rider, he steered Guthrin forward. Roar! Givlin immediately let out a roar, not to be outdone. He tilted his body, and the wings on his back flapped violently. Like a cannonball, he advanced instead of retreating, and met the oncoming Galahad head-on. In the next instant, the two holy dragons, whose sizes were definitely at the forefront of the dragon race, collided heavily with each other like a brawl. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. The battle was about to start. Chapter 1347. Boom! A loud, dull sound exploded in the air, and also in the ears of the audience. The explosion made everyone's mind go blank. Even their vision was spinning, and their hearts were filled with horror. He actually chose a direct confrontation. In the VIP seats, Veronica covered her ears and head in pain as she forced out a laugh. You've got guts. Roland. Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others also had pained expressions, but they resolutely stared at the center of the arena, not relaxing for even a moment. Boom! However, right after the first boom, a second boom followed, shaking everyone so much that they almost screamed out loud. Their ears were already in a half-ringing state. Boom! 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 Under everyone's gaze, two streams of light shot out from the center of the arena, spiraling into the sky. As they flew, they collided with each other, causing the entire arena to resound with a deafening roar, piercing everyone's eardrums and causing many people to howl in pain. Everyone's face was pale as they watched the two streaks of light colliding with each other. It was as if the two streaks of light were colliding with each other. It was just a collision, but it was already so powerful. Boom! A muffled boom louder than ever before reverberated through the air like a sound wave. The audience was so frightened that they covered their ears in fright, and a riot almost broke out. Amidst the muffled boom, which was even louder than before, the two divine dragons collided with each other with greater force than ever before. Roar! The massive rebounding force sent the two holy dragons flying. Two cries of pain rang out as the distance between the two holy dragons widened. Wu Yan, who was standing on Guthrin's head, looked up at Galahad, who was also flying away. He grabbed Neen Temple Shana and shook it. Streams of air visible to the naked eye immediately wrapped around him, forming a halo of light. It flickered. Chaotic return. A cold shout reverberated in the air. Sky dance. The saber light, which was as red as the sky, left a long trail of fire behind. Like a surging wave, it broke through the space and the atmosphere and streaked forward. In the blink of an eye, it flashed in front of Galahad. Ursula didn't expect someone who wasn't wearing the paladin armor to be able to make such an attack. She looked a little surprised. But he quickly recovered. Staring at the ferocious blade light that was slashing at her, Ursula did not steer Galahad to dodge. Instead, she held the hilt of the divine sword in her hand, raised it above her head, and thrust it forward with all her might. Shortly after, the fiery red saber light collided with the transparent sword light. Thus, an inconceivable scene unfolded in midair. Pucci, the divine sword clashed with the saber light, and a tearing sound rang out. Under the stab of the divine sword, Fergalaha, the blade light that was as ferocious as magma spewing out came from the point of contact. It was cut into two halves, brushed past Ursula's shoulder, carried an astonishing impact, and shot into the distant sky without slowing down. Chaotic Return to Sky Dance was directly cut into two halves. Wu Yan was shocked. The two-dimensional divine sword, Fergalaha, can even cut off other people's attack. Good attack. Just when Wu Yan was surprised by the effect of Fergalaha, Ursula's calm and almost indifferent voice came into his ears. You don't even have the paladin armor, but you can make such an attack. I've only seen it from Her Highness Veronica. Ursula leisurely stood on Galahad's head, holding the divine sword in her hand, her sharp eyes swept forward. Next, it's my turn. Whoosh. As soon as her words fell, a whistling sound like a gust of wind turned into ripples, scattering in the air. Ursula and Galahad's figures suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Wu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he turned around abruptly. The Nyadan Shana, in his hand, burst into a ball of flame, rolling up the violent atmosphere, turned into a saber light, and shot out violently. Bang! An explosion reverberated in the sky, stirring up a frenzied impact that swept out. Unfortunately, that explosion was not the sound of a chaotic return to sky dance hitting the target, but the sound of Fergalaha being cut into two by a transparent sword light and directly exploding. Your reaction is quite good. Wu Yan had already turned around, and the divine sword Fergalaha flashed a second ago, but Ursula's voice once again sounded behind Wu Yan. But, it's still too slow. Along with this voice, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air assaulted Wu Yan. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of the collision, traces of sparks shot out from the point of collision between the agile long saber and the transparent sword, bursting out bursts of ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping against each other. Ursula, holding the Fergalaha in her hand, slightly raised her head, her gaze pierced through the sparks bursting out from the collision between the two armaments, and looked at Wu Yan with a surprised expression on her face. He actually blocked it. Ursula was not surprised that Wu Yan could react at the critical moment and turn around to block her attack, but she was surprised that her Fergalaha was blocked by a strange long saber. In the past, if someone blocked the Fergalaha with a weapon, the opponent's weapon would have been destroyed long ago, and even the intrinsic magic device of the paladin armor would be directly cut off. The Fergalaha, which was known as the secondary divine sword, was blocked. This is the first time. This made Ursula feel a little unconvinced. She abruptly pulled back the divine sword in her hand, pulled it to the side, and in the midst of a sharp screech, the transparent sword made of magic power fiercely slashed towards the Nyama no Shana. Extremely sharp piercing sounds burst out, the transparent sword rapidly enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Such a fierce attack did not allow Wu Yan the slightest hesitation, so he clenched his teeth, held the Nyama no Shana tightly, and met the transparent sword head-on. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing once again reverberated in the air. But this time, Ursula did not compete with Wu Yan. Instead, with a cold face, she repeatedly slashed out with the Nyama no Shana in Wu Yan's hand, creating a series of sharp sword images, unceasingly slashing towards the Nyama no Shana in his hand. At this time, Ursula's opponent had already transitioned from Wu Yan to the Nyama no Shana. Clang 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 clang, one after another, the sword shadows landed on the same spot on the Nyen Dien Shana thin knife. Loud and clear clashing noises echoed in the arena, like the sound of a blacksmith hammering iron. The vigorous ripples of energy spread out rapidly along with the sounds of collision. The air in the entire arena was like the surface of a lake that had a stone thrown into it, creating a series of ripples. It was as if invisible fireworks were being set off in the air above the arena. Wave after wave of air ripples shook the place. Below the arena, the audience was already dumbfounded. In the VIP seats, Veronica's hand clenched on the armrest of her chair, a trace of excitement surging in her eyes. To be able to fight with Ursula for so long, that kid really has some skill, that weapon. Lebecca frowned, her expression somewhat uncertain. It can actually block the Fergalaha, it's very ordinary, it's indeed extraordinary. Veronica nodded in agreement, but she soon smiled again. But it's almost the end, a 2D divine sword isn't that easy to block. Just as Veronica finished her sentence, a different sound finally emerged from the continuous echoes of the collision in the air. Crack! The moment this sound rang out, Wu Yan's expression changed, but Ursula revealed a faint smile. Then, the Fergalaha slashed down fiercely from top to bottom. Pah! After this sound, a small blade flew out of the air and fell to the ground. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Nyama no Shana, broke, a gold armament that only a Tier 9 powerhouse has the right to wear, and it's also a noble artifact, was broken by a single slash. Whoosh! At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in everyone's ears. A blurry shadow rushed out like a spirit snake and arrived in front of Wu Yan in the blink of an eye. Ursula raised her head, her beautiful face that could overshadow the heavens and earth was exposed to Wu Yan's vision. But also exposed to Wu Yan's vision was a flickering sword light. Pft! With a tearing sound, dark red blood splattered across the arena. Chapter 1348. Roan. Lebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur turned pale with fright when they saw the crimson blood falling from the sky. They almost cried out subconsciously. In the arena, all the spectators were in an uproar. Without any consideration, their bodies moved on their own. In the end, all the spectators in the arena stood up at the same time. In midair, drops of blood slowly dripped down and landed on the arena below, forming a puddle of blood. Ursula looked at the blood dripping down, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression changed slightly. Yes. The expression of the Saintess of the Silent Knights changed. This was because the two-dimensional godly sword, Fergalaha, which could cut through anything, was being held by a hand at this moment. The crimson blood had appeared when Fergalaha broke through the skin of the hand and dripped down. Everyone present could clearly see that the magic power carried by the blade of the divine sword, Fergalaha, was turning into pure heat, constantly calcining the hand that was spilling blood. Apart from the heat generated by the conversion of magic power, the heat generated by the intense friction caused by the slash of the divine sword was also burning the hand that dared to hold the transparent blade directly. The terrifying heat kept surging up, and the scalp-numbing sizzling sound kept coming from the divine sword in his hand. Wisps of smoke and the smell of something burnt lingered in the air. Just by looking at this scene, one could see that the divine sword was already burning. Everyone's hearts trembled. Just how painful would that be? That hand. Was it going to melt soon? However, what was even more frightening was the fact that the divine sword, Fergalaha, had been blocked. One had to know that the blade of the godly sword, Fergalaha, was a product of two dimensions. As long as it was a sword or a blade, no matter how thin they were made, they were still three-dimensional objects and could never break free from the shackles of the third dimension. Because no matter how thin they were made, there was always a gap between the two dimensions. There would always be a gap. However, Ursula's fall, Holy Dragon Galahad, had truly broken free from the shackles of the third dimension. It was a divine sword that had no width and was absolutely flat. That was the Fragalaha. Because there was no width, the entire sword, whether it was from the front or the side, it was a straight line that was thinner than a line. It was purely made of magical power. Therefore, Fragalaha could cut through anything. It was even a gold armament. Moreover, it was a noble artifact, but in the end, it couldn't escape the fate of being cut in half. Just think about it, using one hand to block such a sword was a display of bravado and lack of strategy. A divine sword that could cut through any object. How could it not be able to cut through a hand? Therefore, they watched as Wu Yan directly blocked Fragalaha with his hand. Not to mention Lebecca, Sylvia, and the audience, even the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights, Loriaman, who was known as the Silent Saintess of the Knights, and Ursula, who was indifferent to people, changed their expressions. Ursula took a deep breath as she watched Wu Yan, who was holding Fragalaha so tightly that his hand was beginning to burn under the heat. Even his blood was no longer dripping. However, his head was lowered, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Using your hand to block my Fragalaha, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. As the sound of his voice faded, not long after, a soft laugh resounded clearly in the center of the entire arena and was heard by everyone. Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His wine-red pupils met Ursula's clear eyes. The calmness in his eyes surprised Ursula. It was as if the hand that was gradually being burned wasn't his. Wu Yan glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. But, didn't I block it? Ursula raised an eyebrow and she looked at Wu Yan with a deep gaze. Aren't you afraid that I'll cut off your hand? Afraid? Wu Yan chuckled as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have used this method. Ursula's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her expression became serious. But if this goes on, even if I don't chop it off, your hand will be charred, and you will be completely crippled. Blocking Fragalaha with his hand was already an extremely ridiculous thing. Now, Wu Yan's hand was still tightly gripping the sword, and it was already severely burned. If it was someone else, they would probably be in so much pain that their face would be distorted. As for their hand, they would probably lose all feeling, right? However, no matter how wise Ursula was, it was impossible for her to guess without knowing. Wu Yan wasn't a human. He was a true ancestor. A true ancestor who could be resurrected in an instant even if he died. Although his superpower was sealed, his physique as a true ancestor couldn't be sealed. Therefore, even if it was his head that was burned, it wouldn't matter, let alone his hand. Destroyed, Wu Yan murmured and suddenly laughed. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Vlakalaha sword. He ignored the smoke and blood that came out of the sword as he forcefully pressed the sword down on the ground. Although I don't really care, it will be troublesome, so, let's get this over with, roar. Guthrum roared and slammed into Galahad, who was right in front of him. Bang! Caught off guard, Galahad was sent flying by the impact. Ursula, who was standing on Galahad's head, was also forced to withdraw her Fragalaha. She grabbed Galahad's dragon horn and put some distance between herself and Wu Yan. Get this over with? Ursula didn't care at all. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Wu Yan. You mean, get rid of me earlier? Ursula's words echoed in the silent arena. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, waiting for Wu Yan's answer. Wu Yan didn't answer Ursula. Looking down at his hand, Wu Yan touched the star carving on the back of his hand, which was his seal. My fall is a little special, special? Hearing such strange words, the audience was puzzled. Special? On the VIP seats, Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others pricked up their ears and listened carefully to Wu Yan's words. When every dragon breeder first obtains a newborn, the newborn will be attached to the body of its owner. It will only be independent when it is born. Through the star essence path, it will obtain the star essence from its owner and survive in the world. Wu Yan's voice reverberated throughout the arena. But my fall is different. Wu Yan shrugged and explained. It can retain the ability to be a baby and stay in my body. Attach itself to your body? Ursula was surprised. There's a fall like that? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others were also surprised. Looking at the astonished expression on the beautiful girl's face, he clenched his fist and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This is the first and possibly the last time I'll let you see me summon fall, so, don't blink. As soon as he said that, dong dong, before anyone could react, a strange wave of energy rippled out from Wu Yan and it started spreading throughout the entire space. Dong dong, at the scene, everyone heard a sound that sounded like a heartbeat ringing in their minds. It started to vibrate rhythmically. Bzzz, Wu Yan's mana isn't too scary but it's extremely dense. Like a flame, it attracted the attention of everyone who can sense his mana. Then, they all saw it. Wu Yan's hand started emitting a bloody mist that slowly turned into a ghostly black color. Red veins started crawling up his arm. It's a terrifying sight to behold. Closing his eyes, Wu Yan channeled a tiny bit of his sealed mana into his blood and awakened a certain consciousness slumbering in his blood. Wu, a dragon's roar that seemed to come from the endless sky shook the entire arena. In an instant, Ursula felt an inexplicable sense of danger and she couldn't help but be startled. Then, a voice sounded, "Descend." Chapter 1349. His voice was as delicate as flowing water. As if it had broken free from the shackles of space, it penetrated all the sounds in the stadium. The audience seemed to have sensed something. They shut their mouths out of reflex, and their breathing slowed down subconsciously. Their eyes were fixed on the figure standing on Guffrin's head, and they felt nervous for no reason. Even the ordinary audience reacted this way, let alone the powerhouses who could clearly feel the vast magic power emerging from Wu Yan. Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, Yashur, Yak, Jirian, and the others all tensed up. Ursula's grip on the divine sword, Fergalaha, became tighter and tighter until her hands turned white. Her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Feeling the magic power rising from Wu Yan's body, Ursula's heart couldn't help but feel alarmed. Her heartstrings suddenly tightened. Ursula's intuition told her that something extremely frightening was awakening. Her clear eyes gradually changed as the alarm in her heart screamed frantically. Ursula's eyes were filled with uncertainty. She looked at Wu Yan, who was as calm as the calm before the storm. In the end, Ursula didn't choose to continue watching. If this continues, I will lose without a doubt. For some reason, Ursula had such a thought that she couldn't help but jump in fright. But Ursula didn't doubt it. Because, with the passage of time, the frantic alarm in her heart had turned into a complete sense of crisis. No. I can't watch any longer. Otherwise, I will lose. Yuzura's tense heartstrings completely collapsed under the urging of this thought, and her eyes became sharp. Ursula's eyes sharpened and she grabbed the divine sword for Galahad. Galahad. Roar. The holy dragon Galahad, who also felt a sense of crisis, roared as soon as it received Ursula's order. As if it was released, almost all the remaining magic power in its body was detonated and exploded in the space around it. Galahad seemed to be equipped with some kind of engine. Under the impetus of the explosion of mana, it turned into a ferocious behemoth and flew out violently. In a flash, he appeared in front of Gu Fulin and pressed his forelimbs on Gu Fulin's shoulder. Roar! At the same time, a burst of mana burst out of Guffrin's body and landed on Galahad like a shockwave. Pang! A muffled sound exploded from Gahara's body, causing him to let out a low groan. At the same time, his dragon eyes flashed with a fierce light. Like an injured beast, not only did he not let go of Guffrin, but he also restrained him even more. So, while Galahad was restraining Guffrin, Ursula flung the cloak on her paladin armor and shot out. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he was surrounded by bloody mist. Wu Yan, whose eyes were closed, had one of his hands completely transformed into a ghost hand. Be careful. At the VIP seats, Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ha! Ursula's eyes flashed with determination. She raised the VLA Galaha above her head and mercilessly stabbed it towards Wu Yan's chest. TCH, the sound echoed between Wu Yan and Ursula. However, it wasn't the sound of the VLA Galaha piercing through Wu Yan's body. Instead, it was the sound of a ball of white flame that appeared out of nowhere. It was the sound of a ball of white flame burning. Yuzura's intrinsic magic device, the divine sword for Galaha, happened to stab into the white flame, but the white flame blocked it as if it was blocking it. What? Ursula's pretty face changed drastically. What is that? Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others couldn't help but look up from the VIP seats. White flame? Veronica frowned, a touch of surprise appeared on her face. Looking at the white flame that suddenly burned and blocked the divine sword for Galaha like a flowing shield, Ursula constantly mobilized the magic power in the paladin armor to replenish the divine sword in an attempt to directly cut the white flame blocking the way in half. However, the small white flame was still burning there, completely unaffected by the divine sword for Galaha. Instead, it was the divine sword for Galaha itself, the blade made of pure magic power, that actually began to slowly incinerate from the tip of the sword that came into contact with the white flame. Ursula finally had a look of disbelief on her face. Don't worry, Ursula raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Ursula's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Wu Yan's smiling face appeared in Ursula's vision. Because I didn't use my full strength, the power of my fall will decrease. However, the summoning time will also decrease a lot. You don't have to be in such a hurry. As he spoke, Wu Yan reached out and grabbed the white flame. The best part is yet to come. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the white flame and the white flame exploded in an instant. The entire space in the arena trembled, and a blinding white light burst out. Boom! As if heaven and earth exploded, a violent roar turned into a shockwave that swept across the entire arena. Everyone's vision was taken away by the dazzling white light and their hearing was robbed by the violent roar. Screams resounded throughout the entire arena. By the time the white light scattered, the rumbling noises had subsided, and the shockwaves had also gradually disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked towards the arena. However, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone's expressions to change. In the end, they became dull flames. White flames. Monstrous white flames. The entire center of the arena was covered in white flames. It turned into a sea of white flames. In the center of the sea of white flames, a figure floated there. Fluffy hair made of white flames fluttered along with the rolling flames. Two flame-like objects that looked like long whiskers and ribbons adorned between his eyebrows. They fluttered behind him, making him look extremely elegant. White arm-like wings spread out on both sides of his body with a pair of sharp dragon claws at the front. A similar flame-like object, but a much larger tail, mixed with white flames, fluttered back and forth behind him. Looking at the figure floating in the middle of the white sea of fire, everyone in the surrounding area became absent-minded at this moment. Elegant, smooth, these three words shouldn't have appeared on a dragon's body, but at this moment, they really did appear in everyone's heart. Everyone in the arena couldn't help but be immersed in the elegance of the white dragon. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. All of a sudden, a pair of sky-blue eyes flickered like stars in the sea of flames around the body that was made up of pure white. They appeared from the eyes of the elegant giant dragon, becoming the only other color in the arena other than white, intoxicating the hearts of everyone. Wu, raising its head, the white dragon let out a long dragon roar. Compared to the roars of other dragons, this long flute-like roar instantly conquered everyone. However, after a long and drawn-out dragon roar, the huge white dragon disappeared. The white flames that covered the entire arena disappeared without any warning. It was as if an illusion had been broken. The situation inside the arena was exposed. At this moment, everyone in the arena finally reacted and saw the scene inside the arena. Holy Dragon Gufflin was obediently waiting at the side like an obedient child. Below it, the Holy Dragon Galahad had fallen to the ground as if it had fainted. On top of Gufflin's head, Wu Yan was holding the unconscious Ursula in his arms. He had a helpless smile on his face as he looked around the arena. His dragon robe had been taken off at some point and was now draped over Ursula, who was unconscious in his arms. That's because the unconscious Ursula's holy knight armor was completely gone. She was completely naked. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's dragon riding robe covering Ursula's beautiful body that could captivate all the men in the world would be exposed. Everyone in the arena was silent as they watched the scene unfold. Looking in the direction of the VIP seats, Wu Yan saw that Lebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others were still in a daze. The corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 1350. In just one day, everyone in the Knights' Kingdom of Lorimon was shocked. The leader of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights, the most powerful, silent Knight Saintess, Yuzura Sarver was defeated. On top of that, he was defeated by someone who was still a student of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. When this news spread throughout the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea within a day, all of the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea were dumbfounded. Yuzura's status in the Knights' Kingdom was not low. She was not the ruler of a kingdom, nor was she the beloved daughter of the ruler. Her status and background could not be compared to those princes and princesses from the royal family. But in terms of popularity and status, Yuzura was definitely the highest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. The Lorimon Knight Empire was the dragon-breeding empire, a country that coexisted with the dragons and was closely related to them. Yuzura, on the other hand, was the person who had walked the furthest on the path of dragon breeding and had the most achievements. How could she not be famous? Moreover, not only did Yuzura have the beauty of a saintess, but she was also known as the strongest beauty in the world. Such an existence was very popular and had a high status. It was easy to imagine. Just think about it, Lebecca's popularity in the Ansari Academy was already earth-shattering. Her identity as a Holy Dragon Knight made her status comparable to that of a noble. Even Veronica, the first princess who supported the entire kingdom, could not forget Lebecca and hoped to recruit her. Then, in the hearts of the Knight citizens, Yuzura, who enjoyed the most popularity and was known as the strongest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. What was her status? To put it bluntly, she was like Rosa, who was worshipped by the entire Aluxtran continent. Like Maria, the people of Lorimon Knight Kingdom all viewed Yuzura as their idol from the bottom of their hearts. Her popularity was very high. At least, in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom, no one could compare to Yuzura. In fact, when people from other forces mentioned the knighthood of Lorea, the first thing they would think of would be dragons, and the second thing they would think of would not be anyone from the family of the knighthood. Instead, they would think of the leader of the Lorea Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula Sarvin. And now, this national idol was in a duel with a student from the Dragon Cultivation Academy. He was defeated. Let's not talk about how many people in Lorea knighthood would believe this. Just this news alone was enough to shock the entire knighthood of Lorea. However, the news had only spread for a day. Although everyone in the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea knew about it because of the content, the authenticity of the news was still in doubt. In fact, many of the knights didn't even know who had defeated Ursula. As such, in the Knight's Kingdom of Loriaman, many well-known media and related personnel rushed to Ansari in order to obtain the authenticity of this news and the details of the inside story. I believe that it won't be long before all the people in Knight's country know about this, even those outside Knight's country. After all, on that day, in the arena of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, more than 1,000 citizens of Ansari had witnessed the entire duel with their own eyes. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, reception room, sitting at the corner of a round table, Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. Extremely strong gazes from all directions were like arrows piercing the heart, shooting straight at Wu Yan. Obviously, Wu Yan's seat was relatively difficult to notice, but everyone present didn't look at Veronica, who was sitting at the head of the table. Instead, they kept staring at him. Even Veronica narrowed her eyes and stared at him closely. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. What's even weirder is that this scene has remained the same ever since Wu Yan came in half an hour ago. It hasn't changed in the slightest. How could Wu Yan not feel unnatural? The fact that he didn't immediately run away from this strange scene was already praiseworthy. Under those intense gazes, Wu Yan felt a prickling sensation on his skin. Helplessly, he reached for the teacup on the table for the umpteenth time. He sipped on the tea as if he was trying to hide something. His heart was in a mess. Just like that, another 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes passed, then 30 minutes quietly passed by. For an entire hour, he was stared at without blinking. No matter how patient Wu Yan was, he couldn't take it anymore. I say. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's trying to express his resentment. He raised his voice and broke the eerie silence of the scene. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, can you please say it directly? Rebecca, Sylvia, and Veronica, who were sitting at the same table as Wu Yan, smiled. Their expressions said, "I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time." Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. Of course I'm not dissatisfied. Rather, I should say that your performance is way too satisfying. Veronica knocked on the table and said meaningfully. However, compared to satisfaction, there are many, many questions. Just because of this? Wu Yan felt a faint sense of melancholy. Just because of this, you stared at me for an hour without blinking? We were getting to know you all over again. Rebecca's expression was both teasing and serious as she spoke in an extremely contradictory manner. After all, you're the one who defeated Commander Ursula and became the strongest person in the world. Don't put such a big hat on me. Wu Yan hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, looking like he's afraid he can't avoid her. This made Sylvia feel very confused. What's with that expression? This was the glory that all the dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even the Saint Heaven's dragon knights of the Leon knighthood wanted to achieve. Along with the glory, there's also the biggest problem. Wu Yan replied without hesitation. I still want to live a peaceful life, so please don't make things difficult for me. Become the strongest in the world. While it sounds like a good thing, Wu Yan already tried it out in the sword blade god domain world. He knows that fame is just as troublesome as it is. He doesn't want to have to choose a place where he can avoid the crowds and live by himself again. Unless it's like the later stages of Saw where he has a beautiful wife and cute little daughter to accompany him, otherwise, he'd rather die than go through that again. Sylvia frowned when Wu Yan failed to evade in time. Your attitude is the biggest blow to those who dream of defeating Commander Ursula. You don't feel any glory for defeating Commander Ursula? I really wonder if you're a citizen of Rayamon. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and didn't want to bother with him anymore. Veronica and Rebecca looked at each other and shook their heads. Originally, I wanted to use Ursula's hand to see if this kid is a Holy Sky Dragon Knight or not. At the same time, I wanted to see his fall. Veronica let out a rare bitter smile. In the end, we didn't find out if he's a dragon knight or not. Fall did see it, but I'll never forget the scene of this kid summoning Fall. That dragon is too strong, too beautiful. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan. Her emerald eyes glowed with curiosity. To be able to survive in its master's body as a newborn, possess such power, and have that white flame, what kind of dragon is it? Rebecca expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Unlike other ferocious-looking dragons, Wu Yan's Fall was simply too good-looking. Of course, good-looking was only secondary. More importantly, its power and white flame were simply too shocking. Everyone had no choice but to react that way. That was why Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica and the others gathered here, hoping that Wu Yan could answer their questions. However, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to wait that long. Forget it. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't want to say anything, Veronica rubbed her forehead as if giving up. She stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and followed after him. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.